Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down
Welcome in, everybody, to the LPL. Another day of action. You never go a day without LPL action because this league is absolutely just bonkers. The fact that they like to play games every day. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Alk Battery. 2 matches on tap for you. BLG versus WE to kick things off, which is a match that has actually gotten a little interesting. And then later on, we'll have our game of the week between Weibo and NiP. Alk, you ready for this?
Yes, I'm really ready to see some really strong series, particularly in the back half, but I really don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves as we got a pretty good pre-show ready before the first match between BLG and WE.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the format, just in case you've been living under a rock or you haven't been watching too much LPL, which is totally fine. Welcome if you are new. Split 2 format. You split them into 2 groups, Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. You make the top 4 in Group Ascend. You lock playoffs. You finish bottom 6. You got to play through the play-ins where 2 teams from Group Nirvana will try to sneak into the playoffs. Meanwhile, for the bottom half of Group Nirvana, if you finish in the middle 2, congratulations. You still get the privilege of playing League of Legends in Split 3. And if you finish in the bottom 2, that's not good. You don't want to be there.
Yeah, 2 teams leaving halfway through the year. I know we've been talking a lot about LNG and their kind of story so far throughout 2025, but the fact that we're potentially sending 2 teams on vacation for the rest of the year by the end of April/May,
Tough.
not a good look. So really cutthroat format, and I mean, we can kind of look at these standings that we have for the teams here in the LPL. It's been kind of back and forth. We had a Group Nirvana series yesterday. LGD 2-0, the first 2-0 of Group Nirvana. But we've got all Ascent here on today's games.
And as we break down BLG and WE, this was a matchup that, coming into this, I was thinking that it was going to be a BLG get-right game. It still is. However, Team WE, after having a competitive series yesterday against Top Esports, maybe could spice this up a little bit.
You know, BLG haven't been the most bulletproof team so far, and WE showed some signs of life, but I am willing to simply chalk that up to it being the most TES thing they could have done yesterday, which was losing to the team that hadn't won a single game in Split 2. So I'm okay with, maybe saying
I'm with you on that.
First Stand TS came through and was like, hey, we wanted to mingle a little bit. They still took care of business at the end of the day in that series.
Yeah, they were just trying to help out Team WE, give them a little bit of extra games to maybe juice them up. But for BLG, against teams that did not make the Split 1 playoffs, they are a perfect 8-0 in individual games this year. Team WE, a team that did not make Split 1 playoffs, not looking too great for them, at least record-wise, but when it comes down to records, I mean, BLG being 2-2, they lost 2 big prove-it games to Anyone's Legend and JDG. And they're prove-it games because if you are only watching for the first time and you were watching in 2024, you'd be like, why is BLG 2-2? This is not, it's the same roster, not the same team, clearly. Something's not right.
Yeah, something between either the top side of the map, it seems like Wei is a little disjointed and the rest of the team isn't really able to connect. I will say a strong piece, one of the most consistent members in Bin, hasn't had the same level of performances that we were expecting coming out of a anti-lane swap meta, and I think his Mbessa in particular has not been the strongest, so we'll see what that looks like for BLG as we get forward. We can even kind of kick it to the rosters here. Again, like Yanni was just saying, the same roster that you saw at the end of the regular season last year, or even in Split 1 here. Wei, obviously the newest addition to this roster, share time, but so far, I think there was a post-game interview with the whole team, and Coach Maokai had been talking about one of the things that they need to fix is their coordination. They haven't really been all working on the same page, and we'll kind of see if that's going to be kind of proven here against WE, where, again, we do expect BLG to be big favorites despite the losses.
Yeah, and you can see when things go well, they're able to still descend on teams like a pack of wolves, and then I mean, you see situations like these. I mean, I have to say, this is at least great play by Ollie here, but they just can't get into some of these fights.
Yeah, it's been really tough, especially when we look at the bottom lane. I mean, Elk and On have, I think, continued to be some of our better pairs, but On still having some of those nightmare games that we have seen in years past. And I think it's so interesting when you look at this roster and how some of the kind of the change in styles. Knight not necessarily having, he's having, I think, still a really great split individually, but the rest of the team doesn't really seem like they're waiting when he's kind of on a side lane or able to kind of push his advantage. And Bin has been kind of playing some different stuff. You see it in the clip here, playing some Scion, I think a bit different than what we were expecting, but he has made this champion look nigh unkillable in this split.
Yeah, he had that really big Scion flank a couple of games ago that had a huge impact. That you know, it's nice to see him pull out those sort of champions. But I do like that you mentioned that Elk and On still one of the better pairings, but still not quite there with their consistency yet on so some tendencies. And Elk, honestly, while he's had some really high highs, it's kind of a coin flip on what kind of Elk you're going to see. But what's not a coin flip is what you're going to see on Team WE. As we have a look at their roster, Cube, Monkey, Karis, Taeyun, and Vampire. And Taeyun has been a really solid rock for this team.
Yeah, Taeyun has been the most consistent member when it comes to their damage share, when it comes to their damage just across the league. That has been, I think, the most exciting part for this Team WE. And yesterday, what we saw in their series versus TES, I think might, give some hope to not only Team WE fans, but also just fans of the LPL. I think any league in general really doesn't want to see a team that is at the bottom of the standings, loses almost every single game, doesn't seem like there's any drive or ambition or ability to win games and close them out. Yesterday was a stark contrast to that. I mean, up against TES in that very first game, some of those were obviously some pretty big mistakes, but the thing that I really enjoyed watching from this team was what we got from the support and jungle duo here of Team WE. Monkey and Vampire played some of their best games across the split in that series alone.
I'm so happy too, because Vampire's been a guy that's been much maligned, right? He's still a really young piece, and has gotten some community ire at times. And he had big shoes to fill coming in at the start of 2024 when he replaced Mako on EDG. But now it's starting to look like maybe these feet are growing a little bit, and he's able to start to fill these shoes. We'll see. It's still obviously a work in progress, and we need to see more consistency. But the fact that you can see flashes like this, and that he is able to potentially make plays happen, is really encouraging.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see. This is a team that we are still looking to end, unfortunately, at the bottom of Group Ascend. And against BLG, we have them as expected underdogs. What I think we should be looking for from these teams, and from Team WE in particular, is can the jungle support synergy kind of continue to grow, continue to make plays around the map? I think Monkey, unfortunately, has also had a pretty rough job of playing a lot of these games where he kind of has to look at the map. He's like, okay, my mid laner's probably losing a lot of these matchups. My top lane is at the very best going even, if not slightly behind. So what do I do in matchups where my solo lanes aren't, the most proficient? My solo laners are not Bin Knight, right? And he has shown a pretty big kind of deviation towards just dropping camps in favor of getting stuff done on the map, whether that be ganks or trying to start up objectives. So I'll be interested to see how that looks on 1 day turnaround time. Again, that TS series was last night, less than 24 hours ago.
Yeah, I hope they're feeling good coming into today rather than feeling drained after that, because it was a long series. Those games were incredibly close for a long time. And you always worry that maybe a team does not come in with enough juice the next day. But two players we expect to have the juice are our featured matchup. The 80 carries for each team, Elk and Taeyun. Elk Battery, as we mentioned, Elk can be a little coin flippy, but Taeyun has been really good.
The damage share. I mean, this is unfortunately a graphic that was made yesterday. I needed to update it. I'm sorry to everybody. Taeyun is back on the board when it comes to damage share.
Let's go.
30.7. He's second overall in his league and third overall in the entire league as a whole. So very exciting stuff. You can see between these 280 carries, I think the big difference for me is just the amount of damage that Elk is allowed to do. But when you have such great laners around you, it is obviously a lot easier for Elk to be able to do stuff. So when we see these 280 carries go at it, I am going to be taking a very close look at what they're able to do in fights. And obviously for Team WE, they're going to be relying on this import 80 carry to get a lot done.
I love that you mentioned the ability to be able to make plays happen and get this damage in when you can count on strong solo laners. For everything we've said about BLG, obviously Bin and Knight still some of the greatest to ever do it, right? And Taeyun, in fact, I think this is more impressive for him, right? That, Cube and Karis, while Cube has been fine, Karis obviously has been you just mentioned a couple
Less
moments
than
ago, probably
fine, but it
expected
happens.
losing his lane. This is more impressive that Taeyun is actually able to make these things happen. It is not putting himself in harm's way and is carefully balancing getting out all of his damage while also being safe. It is the hardest trait to master on an AD carry. Hopefully this is the series that, WE shocks some people, maybe not win, but Taeyun looks really good again, and then we start talking about, wow, this guy is definitely a top half AD carry.
I feel like that's what we say about Team W every time. We're like, hey, Taeyun, you did a great job. You couldn't
Good
carry
job,
the
buddy.
team, but, like you're the best person on a roster that just looks miserable. I don't know, man. Like, I really want to see Team WE do something. I just don't think it's going to be this series. If they end up taking a win, I think obviously they can be very excited about that. I am looking towards, again, for Team WE. Not only can we include Taeyun, but for a player like Vampire who has been so streaky, can he continue that level of play? Because we got one great game, maybe 1.5 games out of him that were amazing versus TES yesterday, and we've had a handful of those throughout the year, but they haven't really amounted to very many wins, and that's kind of the issue, right? For Team WE is they need wins. It's great for you to have all these individual pieces that might look good or have amazing games. Wins are the only thing that matter at the end of the day on stage.
Yeah, and it's so difficult because he mostly plays engaged supports, right? We all know that when you're an engaged support on a losing team, it's going to look pretty bad stat line wise. But if you are the one making poor decisions, as we saw in some of the earlier clips, if you're the one going in at the incorrect times, you are actively hurting your team's ability to be able to fight around objectives, to be able to get map control. So, Vampire definitely going to be a player that we're looking for that marketed improvement. And now I know that you mentioned that, we're like, hey, we're just expecting WE to kind of take a bit of a next step, maybe not win this series. What do you think needs to happen in this series for Team WE if they are to beat BLG?
Well, we're probably going to have to see supportal combat. We're probably going to be seeing a pretty large support difference throughout the series if Team WE win. Obviously, we talked about On being, that on and off player, in terms of his namesake as well. So if he has another performance where he gets caught out a lot of times, then there's a very high likelihood that Team WE could kind of snatch a few wins in terms of fights. I just think that the way that they close out games hasn't been the cleanest, and I am going to be individually looking at Karis. I think he has been the player that has struggled the most here in this league. If not him, then Monkey. And when you look at his stats individually, he is looking to be like a bottom half of the league, a mid laner. So I need him to be able to step up, and you're going to be having to do that up against the best mid laner in the league, if not, like top 2, top 3. Even you look like domestically all time.
Yeah, and for a guy like Karis, I hate to say it, but he might be running out of opportunities, right? He joined Gen G Academy in 2019, working his way through that system. Had been teammates with Pays and Kyle along the way, right? Finally replaced Chovy on Hanwha Life in 2022, but didn't really have great success there. Went to Brion. Was yo-yoed between the challenger teams and the main team throughout 23 and 24. So, this is his new beginning, right? This is maybe his, career resurgence potential, but we haven't seen it, right? And, given the fact that this is incredibly difficult and incredibly skill testing against some of the best mids that this league has to offer, we need to see something more. As you can see, the teams head out here. All right. I didn't get a chance to look at the drip. What do we got here? Okay.
It's regular cool. BLG stuff. It's regular BLG. It's regular Team WE. Nothing too fancy here, Vampire. Yep. All right, cool. I was afraid that he wasn't going to wave. Yeah, that's the least he can do, considering how much press we give him.
True. Thank you. Hi, Vampire. Good to see you.
All right. Well, for everybody at home, we are also waiting before the game to get our 1v1 for side select. It will be between the BLG support On and Cube. So we're going to have On's second appearance over in the 1v1s. He's 0-1, So hopefully he can kind of bring home a victory and secure BLG another blue side win.
He would be the first victory for a support, right?
Yes.
As far as we're aware. So
Yes.
yeah, that's rough goings for the supports. A lot of good champions that you would expect a support to play for like 1v1s. Like a Poppy has been really good. We've seen that come through. Alistar, with the headbutts. You just have to wait till the Ring of Fire.
It's very funny. I think On was the guy that brought out Alistar. I can I'll just double check real quick. But On looked pretty miserable. They only sent him out to play against Angel because it was kind of like the lore matchup of old Suning boys, but it did not look good. It was quite a pitiful 1v1. And then Cube has been all right. Cube has taken a couple wins. He also beat the other support who played, Anyone's Legend, Kyle. So, yeah, okay, so Kyle played Alistar into Jace. And then On played Rumble. Oh, that's right. His Rumble looked cheeks. That's right.
Yikes.
Okay, I remember.
Thank God Rumble support's not a thing anymore, right? Or else this guy would be
well,
absolutely
good thing the only Rumble support player in the league is playing in LCK right now, so.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
We miss you,
Yeah,
Life.
wow.
FPX probably misses you, but I that DN Freaks roster is a little cursed.
Yeah, well, with a name like that, too. Well, what did you expect, right? We knew there was going to be cursed coming into the year. Let's be real.
True.
All right. So what have you been seeing shaking up through the 1v1 metas here? So, like, what do we have? I know you were collecting some stats. You got any champions with super high win rates in there?
So for context, I yesterday started making a small repository for all the 1v1 stats, but one, I don't have access to any high-level coding language because I'm dumb, and I'm also doing this all by hand on Google Sheets. So
impressive.
Right now, it's just I only have split one done. So I in terms of what I've been seeing, because I have been watching a lot of these games, Jace has obviously been incredibly popular, but is already banned. Varus seems like it is starting to make its way on out, but I think that's mostly because it's getting banned every single game. I think most of our players are starting to experiment a little bit, but for the most part, it's been a lot of AD champions, especially the AD bruisers, Renekton, Ambessa, a little bit of Pantheon here and there.
I'd love to see a Draven. I know it's just a hover. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, okay.
I don't want to see On play Draven. Please.
Oh, dude, come on, dude. I want
to
see a support player play Draven. We're going to see Yorick again. Ah, man, I hate this champion. I only hate this champion because I'm low elo, and it splits on me constantly.
Nice.
But it is, it has seen a lot of buffs, starting to see a lot of play now. So, as somebody who pays attention to the greater League of Legends ecosystem at large, I think it's overall good whenever you can see more champions get in. And a Quinn! Okay. Cook!
I hope Bin is literally microing this guy. Okay, so we've got Big Way, and we've got Maokai standing behind him. I need On. Please don't mess this up.
He's got this. I believe in him.
You can see that Bin is practicing something else right now. Maybe he is in the 1v1 with On. He's like, okay, dude, this is what you're doing. Like, come watch my combos. I'll screen share my Quinn combos. Please don't mess this up for us. At grand scheme of things, again, we do expect BLG to win. So in terms of side select,
might not matter that much.
I think it will have very little bearing on results. We'll see what the draft ends up looking like. I also don't imagine there's a very fun matchup for Quinn to play.
I don't imagine it's fun to play Quinn at all. But,
that's not true.
Psychopaths
That's not true.
there.
Once they get rid of Symbiotic Souls next patch, I will agree with you. Yes, that champion's probably dead. But
yeah, you're right.
For the 1v1s, I think it's tough because, in theory, what Yorick should be able to do is he basically just throws a bunch of minions at you and then he out-heals you, and you're supposed to win small burst trades, but if he ever lands the prison on top of you, you're basically forced to flash, which is a pretty big problem.
Yeah, so if he walks in there and you try to vault out, like if he's close enough, can you vault out?
Yes, that is true. You can vault out of the prison, so that'll be a small skill check that we'll be checking here for On.
All right, well, we'll see if the
yes, bone
support can
plating.
do it.
Respect.
Yeah, we, you know, people always talk about how support's the easiest role to play. Support players have no mechanics. Well, this is your opportunity to shut all of the naysayers up. As you mentioned, already 0-1. If he's 0-2, I imagine he's probably done for the year on these 1v1s, right?
I think we may be set. Well, it depends. You know, like we here at the LPL English do not have like much context as to who gets picked and what the like arbitrary reason is, but I do kind of want to see like every player play eventually, which some teams have been really keeping it close to the chest. Like, hey, only like these two players, like TS, they only play 369 or Cream in their 1v1s.
Try hard.
I want to see, yeah, I want to see, you know, Jackie Love step up. A Jackie Love 1v1 is gonna get the fans excited, no matter what it is.
Oh yeah.
So,
without a doubt. All right, so double longsword, or sorry, single longsword into double Doran's blade. I like what Cube did with the Doran's shield to at least try to sustain out. Now the good news for Cube is that the 100 CS requirement or victory condition has been eliminated. Probably the best change that has been made with these 1v1s, aside from getting them off Summoner's Rift when they were on Summoner's Rift very early. So you know you're not too punished for picking a melee into a range at the very least.
I'm taking a look at On right now. So I know he has Demolish, or he has a Resolve Tree second. He doesn't have Demolish. Okay, let's see it On.
Oh, he's
there
so
we
good.
go. All right, cool. I mean,
Ow, 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 ow.
I'll be honest, Yanni. This 1v1 is going to be really, really boring because we're
Yeah.
watching range versus melee. On is just going to have perma movement speed thanks to the passive auto attacks from Valor. So if there is literally anything else you want to talk about, again, for everybody at home, you're like, why is there an A-Ray map on my screen? This is a 1v1 for side select. It's first turret, first to 2 kills, or when the Ring of Fire comes down at 7 minutes, first kill. It's sudden death at that point.
Oh my god, On is getting run down. What do I want to talk about? You know, there's not a whole lot that really goes on in my life, right? I go to work, I cast, I play League of Legends, I play Magic occasionally, right? And we already, you know, went on there about Tarkir last time out. So what do you want to talk about, Alk? You know what? The floor is yours, my friend. True. I'm with you on that. Big ups to my boy Alk. So on is super low right now, as the maiden has done so much work, and it's created a bit of a problem for On here. Does need to get this recall off at some point, but I do wonder if he's going to be able to, because these minions are just going after him. Sure, the turret's going to help him for how long, right? Now this CS deficit has been equalized, so again, while it's not a victory condition, Cube will at least be able to go back with a very similar amount of gold, and might be able to get this push in fast enough. Obviously, you know, you can hawk up and On can be sprinting down the lane. As you can take a look on the minimap, that guy is schmoovin' right now. On first back, he's going to pick up a pickaxe, a Vamp Scepter, and a dagger. All right, so I like the extra life steal that he's going to get out of this here. So given the fact that Hulk Battery is gone, just as I asked him to talk about other things, it's time for me to talk about things, right? So, if you have not watched Solo Leveling, because Season 2 had just ended recently, you should really watch Solo Leveling. So Solo Leveling is an anime that at the end of Season 1, I was like, you know, I thought this anime was pretty good, but I didn't really think the end was that hype. And my buddy was like, nah, don't worry. Once Season 2 comes through, Season 2 is going to be fire. Season 2 was fire from start to finish. So if you have not hopped on the train, you should absolutely do so, as On gets absolutely mobbed down by a lot of ghosty ghouls. Let's see. For upcoming anime, if you haven't watched Kaiju number 8, that's actually quite fun. I relate to the main character, given the fact that I am 30 years old and the main character is an older MC. You know, it's not like, oh my god, it's an absolute masterpiece, but it's really fun. Me and my friends would watch it every Friday night after playing Magic and eating copious amounts of food. So, you know, if you like anime and you need some suggestions, you haven't watched Kaiju number 8, you should absolutely do so. It is certainly a good watch. As things have calmed down quite a bit, Cube did pick up a Sheen, so if he manages to get on top of On and chunk him out with a big shovel, that shovel got a lot bigger. It's the golden shovel.
I'm alive!
Oh my god, you're back. Welcome back. It was terrible. I was
so
like, oh, what do
boring.
you want to talk about? And then I was like, oh god, he's gone. It was terrible, terrible timing.
Did I
Somebody's
actually
talking
miss
about anime.
anything?
No. You didn't.
Wonderful.
Yeah, On was very, very low, didn't actually die. They got their first backs off. They got some items. And it's not
you
looking
got
good for
2
Quinn.
plates.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Quinn. I'm going to be quite honest with you. Not a fan of this pick anymore.
God damn it. I mean, look, he's got some avenues. He gets back to the lane a lot faster, so anytime that Cube takes a reset, does have to kind of keep that in mind. As you can already see, that's another plate now going over to Cube. And On is back. Can he cancel the back in time? No!
Dude, that would have been so great because the Ring of Fire just started. Ugh. We
Well, now he doesn't have Flash, so he's already down a Summoner spell. Then
He's
now we
cooked,
look
bro.
at the Summoner spells that Cube has. Barrier
Wait.
plus Ignite. I think he gets back in time. We don't have another sheer situation. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, we're having a sheer situation.
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, so he bought an elixir. He's down 25% HP. There you go, he's popped the elixir. Okay, so he has more Omnivamp. That's dodge number 1. Okay,
Oh, he got
auto attack.
ignited.
Ignite.
Oh no. Bro feels the heat. And it's not from that Ignite. The maiden too. Oh, bro. Get him off the sticks. Get him off.
We are never letting you in the 1v1 again.
No,
like,
bro.
I don't know what the
You're
hell's
not even
going
allowed
bro.
on stage for the 1v1 anymore, brother.
Oh.
Get out of here.
Oh no. That's tough. That's tough.
I'm
Well,
crying, dude.
WE chose blue side, so we'll see what that looks like for this team. Probably going to be first picking an 80 carry or looking at the pool. I'm not going to make any kind of, any kind of qualms about picking blue side. I will
No,
say
not at
maybe
all.
BLG can kind of, they can have their way with picking a counter pick matchup, which can be important for their solo lanes. But yeah, nice job.
Yeah.
I want to say nice job, Q, but a lot of that wasn't his. Like he didn't participate.
He won in Champ
precipitate
Select.
a lot of that. Yes, that is true. He did win in the 1v1 side select champ select.
Yeah, so
That part's
that's
true,
that's
for
half the battle apparently with these 1v1s, to be honest. But yeah, I like the idea of WE going and first picking an AD carry. Ezreal, Kai'Sa, Varus, like all champions that both of these guys play, and I think anything that you can do to give Taeyun a leg up is probably for the best when it comes to Team WE. Remember, he is the rock, he is the Hope Diamond, he is Gibraltar, he is the dude.
He has to be when you talk about this team, right? Like, Karis has had those kind of wish-washy performances. Cube, while I think individually has been like the most like middle-of-the-road standard top laner, typically doesn't get a ton of resources and does come to fights with, okay amount of gold and XP.
He's here.
But
He's there.
yeah, he's helping. He's great as like a secondary damage carry, but we're talking about main carries. We're talking about the guy that you're looking towards to really like push your team over the edge in team fights. It has been Taeyun when it comes to Team WE. So going to be a big focus on 80 carries, and we'll see what it looks like in terms of side select here. And for blue side, BLG are again big favorites here in this matchup. And every win for Team WE is going to be considered an upset as well as a learning moment for them.
Well, let's see how much they can actually learn as Champ Select for Game 1 of this Best of 3 Fearless Series is coming your way. Seeing Vi, Azir off the board. Again, these bans are quite common at this point in time, although I think the Azir ban is pretty good there by BLG.
Yeah, and Thinking about champions that are open, Poppy makes a pretty interesting case here. We still have the Rumble versus Mbessa. I think forcing Bin into this trade is not something that they're going to be ultimately incredibly comfortable into. Maybe this is a spot where we see BLG go for stuff like the Scion, but instead are, opting for Gwen and a potential Sejuani here. So already this top side looking quite potent in terms of side lane and as the game goes forward.
Yeah, really love this opener. And now with Team WE, like, what do you do jungler wise, right? I mean, the Skarner, the hover would be totally fine, right? But that's Sejuani taken away with the Rumble pairing is pretty rough to overcome. And now do you just like pick Yone so Knight doesn't get it?
I think for Karis, it has been a pretty important champion, but for what they're showing right now, I just don't know if it's necessarily worth for them to be going for it. We're going to actually see the Corki picked up here. This is one of the few teams in the league, and I think across the world, that are still kind of leveraging Corki as a flex between mid and AD carry, but instead, they're going to be opting for the Ezreal. So Team WE already setting up a very strong team fight. I think the Skarner being able to lock down multiple members, having the range of a Rumble and an Ezreal is going to be nice. So I'm going to be looking at for them, what other champions are they going to try to use to either give them more magic damage or potentially set up more of these fights. I think in particular, when we look at what BLG are showing, Braum and Nautilus really start to peer out to me when we're looking at supports, even stuff like Rel for Vampire.
Heading into the second half of bans to see what WE wants to go after. It looks like they're going to pick on the 80 carry pool of Elk. Not a surprise there. Kaisa with this team would be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they'll split the difference and go for a second AD carry or a first support or a second AD carry in the second half.
There's a possibility you try to say, like, hey, let's get rid of stuff like Jin or even Misfortune when you look at this team. So BLG are going to be very potent on side lanes. I think getting rid of options for WE to match is going to be really good. I like the focus of the Akali and the Aurora here away from Taeyun. They do end up getting rid of the Misfortune. So BLG, how we see them prioritize topside objectives, specifically playing around grubs, is going to be very, very key to whether or not we see this team have that explosiveness when we talk about fights. This Yone coming in alongside the Gwen and having that Sejuani. It looks like we're just going to be pairing it up with champions that really have fallen out of favor at the very early stages of Split 2. We actually haven't seen a lot of Ashe recently up until now.
Yeah, I really love this pick if they go with it, because that means if WE want to pick up a Braum to try to shut down BLG's 3 melees, then you get to just go and pick a Karma, right? Or a second, range champion in that bottom lane to really try and cause problems for that bot lane. See the Tristana hover coming through, one of the teams that does, like to go and pick this Tristana in the mid lane. It's not super popular, but it's certainly a pick that has come through at times. And it will be locked in here for Karis.
Interesting. I think when you were talking about the support pairings, I really would like to see Karma on the Ezreal side, just being able to abuse the Ashe matchup and try to match some of her range. We did say that we wanted to see Engage here coming in from Vampire, but with a Tristana, part of what I am going to be worried about here is not only in the individual in the laning phase should be good enough to match up into Knight, but I am worried about side lanes, whether or not she's going to be able to hold her own, especially with Yone getting paired alongside the Sejuani. These should be a very good duo when we talk about playing later in the game, playing as a two-man unit on a side lane.
Yeah, 80 carry is not known for their ability to side lane into these strong champions. Waiting for BLG to get their last pick together here. I think this moment makes a lot of sense. It's going to be the Alistar coming through. So the team compositions are set, Alk, and these solo laners for BLG going to have a whale of a time, hopefully, for them. And just needs to be on top of things on this Alistar. We've seen him be a little inconsistent at times, as mentioned, but really has to be on top of getting Monkey and Vampire out of these fights.
If BLG are able to secure a massive amount of grubs, I think they're going to be feeling very happy with their early game plans. And like you were just mentioning, the supports and how they interact in this game, On can't just walk forward into this team. You're going to be having Ezreal and Tristana wailing at you, and Rumble can kind of pseudo-ignore you with his equalizer. So how On plays around vision and gets into flanks is going to be really pivotal for me to see whether or not BLG can have a comfortable time in this game.
Yeah, and just to set up the early goings a little bit, I feel like it'll be a good opportunity here for Wei to show up to this top lane, try to set Cube behind. That way, He can't be impactful for those first grubs that we're expecting BLG to want to go after. And, for Team WE, it's going to be all about Monkey making sure that his top laner can be okay, that you are able to keep him on that top side because the equalizer is just so powerful.
Exactly. It does give Cube a lot of ways to get out of dives later on in the game, so if we're expecting to see some lane swaps, that is something that is available here, but we're getting ready to head into game number 1 here between BLG and WE, and a big game for WE coming off of a couple of wins versus TES yesterday, but here a BLG that has been struggling so far in Split 2.
As we said, a get-right game for BLG. But it might not be as easy as we thought it would have been no more than 2 days ago, right? Team WE has shown some fight. Let's see how much fight they actually have in them. Game 1 coming at you now as we hit the Summoner's Rift.
Oh my god, WE.
Okay.
Oh my god, W. That's embarrassing. I'm so sorry, guys.
Tough.
It's alright. That's tough.
One day, they will have fans shouting the Gyos at them.
Those years are long gone, brother. They'll be
back.
It has been 12 years.
It has been a very long time. When I first got into League, man, I remember like, oh my god, this team was good. This team was great. But,
I've only heard the legends of Team WE. For our resident old person, Kelsey Moser, she tells us all the great days of Team WE and EDG. So usually that's once she starts talking about like old Team WE and like Crystal and everything, I'm just like, all right, let's get you to bed. Yep, let's get this over with. Let's keep it moving.
Kelsey, if you're watching, this is your time to go to sleep now. All right, it was kicking things off with BLG. Wei starting on the spot side, so is Monkey, so looking to at least match, make sure that nothing crazy happens early on. And one thing I want to talk about when it comes to Monkey, I mean, Monkey was on BLG Juniors, right? And had played with them in the Demacia Cup this year. It looked like it was probably going to be the understudy to Wei coming into 2025, but had an opportunity to join Team WE here and kind of individualize himself. So I wouldn't call it a revenge game, but certainly a showcase of, hey, BLG, maybe this is what you missed.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to add a caveat to that and say that BLG were the only team that didn't have to play a Demacia Cup with their full roster. And their jungle at the time, I think there was a situation where it was simply like a lone situation for Monkey. So playing for the junior team is nice. They didn't accomplish very much in Demacia Cup, so here in the LPL, it seems like at least Monkey's addition has added some stability for a Team WE, but that's not saying much considering they are still losing a lot of games in comparison to Split 1 with Tianjin. So we'll see. Junglers both pathing towards the top side of the map. It is Wei with a minor lead in the jungle clear, and that is, I think, thanks to the fact that his AD carry and bottom lane pair did come and help do some of the camp earlier on. So we'll see what that ends up turning into. Again, we're seeing this Gwen versus Rumble matchup where as the game goes on, we do favor Gwen, again, with this exhaust, but Rumble does have some opportunities to trade with her, especially early on.
Yeah, and while they've got a good idea of where Wei is, they know where Monkey is. There's a little bit of fighting back and forth here. A positive trade for WE here. Taeyun continues to land these Mystic shots. So Wei heads back to the bottom side. Looks like just a trade of crabs here. So, again, things quite calm, which very beneficial for WE in the early going.
It might be WWE, depending on how this matchup goes.
We'll see.
Good job from Vampire to hover in the river. He should spot out Wei, so no action going to be happening on this side of the map. Minor advantages, we did say that in the laning phase, Kara should be fine into Night. We're kind of seeing that reflected now. Wei being a bit creative here. They're going to wait for the next wave to come on through, and if Taeyun spends a little bit more mana, or if we see Vampire engage, I think that's going to be the go button here for BLG.
Yeah, this is great. WWE is going to start here on with the engage onto Vampire. Vampire getting the shield, but the Ignite is down. Onto the Alistar. It's going to be first blood to Vampire. Now it's just a 2v2 again. Elk is out of mana. Taeyun, though, getting knocked up and they flash for flash to land the permafrost. And now Elk just trying to rifle away on the Vampire Monkey coming through, trying to stop it from happening, but Elk flashes forward, manages to find the kill.
Oh, no.
And another permafrost going down. Elk's got to try to kite this out, but he's quickly running out of room. He's got to go all the way back over. He's leveled up. So he's at level 4
Stop
now,
him,
the flash
brother!
gets burnt. But Monkey all of a sudden has found himself in a bad way, and Way can't close it out. The minions blocked them off.
Oh my god, we already have 4 kills at 4.5 minutes. That was pretty messy from both of our teams. I think advantaged over to BLG. Elk coming out the better of the trade with having to keep his cleanse, but the fact that they're not able to find that 3rd kill really does hurt, and you can see supports as soon as they get back from their respawns. We're just heading mid, we're trying to secure our mid laners a recall here, and potentially even setting up for those grubs. We put a large amount of importance for BLG to be able to get multiple amounts of these Void Grubs, but I think Team WE, in a very similar fashion, especially with the Tristana, I assume would want to try to leverage some of her early power and potentially look to engage on this objective. As we got to see this fight, I think On just took way too much damage, and Elk is literally not doing any DPS while all this is happening.
No, just was not able to do much, but and turns out this is a positive 2v2, even though it was originally a 3v2, right? They managed to just get the better of Taeyun and Vampire, but hey, credit to Monkey for getting there. Wasn't the first one to that play, but able to at least salvage it.
And you can kind of see now that Elk is like trying to space. He has lethal tempo. He's trying to get all these Qs. Monkey eventually gets the auto flash with the W, but these 2 minions, man. Way, this was your fault. You used the W, right? The fact that the flail comes in and moves the minions does put them in front of you, so trap them behind that wall. We're going to be seeing it after this replay, trying to use the priority of a Rumble to get early grubs. Good job coming in from Team WE. And how many of these can they confirm? They're going to get 2 at the very least, and it seems like BLG are going to move them off and only secure 1. So a great opener already for Team WE.
Yeah, really wise, and you know, Vampire getting there first and being able to do things is, hold on, level 6 on Monkey, so maybe some opportunities. Karras coming in from the side. Elk is caught in the pit. His On gets engaged on, and he's going to blow up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elk gets wrapped up. The knockups onto Vampire. He's going to fall, but Elk dies in the pit. So Team WE go 2 for 1, and they'll secure the 3rd grub.
Good start from them. I mean, they find 2 kills there. On, yet again, taking way too much damage early into the fight. Elk is trapped in the pit without flash. The positioning from BLG just hasn't looked that good so far in recent games, so continuing that trend, WE are going to punish them, and now we come back out onto the map. I mean, that was a play where we could have seen a numbers advantage there for BLG. The fact of the matter is now, I mean, despite Knight having a very minor experience lead versus his mid lane opponent, his bot lane is suffering, his top lane is going even, Monkey is as well going even on this Skarner, and this is a very worrying trend here for BLG early on in this first game.
Yeah, and he couldn't make that big of an impact in that fight because Karras was able to get the back first, and they had to clean up the rest of the wave and then TP back, and then had a wave shoving into him, and now, you know, BLG unable to do much with their bot lane up top. They're going to lose the Dragon too.
Wow. This right here, I mean, this should have just been On trying to cancel out Monkey and get him away from the pit, but look at what we're fighting. Like you were saying, Knight not here at the very beginning of this. A lot of free damage coming in from Karras. Personally, I would have loved to have seen him immediately turn onto Elk and just get those W resets to end the fight just a little quicker. But aside from that, BLG just didn't look like they were all ready to go on that fight, and they pay the price. It's going to be first Dragon going over to Team WE, and they already got the first, you know, they got the Feat of Warfare, so they're a single objective away. 2.5 minutes potentially getting early feats of strength here for Team WE, which I think really impressive considering what we've seen from them for the entirety of 2025 so far.
Yeah, we're looking for growth. We're looking for them to build off of what they did last night, and they are certainly building off of it right now. Alk, very impressed with what Team WE is doing, but of course, BLG are a battle-tested team. You never quite count them out, and this is not the part of the game where they are the strongest either, right? Team WE exponentially stronger earlier, but once Bin and Knight get going, if they do, they're going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, you can already see it. Something that we mentioned from draft, when you're playing this Rumble, it is a little harder to dive as the equalizer does give you a one-wave out button. So they're going to immediately go for the swap here, and it seems like BLG are going to try and take control of this topside jungle very early on, still a minute and a half, but what they really want to do is get an idea as to what WE's camps are at.
Yeah, they're just throwing everything at him. He's got to flash away.
I'm tentatively kind of okay with that, because Ashe ultimate cooldown early on is still a bit high. I don't think you'll have it for the grubs that are spawning, and now you're going to be down a Sejuani ult. Yes, Vampire doesn't have his flash, but with Hex Flash and with level 6 hopefully coming soon, I think this is a perfectly fine trade for Team WE.
Yeah, and you still have Monkey's Flash ultimate too, so that's something that you can hang your hat on. It's not your, the Vampire's not your primary source of engage. He's being run down by Wei, but both of these guys are belted up, although Knight is going to flash over and seal his fate. A nice play by BLG.
Okay, that is where BLG end up winning this topside fight now. So, Monkey saying, look, Vampire, I really wanted the scuttle. I'm sorry that you had to blow your flash for it, but I'm going to be sacrificing my life. Still didn't end up getting the scuttle there, and so BLG will maintain some priority on this topside objective, though. With on canceling his recall and Wei just now coming out of base, this does allow for WE to get some vision back onto this topside jungle and still prepare themselves for an upcoming Grubs fight. I'm looking at these two top laners though. Teleport is going to be up and available for Cube in a little bit's time.
Well, Alkanon just backed, so there's an opportunity here for Team WE to be first to the river again. Obviously, won't be able to clear out that that Scuttle Crab vision, but being able to seed some more, maybe make sure that Wei and Knight can't get close, but there's going to be a teleport expended coming in from Karis, looking to seal these grubs. Wei ready to go over the wall, on showing up to the party as well. First one is down, and BLG doesn't look like they're going to get many of these. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the Karis. Monkey trying to frontline, flashes forward, knocked to the side, and he forces Elk's flash, but he is getting low, and he is going to run into Knight and Elk and fall on the backside. Wei trying to do what he can, but he's forced off, and it looks like BLG will find
Knight.
One kill, maybe more. No, Vampire will walk it out. So they lose 5 grubs. Sure, you got a kill, but that ain't worth.
Yeah, 5 grubs for Team WE. Now Tristana in a perfectly fine spot to be able to get some stuff done. I will say, you look at the map and Team WE, they put a big wave in mid lane just to try to get a little bit of damage before moving in for those grubs. BLG were late for that, and Karis trying to find the 1v1.
Oh, flash!
Has no flash
He's got
anymore.
the ult. He's got
His
the ult.
ult's down. Oh!
Nice play by Karis there.
Well, how much time does he now get on this turret? I think he's probably just going to be looking for a back. He doesn't have very many eyes. Like, he doesn't know where On is. There's a potential that Wei could still be on this top side. Same thing with Bin potentially looking for a TP. So, trading flashes, I think, still advantage for BLG when you look how the team fights are going to be able to go and being able to have, you know, flash on Tristana versus a Yone. But still, individual leads, things that we were not necessarily expecting for Team WE coming into the series, but from their draft, they're starting to execute, Yanni. I'm getting excited for Team WE.
And I respect this play, too. Typically, when a Yone gets on you, you're a little worried as an AD carry, but Karis jumped forward. He's like, wait a minute, I can win this 1v1. As you mentioned, his flash being down will be curious for this Dragon fight as the Equalizer goes down onto the wave. Meanwhile, up top, Bin caught in a 2v1. The Exhaust might be down on the Karis.
Wait, Bin!
Karis is
Wait,
able to hop out,
Karis!
but no. Wait, Vampire's alone, but Monkey is coming through, and they're going to scoop up Bin and finish him off. It'll be a second kill to Monkey. They might lose the Dragon, but they should get more.
I think they're fine with this. You have 5 grubs and a Tristana? Hell, we got the first Dragon already. Who cares? I feel like Karis definitely could have, you know, stayed in there. I feel like he jumped out just a little too far there, but how much damage can we see from Team WE? 6 grubs. They've now gotten 2 plates for themselves, and like we can see in the picture-in-picture, that was a kill going over, a 1-for-1 between the 2 top laners, but so much being split between Karis and Monkey. They're going to be way far ahead. 4 plates here between the 2 of them.
Bin TPing just to make sure this turret stays upright. We get a little bit of damage on the Monkey, but Bin doesn't really have a whole lot right now. He does have the Rift Maker, sure, but with no summoners, you can't get too close. Cresting toward the 14-minute mark of this game, Alk and Team WE with a small lead in the gold department right now. Karis will run down a little bit here, but they're going to look to turn on here. Monkey trying to drive it through with the Ixtal's impact. Can't quite get close, but the Impale will get ult is there. Not enough damage coming through now. Bin ready to turn this around because they have no mana. Bin's going to continue to charge. Karis has to jump away, but Monkey is not fast enough. Bin, you just need one more dash to catch up to this guy, and he will be able to chop him down. A 2v2 victory for BLG.
But the feats of strength go over to Team WE as they finally grab the first turret in top lane. So, small trades of gold. I think we are continuing to see the shades of Team WE that we've been getting throughout the year, where Monkey dropping a lot of his camps. You look at the map right now, he has almost 7 camps up right, or he has almost like 5 camps up right now. A red buff that's going to be stolen here by Wei, and Monkey wasting a lot of time just trying to guarantee that Karis gets his gold and gets himself in a good spot. But you look at the map right now, he's even or behind in experience versus NiP.
Yeah, and that means that they're able to make plays like these onto Cube. The second time he's going to get 3-manned in the bottom side this game. A little worrying, Hulk.
So we kind of peel back and we're looking at the rest of the map. Where is a lot of the gold laying? Elk here has 1,000 gold out of seemingly thin air between him and Taeyun. And, I mean, he's just been able to hold these mid waves really, really solidly for his team. So while his solo laners are on side lanes trying to get stuff done, trying to hold on to lanes, and for Knight trying to get this bottom lane tier 1, BLG, I think, are fine with the map state right now. They're not happy with obviously losing a turret already and giving up those grubs, but in terms of team fighting, I think that they can be okay with where they're at.
Yeah, I think the only thing they'll really have to weather the storm on is once Taeyun hits his 2-item spike, right? Cube should be fairly strong too, so should Karis. So if you can survive that, you can survive anything as the arrow goes down onto Karis. Vampire tanking up the turret a little bit too, as this mid lane turret just about to go down. Monkey maybe looking for a turnaround. He does have the Impale, but 3 members of BLG shove off 4 of WE.
Great job of being able to chauffeur themselves out of mid lane. I like that we kind of got to see Karis sit near in that Raptor pit, but because they make this play, because they lose out on so much HP, they will not have access to these Heralds, which I will say, as a team that is so focused on playing Demolition Squad and trying to get early access to gold by just taking down structures, I think you losing that fight and subsequently this next one puts you in a really tough spot to be able to win this game.
Yeah, they really want this. The reset didn't happen fully, but they're still hanging around the area, maybe for a wayward steal. It's not going to happen, so BLG will secure this, but that is a big blow to Team WE's hopes of taking control of the game.
And now what they'll be able to do is, if they really want to, yeah, just summon down the Herald. You put yourself at an advantage because you'll be able to take down this mid-tier 1, which means you can now move your vision line towards bottom lane, help Knight eventually take over this bottom lane tier 1 that he's been working on for a couple waves now. And we're talking about Dragon spawning a minute and a half. This should be, at least for BLG, move through bottom lane river and then take control of this side of the map.
The good news for Team WE is the turret did not yet fall. The BLG want to take it back. Could stick around, could WE. It looks like they will not do so, so just even backs on both sides as the Dragon comes up in about a minute. And mid lane is going to be where you're going to want to watch out for, Hulk, because whichever team is able to get this turret down, provided they don't take a horrifying trade, will give them all of the control in the world for this Dragon.
So like you were noting, mid-tier 1 doesn't fall, so BLG are not able to necessarily expand their influence. And also during that play, Vampire actually canceled the recall of On, so he will not have any wards for this fight. There's a massive amount of vision in favor of Team WE, and with Cube having access to teleport, he might just have to trade this. Oh my god, Knight. The wireframe just scared the hell out of him. He's like, why is there 3 people in this brush? Alright, so Team WE are going to put a pretty big focus on this bottom lane tier 1 and just try to make access for this Dragon.
Yep, Taeyun doing a good job getting that mid lane turret. Elk, it's going to be hard for him to do much of anything. Karis down here with his big tanky buddies. Trying to do what he can. Good buffer on that Sejuani ultimate to escape any danger. And that is a big cooldown off. It's On with a big flash knock up there. The Impale going down, landing on the 1. Knight wants to get in here. He's got his ultimate ready to go, but he's going to end up snapping back. Cube joins the party as well as Bin, but the knockups are there. Here comes the equalizer, but it doesn't land on anybody as Knight gets into the pit and is starting to get some kills. Team WE forced away. Cube being exhausted into a knockup, into a permafrost, into a death, and the Dragon goes to BLG.
Knight is saying, hey man, it's cool that you kind of solo killed me in some of these instances. You won some of the laning phase. Look at what I'm able to do on a side lane. Look at how much resources. Come and check the experience of how many internationals I've been attending. Kind of show the difference between you and me here, Karis. Replay, we get to check it. Early investment from BLG to start this fight. Remember, there's no Sejuani ult while all of this is happening. But Karis getting stunned out, and then this ultimate coming in from Knight. Q3 plus ult just means that Karis gets taken down immediately, and that's been kind of the shining spar and how much gold they've been putting into for Team WE in this match.
Rough did stuff there, but Knight maybe caught out on the side lane. He's able to get that Q3 to try to get away. Now you just got to get Karis in the party. Another Q3 away. They're shoving down Knight here, and they will be able to find him. Enough slows are there. Can you auto this guy, Karis? Thank you.
There you go. All right, but how much did they lose for this? Yeah, this is probably going to be a trade of tier 1s here. It's going to be BLG getting themselves mid-tier 1, also trying to threaten. The ultimate does not land anywhere near anybody. But Karis, again, will be getting a lot of gold, and this is so much focus from Team WE on getting this Tristana ahead of the curve, getting her items. She's going to be getting what looks to be an Infinity Edge next, and so I want to see if Karis can carry this game, because Taeyun can kind of pepper them around. We've seen Rumble do some work in these fights, but that experience differential between our solo lanes is starting to grow, especially here when we talk about Bin versus Cube.
Yeah, the problem is Bin might get a lot more gold in him. He took down the turret, and he took down a Skarner. So Karis has to be a little worried. Oh my goodness! Wow! Did not land the knock-up as Karis is able to escape. Meanwhile, the fighting continues in the top side as Wei is caught. Who's going to get it? No, it's Cube going to go down. It ends up being a 1-for-1, and Cube getting the gold, but that is not what you want.
And look at where the lane allocations are. Tristana will eventually get down to this bottom lane wave as it crashes, but BLG can just very simply move into mid, help their AD carry take over mid lane, and that'll be more gold and more camps going over to the side of BLG in a game that has felt pretty close, all things considered, for Team WE, but we're seeing those minor errors really start to bite back versus a team like Billy.
Yeah, and we talked about how BLG, their team fighting has still been stout, and this is really where you're starting to see the difference come in. Knight in that last Dragon fight, and then of course, you know, having to deal with a guy like Bin on the side lane, you gave him Wei to help him out, was able to close out the deal. And now these solo laners that were like, hey, you got to take Rubs away from them. Oh, it doesn't matter, they're too strong.
Yes, and this was, you know, the pattern that we would have seen from BLG in years past, where lean on your solo laners, let Bin and Knight take over a game, and have the jungler really accentuate some of their strengths. Part of the thing that we talked about from draft was with this Gwen and with this Yone, Sejuani has so many different angles that she can kind of play through. She can play through either of these solo laners and really make them a lot stronger when we talk about playing some of these longer lanes and side lane. So I'm glad we're starting to see that. Again, a lot of these fights have been Knight on a flank or Bin coming through with the Gwen. And it's going to have to continue to happen as we're getting closer and closer here. But 2,500 here for BLG, an Otacon that has been sitting on the table, and Dragon spawning in minutes half time. I don't think this gets much easier here for Team WE, and it has kind of only come down to whether or not Karis can actually win them this game.
Yeah, and it feels like for at least fights, what you really need to do is try to pick off a member of BLG to slow down their ability to play the map. But the problem is you don't really have too much of that, right? It's Vampire that would need to blow a flash, but WE would need to secure some vision to take BLG by surprise. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
Someone that we haven't touched on, you know, despite the head-to-head is Taeyun on this Ezreal. He's, despite, I think, the early lane, you know, we were talking about that bot lane fight that happened. I think we're getting a fighter on Otacon. Seems like teleport coming in from Cube.
This could be the surprise. He's going to try to pull him to the rest of his team, but Karis is over the wall, not ready to go. Is on, shoves him off. Meanwhile, Knight hits a two-man Fate Sealed, and Knight will snap back, but will fall. Double knock-up, so there, and Elk is now untouched. Bin on the side, forcing away Karis. He can't join the fight, but Monkey's trying to come through to help him out, but he runs right into a pair of scissors. And hit a Crystal Arrow, almost landing flush, forces the flash out. A 3-for-1 for BLG as they secure Otacon.
And the 2v2 duo of Team WE with this Skarner and this Rel, Monkey and Vampire, they just go way too soon. Taeyun is nowhere near this fight. They'll lose Otacon, all of these Blood Roses, and a large majority of their summoner spells. So Team WE dig themselves an even deeper hole that they're going to need to dig themselves out of. And BLG are totally fine with getting free kills and these objectives. we said from the draft that Monkey and Vampire have been early drivers. This 2v2 has been so good for them, especially yesterday against TS, but Kara's jumping into what I'm assuming is probably one of the worst spots to be able to dive in, especially when you see the teleport preemptively. Where is Taeyun? Taeyun just now got to this fight. He's landed a single Q and then has to back out because the fight's already over. This was a massive amount of miscommunication coming in from Team WE and a free fight for BLG.
And then Karras had to blow his flash on the backside anyway, right? You know, at that point, you're just better served if you go in. Obviously, you can't tell the future, but I mean, this is a near impossible scenario for Team WE to get out of now. It's soul point for BLG. It's a mountain soul too for these, you know, solo laners that love to get into the mix. I don't know, Alk. It feels like WE's game may have passed them by here.
Yeah, they weren't able to use those 5 grubs, and now that BLG are 4.5 minutes away from is a Mountain Soul, I think this is going to be so tough to play. Already have a tough time bursting through a lot of these tanks until 3-4 items, especially for these marksmen. We're seeing now, BLG are just completely cutting them out of the topside jungle, saying you're up a little too far in that objective. We're going to try and put as much vision down, take control of your jungle, see where your camps are, maybe just get their timers. And, I mean, this gets a lot easier to play here for BLG. So almost level 16 here for Bin. You already have that breakpoint here for Knight. They're going to have rank 3 in their ultimates. These two are going to have such a field day when it comes to the fights.
We said this game could be a return to form for BLG, and while the early game was not super clean, taking some fights that did not necessarily go their way, when you get to later game BLG toward the 20-ish minute mark, that's when this team, provided the game is close, is still the BLG of old. They're still making these plays happen. And now looking to shut out Team WE here for the rest of this game and take a 1-0 series lead and avoid WE playing a bit of spoil.
Good enough for me, honestly. Again, BLG were expected coming into this game to win. Heavy favorites, but recently have just not shown how solid their form is. Again, those losses to JDG and AL were pretty tough, and teams that are battling against them for top 3 in the league. BLG are just going to rip open this Baron.
Yeah,
we're seeing that WE are trying to move. There's a teleport coming through, but look at where On is. On can just screen any individuals that they want. It's gone.
Yeah, Vampire's going to get in there just to see it say goodbye. Way going to go in. They're going to make a full engage onto the front line of Team WE. The Gwen gets pulled, but isn't really taking a whole lot of damage. Vampire's going to fall. Monkey manages to survive, but the chase, the BLG want more. Looks like they're not going to. You take your prize, you get out.
A single kill onto Vampire, and we need to see BLG now use this Baron. It'll have an overlapping timer. Oh my god,
that's
Knight!
A 4-level difference, by the way.
Yeah, and it's the new Yone, so he's got his crit modifier back. Minus
got a swagger back. Elk with a
CC.
flash. Karras wins the
Oh!
fight, but the minions are a little too strong. I felt like the last gasp for Team WE, maybe just a death rattle.
And that'll be a top tier 2. That'll be again this Baron being used by BLG. Knight should just
hang on.
Knight's just dead.
Yeah, they might. Oh no! Oh, Q3 out. Nobody got close to his soul unbound, and now Taeyun is gonna get run down by Wei. Wei knocked up, but On is here, trying to keep the tank alive. Knock up on a Vampire. Ezreal coming through, but here's the teleport, and Bin is ready to go. Those scissors are heated up and cutting through these champions like a hot knife through butter, my friend. It is tough out here if you're Team WE.
Yeah, and I've been trying to talk about the overlapping timers in Baron and Dragon, but
it doesn't matter.
I don't know. Like we are going to be able to see the 4th Baron or the 5th Dragon of the game spawn, but if BLG just grab the Mountain Soul, then that kind of feels like the last touches on this game. It already feels like this game is quite done and dusted. We've been talking about how much Knight has had an impact. Bin on this Gwen has the highest individual lead at 3,000 over his lane opponent and is 3 levels over Cube. So Team WE, it looked good yesterday. I think we are still seeing more of the old Team WE, and even the one that showed up yesterday in the back half of their series is, yeah, just small pockets of vision here from BLG make this pick possible. It's nice. It does mean that Knight does get to kind of pressure on the side lane here, but the fact that Elk goes 1 for 1 is just it's a backbreaker.
Yeah, that's how you know you're well and truly cooked. This Vampire could be in trouble down here, but you know, just thinking back to where it all went wrong for Team WE in this game, around that dragon fight where NiP made such an impact at a 2-man fate sealed.
Yeah.
You know, but it feels like I don't know how they could have positioned themselves differently in that one to avoid this sort of thing happening, because the game felt like it exploded from there.
I mean, part of it is you probably just have to play line brush a little bit better, but kind of a moment of history gone in the past in my mind, because this game is extremely chalked. I mean, we're already seeing it. You see the pings on the map. W are like, guys, there's double super minions in top lane wave. Yone is soloing this objective right now, so BLG are just going to get a free Mountain Drake. They have 3, or Mountain Soul, they have 3 Mountain Drakes on top of that, so Wei is basically unkillable. On is getting to that point, if not already, and if there are any resistances built by some of these carries from BLG, I mean, how does WE ever make it through? It's cool that you got like a Leandries on Cube and an LDR, right? But I just don't think it's going to make a meaningful difference when we look at this fight, and we're seeing how BLG are able to advance the game.
All right, they got Wei's shield off. Good stuff. All right, it's back on. Bad stuff. Yeah, that's essentially what this game boils down to. It's just looking mighty doomed for Team WE, as BLG just need to find their opportunity to pull the trigger here. And then we'll get to see them try and right their early game wrongs for game 2, because that feels like the last piece that BLG needs to really solidify.
Okay. Need to see them make a play. It's going to be off the Ashe ultimate.
Yep, Monkey down to about half HP. Vampire trying to get to the back line to just stop all this damage, but I mean, nobody can get in there. Bin gets pulled to the back line. He goes golden. Took a lot of damage, but I don't really think it's going to matter in the end. It's a 2-0 for right now. The health bars are starting to get low on BLG, but Elk is just able to hit for free. Knight gets knocked away. Taeyun caught under this turret. This big chunk damage to Elk, but the turret is back on the minions. Taeyun is out of his base, unable to recall. Just on an island, man.
Taeyun, just recall, brother. It'll be the inhibitor. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. This is how you know these guys are happy gaming now. Taeyun is a true AD carry. He said, there's a minion wave here. I want this minion wave.
Well, no, he had to walk into it because he doesn't know where Knight is in Fog of War. So, oh, Knight? There you go. Okay. So, that'll be another kill going over. BLG now balloon their lead to 10,000 gold. Baron spawning in a minute, and Yanni, this is just the victory lap. There are no illusions that Team W are going to be able to come back, because the only way that I see triple inhibitors, double super minions in every wave, Team WE winning this game, they get the Baron, and they have to basically protect whatever wave is available to them. And that just doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. The double super minions make it so that any minion wave that leaves your base is basically going to be very weak and potentially already gone. So they need to push out first, then move to the objective, and then after that they still have to get through all of these structures. And with the Baron, it's a little bit easier with 5 grubs. That obviously laxes some of the damage required, but I just think that having triple inhibitors down makes it nigh impossible for you to ever contest.
Damn, your line for WE to come back in this game is much better than what I thought would be their way to get back in this game, which is somebody on BLG being distracted by a fan sign and BLG playing 5v4 for that entire fight where that's happening.
I'm pretty sure they win
completely
5v4,
honest with you,
by the way.
Yeah,
so.
I think they're just going to win the 5v4 anyway.
Yeah. All right. This is going to be what looks to be the last push. There's a wave in top, a wave in bottom lane, and BLG are trying to put the last bits of a victory together here versus Team WE in Game 1.
Hey, the top inhibitor respawned. All right.
Wow.
All right, the top inhibitor's down. Tough. On. Hold on. On getting forced off. Okay. A little bit of damage going on to WE, but not a whole lot. Monkey not able to land the Impale, and Knight is just dumping damage on people. The Nexus turrets will fall, and BLG will lead the series 1-0.
11,000 gold, get some fancy feet at the very end, but our solo laners here from BLG, they came to play today. It was a single solo kill on tonight for Karis, but aside from that, a particularly flawless game from Knight and Bin, and those are the carries that I think game in and game out, BLG should always be reliant on the fact that they have some of the best solo laners, bar none, across the league and across the world in general. So good to see that they're able to kind of get back to basics and perform against a Team WE that, again, are expected to lose.
Yeah, and they're so consistent too, right? Like even when they're not playing at their peak, which very clear that BLG is not at their peak right now. Even their solo laners, they're still so damn good. Like they are just still head and shoulders above a large majority of the league. And like you said, aside from that one miscue by Knight not winning that 1v1, it was pretty safe, all things considered, for the other guys. And you saw for a little bit that fan vote coming up there. I would. Yeah, it feels like it should just be a Knight MVP, right?
Yeah, that was a really strong Yone game. It was a game that he had to kind of outperform in some instances because he is kind of the major damage dealer and kind of the person that's going to break open the game when you look at their composition versus an Ezreal and versus this Tristana. So it was good to see the highlight reel stuff is there for them. And kind of going back to Team WE, did we see any improvements from kind of game to game from yesterday? I'm not so sure. I think that this was, again, another game where Team WE, their solo laners, got down in terms of golden experience versus their counterparts. Monkey, I think, jeopardized the game a fair amount of times by going for a lot of ganks, trying to prioritize Karis, but dropping camps and unfortunately also dropping a lot of objectives. So I'm a little scared for Team WE. I think that one win is something that we're going to be putting alongside the series win that TT were able to get against BLG. It was a one-time fluke. It happened. Nice. And then we're going to move past it and really not talk about it. It might be the highlight of the season for Team WE.
Yeah, back to our regularly scheduled programming. You take a look at the damage charts. Karis was able to do a lot, but one thing that still impresses me is obviously Ezreal's going to do a whole lot, but Taeyun didn't really get too much attention this game. A lot of the attention was on Karis, getting him really strong, and Taeyun still able to deal this damage is a testament to what we said earlier and what this guy can do.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I feel I did. Yeah. I'm happy that this is the BLG, but also this is the expected outcome. Like coming into the series, this should just be a 2-0. We get in and out, and then we're looking at our match of the week for Weibo versus NiP. If we're being 100% real. And you remember at the very top of draft, we asked, like, what are ways that BLG can lose to Team WE? It was On, right? On. Got caught out a few times. He takes way too much damage. You see it in this first trade, right? He dies way quickly in this fight, way before their jungler has made it on through. Talk about later on where we're kind of setting up around objectives. He gets caught out or isn't able to really put enough crowd control between him and enemy carries. So On is still a little bit on watch for me.
Yeah, this is a play that should have been a 2 for 0, right? A very clear cut, maybe a 2 for 1 if you're a little unlucky, but better teams are going to punish this even harder than WE was able to, right? It only ended up being a 2 for 2 in the end. But better teams, you're getting reversed on.
Yeah. Team WE is unfortunately not that team.
No, they don't have that dog in them. Big ups to Karis, one of the few highlights. This play right here. Love a that shoots out a Pengu. I need to start.
Yeah, it's Pengu. It's the Pengu soldier Tristana. I love this.
I gotta start using that skin. That's
all
awesome.
all the animations on it are pretty tight. The E is really cute because it's a small little duck, and when you hit, it makes like a squish sound. It's as close to Heartsteel as you can get, basically, in my mind, for Tristana.
Oh,
so,
yeah, that is pretty good. But
yeah.
Yeah, this was the fight that really looked like it sunk the ship for Team WE here. Knight wisely waiting on his ultimate for the second time that he goes in the fight as opposed to the first. And then, of course, as you pointed out, Vampire and Monkey, I like that they're trying to link up together, but they're not linking up with the rest of the team.
I'm so mad that Karis jumped this way, man. I'm still pretty pissed about
I think
that
you just
one.
go. You just get in there. You just have to,
I think you either have to get in there, maybe you jump off to the right. I know that he is afraid because, as we saw in that play, Elk and On come in from the wings underneath, and Elk, Taeyun does have to follow in after them. But I just why?
We're already
just
carries,
jump
man.
in with your team.
You know, we feel that.
Tristan. There's a reason Cars has not played Tristana mid this entire season. Okay, so Corky is the only real marksman that we've gotten from him. I think we're starting to see a little bit why. Unfortunately, Karras has been a player that we've had a lot of criticisms for. Someone that I said coming into this game I wanted to see big improvements against, and it was going to be a tough ask going and playing against Knight, but he had some individual moments that were great thanks to the matchup, but aside from that, it really wasn't all that much to write home about. And I love that our observers took multiple moments to kind of go through all the highlights to flame away and missing the auto on the very first fighter on bot lane, or even there where the Skarner flash, he just kind of like is stuck in place and then he ults absolutely air. Thank you.
Yeah, that's tough. You don't need the mouse pointer for that one. That
No.
Or that it's clearly missed, and it's tough, right? You're going to try to make that play, but got to be aware of how many stacks of permafrost you have, so you get absolutely stuffed. The good news is, even if that play is successful, it's probably not changing anything, right? So it might be glossed over in the post match review that Team WE will eventually have, I'm sure.
Yeah. So again, we're expecting Knight to get the MVP here, and going into game 2. Now we're kind of starting to think about some of the things that are no longer available with Gwen and the Rumble gone. I'm expecting Rumble or Scion priority to raise a little bit. We're probably going to be getting a Jace versus Mbessa matchup somewhere there, but it's way.
Okay, your thoughts?
Game 2.
All right. There you go. You heard it here first, everybody. Game 2. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. Alk and Yanni are here as we are into the draft for Game 2 of this best-of-3 series between BLG and Team WE. As we are already into the draft, already seeing a couple of champions taken away off the board here. So we'll see what the options are going to be, as BLG this time is on the blue side.
And they have kind of pick of their litter. Going for the Vi, a champion that did make it through the ban phase this time around. Does kind of open up for either a Vi Talia, a Vi Ari from Knight. Or I guess Ari is banned, so maybe more so looking towards Talia. There could be another mage in like the Aurora. So we'll kind of see what BLG are going to be opting for. But WE immediately opening with the Scion. I kind of want to see a hyper carry for Taeyun, something that's going to give him the ability to join fights early, similar to what we saw. And Kaisa, I think, can work with that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm cool with that. I think that it's one of his better champions. So put the ball in his hands. You got the LPL Kaisa gene. So going to see that pop off. I am interested to see what BLG is going to pick into Cube here. You know, it feels like some of the best top laners that go into Scion are not available.
I mean, you can just go for the Jax if he feels really really fine about it.
That's fair.
I think you're also still okay with picking the Gnar. It's not as fun to play in the laning phase just because of how much range. It is very good for Bin if he ends up taking that, but still we have that combo that we were talking about. Mid-jungle going to be a big presence here in this game from BLG with this Talia and Vi combo. And now for me, from Team WE, I kind of like the core that they already are showing. Again, I treat Xin Zhao as this champion that does have the ability to skirmish and find longer range engagements, but he is kind of like that pseudo frontline by getting that crescent sweep. So what other kind of damage dealing champions can we get from them? I mean, I think an Aurora potentially here for Chorus is nice. If they want to go the tankier route, a Ryze can definitely open up a couple of possibilities for Team WE.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some sort of damage come out there, because too many times I'll see Xin Zhao with a weak mid laner or a mid laner that will take too much time to scale, and the early impact is minimized. You know, we don't really get to see the Xin Zhao try to run over games and maybe make some opportunities pre-6 that Wei might not be able to make necessarily. We already see a couple of bans out on the top side. That Gnar you mentioned earlier is not going to be available, and Victor taken out, so clearly aiming at the Garish champion pool.
Yep. Same thing that happened last game, right? They put 2 bans on the second phase towards Chorus, and this time around, maybe focusing... I mean, they already banned Talia, so they banned Talia, Ari, Sylas, and Victor. In terms of champions that we have seen Taeyun play, it can be either the Corki, it can be the Ryze, like we were noticing. I said that, like, I really like the Ryze here, but instead they want to try to snap up a support pick. I think is a bit dangerous, especially when you do see on the opposite side for BLG. They already have this misfortune. You have to imagine that they're trying to pair this up with stuff like the Leona. So gonna be quite interesting to see. I mean, you're okay with this matchup early game. It's gonna be a lot of damage here for BLG. I think if you were Team WE, I think you were more willing to sacrifice some of your laning prowess and say that you're gonna be willing to scale. So we'll see what Bin is going for. He's had counterpick for most of this game, and he's going to have the last pick on his draft.
Don't do it. There we go. Do that. No, bad. I don't want to see that champion, but we will. York is going to get locked in. It makes sense. It makes sense. And now we're going to put the ball into Karras' hands. Remember, we did that in game 1 with the earlier Tristana pick. It did not go well later on in the game. We are going to end up giving him the Ryze in the mid lane.
Okay, and this is... okay, so Bin has played Yorick 6 times competitively. All of them in the LDL when he was on Suning's Academy roster. He's got a single win on it, so he's 1-5. But when we look at this team from BLG, what I want to see from them, not only do you have NiP on this Tilia who can move from lane to lane very fluidly, especially with either the passive or the ultimate, it's going to be very easy for them to control mid waves. So BLG can basically play with 2 members sitting in Fog of War and play around this Yorick in a side lane. He's going to be very untouchable. So WE, they need to take control of one of these objectives, preferably around these dragons, and see what they can do to try to open up the map and play away from this Yorick, because it is going to be particularly difficult for them. And I think trying to play around the fact that BLG are more times than not going to be 4v5 in fights is something that they're going to have to try and leverage.
Yeah, you have to be really snappy. You cannot wait. You have to just be like, hey, listen, we're going to go, and you need to win the fights convincingly. You can't just go 1-0 in the fight, because then that's going to require your Scion to come down. Then the Yorick is going to be able to do whatever he wants. And then you can't be undecided and wishy-washy, because then you can get picked off, right? And if you're getting picked off and the Yorick's in the side lane, it's going to be really, really bad. This is a champion that, has had mild success so far to kick things off, but you can see when it works, the gears really turning and the pressure that makes opposing teams crumble.
And for Team WE, I mean, they have a composition and another kind of game here where they can carry as this game goes further, but I'm a little worried about their early games, and we've already seen them play around objectives. It's not as solid versus their team, so needing a big win here in game number 2.
Before we dig in, we really want to show our gratitude to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help us level up our show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and our content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, that'll be linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for unique on-site interviews, as Monkey perhaps a little taking a couple rocks to the back, just like my childhood.
I'm not going to even ask about that.
That never happened.
All right, cool. Yeah, nice. Lying on broadcast. Haven't done that before. Pretty big chunk here for Monkey. He has access to some healing thanks to Jinzhao, but I mean, with both of them starting on the top side and early vision, should be interesting to see how BLG play around with this amount of information on enemy jungle.
Both players are starting up on that top side here. And you did mention that Leona Misfortune combo going to be very detrimental to a guy like Vampire, who, as we talked about, has been known to go a little over-aggressive at times. If you go a little too far in against Leona, you're going to pay for it big time.
So, kind of have to be watching. Part of the reason that Misfortune is so strong is, aside from the fact that she is a notoriously strong laner and her team fight setup, bar none, has some of the most impact with a bullet time. She is just really, really resilient about being able to sit on mid waves and be kind of unmovable in that same way. So we're getting a mid lane bout here as Knight tries to get back into the wave. Wei got barely spotted there and obviously goes right into a ward. So both teams will know that their junglers are on the bottom side of the map, that both junglers are on the side of the map. So I wonder if there's going to be a particular play here, or if BLG are just going to say, look, our 3:30, 4:30 timer for lane swap detection is going to be over soon. We're just going to take our leave.
Well, Monkey is looking to show up on Maeve, stepped up a little bit too far. He's going to get rooted, and Monkey will be able to get here. Dashes toward Elk on his low. First blood to Tayu.
Okay. They get that first blood. Good job from Monkey. We said that one of his weaknesses was that he is willing to drop camps to make plays happen. And here, in the second game, they turn it right into a strength as they play around their bottom lane, grab themselves a couple of these, at least one of these kills onto On. And so that'll at least open up a small advantage for Team W in their bottom lane. And he still has camps to be able to do, while also, I mean, he dodged out on his Raptor camp. Bin?
Oh, he's
should be fine. He has last rites healing.
Yeah, that heals for so much. I have a feeling that'll be nerfed a couple patches from now, but we'll see. Wei showing up in the mid lane, just trying to scare off Karras a little bit there. But one of the big things is that, with that gank at the bottom side, Monkey was able to avoid the vision that Knight had put down that just expired. All right. Didn't think we were going to see a potential 2v2 happen, but Monkey will be able to head to the top side. look like he'll be able to snag up that top right.
Okay. I will say, I'm pretty excited about this early game for Team WE. They already had a bit of a wavering of whether or not they're actually going to be able to do anything, especially, again, Kaisa, Nautilus, bottom lane, not particularly a very potent duo when it comes to the laning phase. They have some damage thanks to Plasma procs, but being able to kind of get a little bit of work done does skip some of the curve here for our 280 carries, and especially for Team WE, I think a big reliance on this guy in Taeyun if they want to be able to win today's game.
Well, Taeyun, level 4, has the Cull in the back pocket, as does Elk, so once they pop those, have a little bit of a fusion of gold. And, you know, we were talking about this a little bit from what we want to see out of BLG. We expect this to be a clean 2-0, as mentioned before, but, you know, we really want to see them have, like, a clean game start to finish. It feels like they haven't really had that yet against many, many opponents that they've dealt with, even through Split 1 as well. So, you know, a discouraging sign here early on.
Yeah, I think it's part of it is the ebb and flow of the game, right? Like, you're not going to be able to win every single fight, at least for the majority of the game. Also, they did take like a pretty dominant 2-0 over Thunder Talk in Split 2 already, so I think they're currently looking like a top 4, top 5 team, but it's some of the workings, especially, again, around Wei. So we'll see how that ends up balancing out here in this matchup. I think when we looked at this series, we didn't think this was going to be as important as the one that's coming up after this. There's going to be a matchup for BLG at the end of this week versus TES, and that, I think, is going to be the bigger test for them, whether or not. And now, Bin, hello.
The Maiden is here, but I don't know how much it's going to help. The Monkey is going down really, really low. It will be able to land the knock-up and take him out. This is a first kill for Monkey over on the top side. Wei showing up for those grubs.
And there was a potential move coming in from BLG. I mean, Wei was kind of making the long ways trek over there. Talia shadowed on their side of the map, but now it's going to be BLG's turn. Karis can kind of move halfway after collecting this one wave and look for a Realm Warp. I think this is very tricky, though.
It's going to be a little late. All right, On's going to get on to Taeyun. Taeyun cleanse flash, but he is dead. On able to get out of there, but this turret is heated up. Second shot on the Knight almost kills him. Vampire will survive, but Karis couldn't get there.
Karis is gonna, like, are we picking up this wave or are we leaving, brother? He put some inputs going backwards here. So he'll catch this wave, and that should mean this is the first set of grubs going over to BLG.
Yeah, nice play by them up there. It wasn't super clean, but it was totally fine, and he got the summoners out of Taeyun, which was really big. Monkey going to finally secure this dragon, and BLG getting these grubs is going to be very, very good for Bin.
If he's allowed to hit the turret. No one in this game, aside from Rise. So, okay, it's funny that we kind of have this matchup here because typically when we talk about Rise, he's supposed to be like this amazing side laner that is really tough to move at the very least because of how much HP and some resistances he gets access to thanks to just how he's built. But Yorick used to be like an old school counter into Rise, where you would just kind of be able to trade with him early. You didn't have Grasp of the Undying, or you did during that time, but like you could also use stuff like ZZ Rot Portal and some of his other kind of like unique passives. Just having that Rune Prison, or the prison in general, was very dangerous. We're teleporting 2 members under this turret just to catch this wave. Whoa! Whoa! Monkey! Brother!
All right, this wave secured. You know what? That's what they wanted.
But how much gold are they going to get for this? Because look what's happening bot side. Taeyun and Nautilus are just hitting on this turret for free. Bin is now walking into top side jungle. They are hankering to get this first turret here for Knight. So much gold potentially going into this Talia.
Yep, and then Bin's going to show up too, be able to help out there with that gold. But you know, we talked about the bell cow for Team WE. Taeyun, as you mentioned, going to get a lot of gold on that bottom side, a lot of CS for himself as well. Just a matter of getting this guy to a position where he can make an impact known in fights.
That was the most Steve-sounding yell from Sion I've ever heard in my entire life. That guy sounds like he's like, you know, he's at the tailgate Hey, he's just taking a run in his flip-flops.
Bro is pre-gamed at that tailgate and was ready.
We need
God, I
Graggy
can't wait
Ice
for the summer.
Scion.
Ooh, that's good. You know, I think we just need a Graggy Ice to begin with.
Drink responsibly, folks.
Yes, please do.
Here for Team WE, we're kind of looking at the rest of this game right now, and not too far in, only 9.5 minutes in, but I am looking at these objectives, 2.5 for that Dragon and 1.5 for the Grubs. Probably going to be looking at a swap for them. They've already placed that mid lane wave. Again, what we talked about with this Misfortune, it is so easy for BLG to walk up, clear the wave versus Kaisa, and then play to one of these side lanes, especially now that Misfortune, I mean, that Strut passive just offers so much. Karis gonna have to flash.
That's him in the corner. He's got to step up, try to move to the side. The flash means that Wade's going to be under the turret, but the seismic shove pulls him back in. The bullet time only saves Monkey, not the mid laner. But here's big knockups coming through. Monkey flashes out. Taeyun can't close out on the kill on the way. He walks away with it. Taeyun down to half, but he's stepping on the Legos. He's got to find a way out because the autos and the double up are there. Teleport, though, from behind. Elk is barriered up, but it's gone now. Cube trying to get close. Knight gets the kill onto Vampire. And Elk, a seismic shove keeps him alive, but he flashed right into Monkey.
I don't think he was ready for that. Okay, full charge Scion Q. And we're out of there. Okay, everybody's lost their mind around the bottom lane wave. But if you're BLG, you're looking at this, you're saying, okay, we got the flash out of Karis. We made the flash out of Monkey. Can't be too mad about that. We're going to make a replete performance onto Scion here. He has ultimate coming up in a few seconds. This is a bit rough.
All right, well, Cuba's walking deeper into enemy territory, perhaps just trying to get around and get a clear path to ult away. Will burn his flash for it.
And that's a bit of a lone time here for Team WE in their bottom lane. They'll be able to hit this mid lane turret, at least get a wave crashed underneath. Elk does have enough time to be able to get here in time, but it'll be a single plate going over. And now Team WE have positioning over these second sets of Grubs. And BLG are missing a few ultimates. In my mind, I am looking at the fact that no bullet time and no cease and desist from this Vi. So they're going to have to be very creative with how they get into this fight. But instead, they're just prioritizing bottom lane waves and getting Knight a lot of gold in this game, which kind of similar to last game for Karis. It seems like BLG are putting a lot of their time and effort into getting this Talia ahead of the curve versus the Rise.
Weapon. Looking at what they're trying to do here is they want to get more gold from the death of Cube. Way tanking it up. Almost goes down to it. Cube escapes as well. On
you are in there, brother.
Yeah. They did force Taeyun's cleanse.
Okay. And I mean, Scion survives. We're still getting a farm fest. We haven't talked about some of our other laners. Karis and Bin have been sitting off in top lane, just looking at each other, trading minion waves here, but wow, this is a really old replay. Yeah, we get to check Karis. Our observer's kind of showing us. I think this is the part where it looks a little bit dicey for them, especially with having the Crescent sweep. And right here, Taeyun, I really wish that he had ultimate here. Just fly into that backline. He puts the auto onto Knight. I saw this live, and I really wanted to double check this out into replay. That is a massive mistake here from Taeyun. It's a kill not going over to them. They obviously still lose out onto this trade, and then we get to kind of see the madness that is the rest of this play.
Yeah, I really want to shout out Vampire during that play. Yeah, unfortunate there, but Vampire with a good flash hook, and then the knockup onto 3 targets to disrupt what looked like a clean BLG fight.
Okay, so now we're kind of looking at this game, Yanni, and while the gold is relatively even, only 1,000 going over to Team WE, the Dragon just now going over to BLG. I am looking at their lane assignments. We talked about how WE, the way that they want to operate this game is kind of just walking around as a multiple man unit, seeing what they can get and really being resilient. They're trying to make this play on. I just don't think this is it.
All right, well, Knight is going to drop the wall down to try to split it up. Vampire gets to the back line. Multiple knockups coming through. The first target is going to be Wei as he's chopped down. Nice pick there for Team WE.
Okay. They traded some summoner spells here. I mean, you're still not super happy about that, but will buy the side of Team WE a little bit of breathing room here in this game. I don't think it fixes a lot of the issues that we were talking about, which is how do we ever contest on mid-wave, and how do we ever kind of use that pressure to be able to walk into Fog of War? How are we stopping Talia right now from being more of a nuisance? She's getting closer and closer to finishing that Saros, but Vampire
the
having
flash
double save
from
his mid laner.
NiP.
What the hell? Oh my god,
Yeah.
Paris, that's so dry!
Oh my goodness, he just was a little too close, got hit by the seismic shove, and the turret helped out NiP. Got the job done there. Meanwhile, we see our top laners still going at it. Feels like at any moment, though, you know, Bin can whittle down Cube just enough to close out a kill.
Okay, well, Bin just gets to reset and get level 11, have Trinity Force after this next wave. Sounds good to me, you know? That sounds like a perfectly reasonable plan for me. That sounds like a reasonable strategy for Bin. And his ability to side lane is going to continue to be potent. They're even getting the teleport out from Kars just to be able to pick up this wave. Not too bad here for BLG. Some hiccups along the way this game. Potentially another play here as Cube teleports in. He has a lot of HP though.
Yeah, but they're going to try to chop him down. He's down to half now as Knight is getting good damage in. And Cube will be forced to ult away immediately after teleport.
So now they have no reason to be able to play around this topside objective, right? Like, Herald is spawning in 45. You now have lost both of your summoner spells in terms of the teleports. And Cube, while he is staying, at the very least, he's just going to be able to catch this minion wave. I really advantage BLG being able to grab this Herald, because now what they're able to do is kind of take out some of the safety of Taeyun sitting over under this mid-tier 1 and move more of their influence into the jungle, taking away camps from Monkey, making it difficult for Karis or for Cube to get into these longer lanes and stay under these tier 1s.
Yeah, Karis is just getting run down here by Bin. He has struggled against either side laner in both of these games.
BLG making a pretty peculiar decision here. I was just talking about wanting to play for early Herald, but the fact that they then moved their bottom lane and committed to them sitting in bot side jungle means that they do lose access to mid lane right now. We'll be able to make a play afterwards with On coming through. He does have the ultimate here, so maybe this will be an extended play from BLG if this keeps going. It'll stop them from losing the mid-tier 1, but now potentially BLG instead leveraging the fact that Bin was able to grab that turret. I mean, he really wants to, he'll teleport for this play and kind of move WE away from this objective.
Yeah, now BLG has gotten into this topside river to be able to take this Rift Herald if they want. We do see 4 members strong on the top side for Team WE, so we could see a little bit of scrapping going over for the Herald, and a really important objective for BLG to secure. We talked about how, you know, they've got great side laning prowess, so no matter where you drop it, whether it's to help your side laners or to advance your 3-man strategy in the mid lane, it will be very impactful.
I'll be honest. You kind of look at Team WE, and obviously they would love to take an objective. If they're able to grab this Herald, they're feeling pretty good about where they are in the game. I mean, you're still a little bit down, but anything that helps you grab turrets, that helps you kind of get rid of some of the safety of this misfortune in that mid-tier 1 is very nice. But look at Bin, sitting in a side lane, playing this Yorick. Who's going to match? We've now canceled the recall, so he's going to get so much off of this.
That's huge. We talked about this, the fact that Bin can just do whatever he wants. All you have to do is just delay, right? And now Karis has to go for him, which is less effective in the fight. Here we go. A little bit of damage coming out. Way off to the side, knocked up. Monkey's on top of him too. Bullet time coming through as Way's forced to flash away. Seismic shove down as they re-engage onto Monkey and dump everything on him and take him out. Taeyun over the wall does not have the damage for it. And Bin took a tier 2. Knight riding the wall there as Cube is forced to flash away. And the split push hasn't stopped.
Yeah, I mean, Karis came over, stopped him for a little bit, and then was like, oh, wait, maybe I have to kind of walk on over to what's happening in our topside jungle. But BLG make a massive play onto Team WE after losing the Herald and kind of make a big splash in this game where they traded some of their summoner spells, and maybe that comes to bite them around this next dragon. But now you're looking at this next fight. I really do kind of still favor Team WE from this spot. We get to take a look at this replay. The original plan was just delay, just to make sure that Bin gets some alone time. This turns into a bit of a weird spot here as Cube versus Wei is kind of a fight. And I thought this was an interesting part where it was a good start to stop Wei from jumping over the wall, but he gets to find that Vault Breaker over. He already has the Kai'Sa ult, and at this point is just all the misgivings, all the misplays from WE in that single play, all starting to culminate there. And now Team WE trying to grab this dragon, but again, the ability to clear mid-wave. Oh my god!
Yeah, they make a quick play on the on there, and the kill goes over to Karras. Meanwhile, Cube gets to the backside, but he's able to make at least a little bit of an impact. Way is kind of cut off here, and he'll fall too. It's a double kill for the Rise, and Team WE back with a vengeance, but the split push is still there, trying to make a realm warp play on to Knight. Knight is able to flash over the wall. Monkey won't be going in though.
And look who is on the side lane. We have a side lane report coming on in from the picture-in-picture. Bin gonna continue to raise towers as Team WE. They summon in the Rift Herald. It's gonna get a one last crash. Wow, 20 HP is the last number I saw there. And this should just be the dragon going over to BLG. I mean, Way's only just now respawning. The part that we talked about for BLG on getting caught out in some of these fights beforehand has been a big issue for them, and is going to now lose them the dragon.
All right, well, he's going in again. Monkey is on top of Knight, though. See if we can have any continuation of a fight as Cube joins. Monkey is forced to flash away because Bin was around.
Bin invested the teleport for this play, and he is so strong on this Yorick. That's the flash out from Taeyun, so a pretty good summoner spell to grab as BLG, but he has Trinity Force and the Spear of Shojin at 20 minutes. He is incredibly strong. I mean, he's basically at the same item breakpoint as his AD carry, and Misfortune has a lot of gold under her belt right now. So, Bin, with the amount of resources he's gathered for himself, he is.
Can he crash into Knight? He does. Doesn't have a full amount of damage there. Knight with a shield trying to live, but he falls on the backside. Elk is low, and Taeyun uses his ultimate to take him down on the side. But the health bars, they're just not there, although Cube is really tanky. Bin is going to move to Taeyun, and the Maiden going to help out and siphon the soul away. But Cube is really thick, and Karras is too. But Karras is starting to melt under the pressure of the ghouls. On tries to get him to help out his top laner, and is able to do so. And now he's got to cut and run, but he's chopped down to the back. But no mana left for Cube, as Bin has run this fight, and he's the last man standing.
You said, hey, you said there were some beefy boys in front of him, but I think you forget about Gigabin on the Yorick here, making it look so good. He has an easy job in this fight. He's just walking around, slamming his shovel, and he just makes Team WE go straight to the grave here as a massive swing for them, basically saving them in that fight here. As we talked about, he had so many resources, and this is just a messy start here for BLG. We have the flank coming in from Karras with being able to find Knight. Elk moving way too far forward and getting caught out between Monkey and the rest of the team. So this was a fight that was starting to go over in favor of Team WE, with World Elite having, you know, this fully resourced up Rise. You have this Scion next to them. There was a potential for them to win this, but Bin does way too much damage. That 2 core items. He went to back. I saw right before we went to the replay. He has a fully completed Hull Breaker now. So 3 items for this Yorick.
Yeah, I think he just finished his second too. So he got so much gold out of that fight, right? I mean, he was 0-1-0 going into that fight. He took a blue buff, and then he took some lives, and then he went and picked up a shiny new toy. I don't think anybody on Team WE is going to be able to stop him at this point.
Okay. Using the ultimate there from Talia just to see if they can try to catch out Taeyun. It's going to turn that into a mid-tier 1 for them. And on the side lane, who is dealing with Bin? It's Bin versus Scion versus Karras, potentially all of Team WE.
All right, you got to commit everybody, but we talked about this. You commit them all to take him out, and you lost 2 turrets for it, as BLG just taking gold off the map.
And if they can stall for 30 seconds, maybe they get a death bush, maybe they just clear out vision and top side, you can start to make Team WE sweat for this Otacon. BLG are going to give over ground here. They don't really want to take a fight without them having more information. They are also missing some key summoner spells. No flash for Knight, nor for Elk. They do have some very important ultimates. You kind of see them playing around in Fog of War. Team WE, this feels like the Hail Mary, and Bin is going to be up in 10 seconds. No teleport.
Yeah, teleport, it's coming soon, but it's not quite there. All right, let's see what BLG is going to be able to do. The pings are there. Elk does have his ultimate if he's ready to be patient over the wall, and he is. Does a lot of damage as On's going to get engaged on, but he's alive for right now, and they find Vampire to make it a 4v4. As York is now
Gotta
sprinting,
finish this,
on goes
guys.
back in. Karras goes golden, but they find Monkey. Cube with the knockups. Taeyun trying to do what he can, though, as they're on elk now. Taeyun ults in, and the LPL Kaisajin putting in work, but Knight gets away, and Bin, the snipe for a triple kill for Taeyun.
Oh, he's teleporting, and he's out of there! There we go. WE win a massive fight around the Otacon. The Otacon was basically like the 11th man in the roster, dealing damage to both teams, shredding resistances, and making it so close there for Team WE. They end up going 2 for 4 in that trade, and a massive win for them. Keeps them competitive. I just don't know if it's going to keep them in winning position as we get back into this. This Otacon was so close to going down. Even this bullet time, while it doesn't get as much damage onto some of the carries, it stops them from being in this fight, with Cube also zoning so much of this play. This stopwatch from Karras, I think, saves the entire play, because if Karras gets caught out there, there's a numbers disadvantage, and Bin potentially even gets more out of this play than he already got.
Thank goodness for WE that Bin wasn't able to really do much, and we're going to see a Realm Warp play come out here as they're going to try to kill Bin. Remember, committing many members, but BLG is in tow. How fast can you kill Bin? It looks like they're going to stop and look to take out the dragon. Taeyun's going to get that kill, and Monkey is really low as this dragon crumbles. So it's 2 dragons apiece, and WE can't continue a fight.
Is Bin 50 or something, bro? Like, many men trying to kill him. They're just trying to take him down here.
Oh!
WE
He sniped
fighting
Elk
again.
He sniped Elk, and now On is completely caught out. It's another pick for Team WE, and BLG is crumbling in these last few fights.
This was the part of the game that we said was going to get very tricky for BLG.
No, Taeyun!
Playing at range.
He did
Taeyun
it!
flies on forward.
Oh, I love it. Knight is super low, way over the wall, looking for Taeyun, plus the bullet time. Taeyun flashes
alive!
up to barely live. Not able to land a snipe on the way out, but this should buy enough room for WE to take an objective.
I don't think there's any much time though. Taeyun's too low. I think this is really fake from them. Teleport
right.
now coming in. Wei is still available, but he has no
Taeyun's got
smite.
nothing.
And Taeyun's almost dead during all of it. I think we can't do this, guys.
This is so scary. This is really worrisome. Cube is going to try to play goalie here to keep them off, but the Baron is taking these guys too low, and BLG want to take an objective. Now they can.
Okay, no, I just, oh my god, they're gonna go for it. I mean, Elk is full health. Team WE may have completely costed themselves a winning situation here. It's going to be Karras, Monkey, Vampire, and Cube that will line up around this Baron. Taeyun has ult in 10 seconds. He'll be able to join in time, but the Baron is almost down.
Here we go. On the backside, a flash is forced out. Monkey caught in the cage, not doing just fine. Here comes Cube on the side. Oh, he carries Taeyun! Taeyun got time! And the Baron's secured for WE! On the backside falls. Bin trying to deal with Karras, but he's going to go down too. It's another Taeyun triple. And in the blink of an eye, WE might have just won the game.
They got Baron, and like you're just saying, death timers are long enough. We said we would be happy with BLG taking a 2-0, with them being very dominant in this series, but Team WE, they took an upset yesterday versus TES in one game, and it looks like they're going to do it against BLG here again.
LPL 80 carries continue to be the most dangerous force on Earth known to man. This time, it's Taeyun carrying the hopes and dreams of WE fans everywhere, and they even up the series with BLG.
They win their second game a day after winning their first in Split 2. I mean, something's got to be in the water, man. I don't know if it was the change of bringing in Monkey or just the team just decided, hey, enough is enough. We really hate losing, because we're getting fights here where Team WE, they finally made a comeback. We thought maybe this was going to be a mirage from yesterday, and more of the woes from BLG finally bite them.
Yeah, it looked like when BLG took those 2 turrets in the mid lane, yep, this is what happens. They're going to get split pushed on all game. BLG's going to take stuff on the other sides, and this is going to end up being a 2-0, but Team WE did a great job of fighting back and making snappy decisions. Okay, where are we going? We're going here. We're going as a team. We're going to get the job done, and then being able to transition them over into plays. And a couple of quick picks, too. BLG putting themselves in poor positions after those plays that were made onto Bin.
The problem that I have with this game is that, like, for a large majority of it, BLG were winning, and I feel like the loss here was a product of what BLG did and not necessarily a lot of what WE were able to accomplish. Because on a side lane, we saw BLG and Bin were able to get a lot of gold, but for when it was happening and what his team was able to accomplish, I feel like we just took really weird timers to kind of stand in a pose versus your opponents.
Yeah.
Part of this is like, why is On trying to make it engage? Let's just wait for Bin. Bin's going to be TPing, or he'll have access within the next 15 seconds. Let's just wait for him to come back online. Why are we as Wei trying to make this play onto Kaisa? And we're not even, like, that one is obviously like a, damn, we just barely got him, he lives with 1 HP, but mistakes like that, we said beforehand, better teams are going to punish you. Team WE finally did it. They were able to, like, okay, we're gonna be able to cosplay the better team this time and finally win.
Yeah, now BLG is like, they have to be sweating bullets right now, right? Even though you were in control of that game, I mean, anything can happen in a third game. We've seen it, and Team WE in line for, dare I say, the craziest upset of the season so far, to be able to make it happen. Again, still gonna have a mountain to climb. We haven't thought that their play's been perfect today. We've seen some nice moments, and in this game, it was all good moments from BLG, but then, again, WE taking advantage. Those were their nice moments, able to take advantage and punish BLG.
Ah, man, that's such a tough game to lose as BLG, because you're in such a decent spot there. You still end up losing the range war there, and I don't know. There was just a lot of question marks. I think weighing on the jungle support, people we had questions for and kind of criticisms coming into this series and so far throughout 2025, still ringing true here, and reasons why they're losing to Team WE. And this does start to cast a shadow onto BLG. I think we have to kind of come to grips with the fact that this just isn't the same team that we had from last year, the team that was ultra dominant, that was back-to-back LPL champions in 2024, the fact that they had some of the best lanes across the league, and some of these things still might be true, but the fact that we're losing individual games to a team like Team WE is not what we want for, and not what we should expect from a team that literally was just in the grand finals not, 8 months ago.
Yeah. I mean, both the finals of both internationals, as you said, the split champions in both splits. I mean, it's such a large departure from what they were, and it's disappointing to see, right? When you see great teams come through and be really impactful on the world stage, and then come home domestically and don't really make too many waves in split 1, and now here in split 2, you're worried about losing to Team WE. Like, this is just something that should not be happening. I don't really have words for it. This is a complete and utter shock.
All I'm seeing is that I'm feeling very validated about my Yorick is insanely useless. I'm the fact that Shanji has a win on that is more of an indictment on that game than it was, the champion. And Yorick is strong. He did get a rework. I think solo queue, he's great, but I just don't think with how teamfight oriented the game is right now, especially with, I think, the fact that we didn't see a majority of the grubs go over to BLG, so he couldn't be more of a menace. Some of those topside objectives start to come back to bite you, and split pushing hasn't really been a large portion of the game in terms of how you win or how you are able to win for a pretty long time now. It's helped you gain minor gold leads, but it's really just how effective in a team fight are you, and that's why we are kind of coming back to a lot of our older champions, the Vi being so prevalent in almost all of our games.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking, well, while you were making that point, it's just the way that BLG played it incorrectly, but really, you're right. The game, I should say, has become so team fight focused, as you said, and yeah, you know what? I'm with you on that one. I think that this champion is just not able to really be impactful right now as you see this replay. We didn't really mention it, obviously, because it was just a part of the fight, but Monkey with another big steal. I mean, he had 2 dragon steals yesterday, too. I mean, this guy, while at times has been a little suspect, ice water in his veins.
Yeah,
for objectives,
Yeah, okay. I can agree with that one. Who are we giving MVP to? It's probably Taeyun.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
I think this dude made a lot of individual plays. with his Kaisa ultimates. That really were a big reason why his team was able to win this game.
He gets to cheat being around the map. That was a
Yeah.
big portion for me, right?
Yeah.
Is one of the stats we had coming in is that while Taeyun has one of the largest damage shares for any AD carry and any individual player of one team, his kill participation is some of the lowest in his role. So he usually is doing a lot of damage for his team, but isn't necessarily represented in a lot of fights, and I think that's because of the fact that his team tends to fight when he's not there, and Kaisa does let him get around that. A great MVP going over to Taeyun.
Yep, 79% kill participation for him. Well deserved from the Team WE AD carry. And this does mean we'll be going to a short break, and when we return, the final draft for this best of 3. Team WE looking to send shockwaves throughout the LPL. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL action. BLG, Team WE have gone to Game 3 after a wild ending to that second game where Team WE were able to take advantage of picking off a couple of members of BLG. And then, of course, we had a classic LPL Fiesta fight around an objective.
Yeah, that's a pretty vague description of the game. I agree with most of it for the most part. So, you can probably give it like a 7 out of 10 for you, Yanni. Good job.
Thank you.
But we got to see Team WE win their second game of Split 2, and comes off of the back of players that we had already set up beforehand as being big carries. Again, Taeyun on this Kaisa had a really big influence on being able to just find individual members, caught them out, had the long range, especially with the Prey Seekers. So now coming into the second game, there's a lot of champions that are gone for these two mids, and so far the ban strategy for BLG has been large in part focused on Karas, who had a game, like we noted in Game 1, got a lot of resources on the Tristana, wasn't able to carry. Game 2, he gets to play the Ryze. He has a little bit of a different function in the team. He isn't as big of a carrier needed, and they still end up winning with him being able to kind of cheat waves and move around the map. So I wonder what the Band-Aid solution for WE is going to be, and how do BLG adjust their drafts as they look to try to close out this series?
Yeah, I wonder if they really have to, because I think now, like, if you were to ask me, all right, if they do the same strategy and they ban out Karis again, what's Karis going to pick? I guess he's picking Akali if it's up, right? And even then, it's like, all right, well, now you're trying to give him more resources, right? I'd like to see him on something a little bit utility-based, maybe an early pick for him, however scary that can be at times.
Okay, and we're getting ready for draft. Do they literally just have the printout of the drafts beforehand? Guys, surely we can't just
They're
carry
running
a
to the
notebook.
back. Hold on, we got to print out the draft, boys. They're waiting
They're
there.
all in grayscale too, so you can't even, like, why do you need the full picture? Can't we just, like, screenshot them? Someone who else that works on this broadcast, Bloxer, every time in Texcoms, after he is done with the draft, I immediately see a screenshot in our Texcom channel. So why can't we just, like, stack 4 of them on one page and just get it done? Either way, we're getting into game number 3 here. BLG coming off of a loss in game number 2 and going to continue their mid lane focus by having that Azir taken away for the mid laner of WE.
Yeah, and they also take out Poppy, the big flex pick that people have been playing. That can disrupt a lot of team fights. BLG back on the blue side after electing to pick this one up, and looks like a first pick here, if it goes and ends up being a Fury, will be a pretty big takeaway from Monkey.
Ooh, there's that first pick. Nefiri has been a champion that has been banned throughout this series, and with Vi gone, not too many answers left. I'm a little hesitant on this Nefiri. She typically needs a lot more setup and likes to have, champions that are very easy, being able to create fights, typically paired along things like with the Ryze. So with that champion gone, I wonder what they're going to be looking for. I would really hate to see another Ahri Knight game.
Yeah, this really means that you're putting the ball in the hands of Wei, as opposed to your solo laners that, we laud over and over, despite the fact that the BLG as a whole hasn't been perfect. They still have been very good. As Team WE, they lock that Varus, a Taeyun original. It's been so good on that, and then getting a priority pick in the Renekton up top. We'll see if the Ambessa comes through.
Okay, and the Varus allows for them to be pretty flexible, can go for the on-hit build, can also go for the poke build, so gives them, the ability to kind of dip and dodge into different kind of styles here. BLG, however, already kind of showing a composition that does want to move forward, especially because of that Nefiri. We'll see what Bin is looking for here, kind of getting a bunch of different hovers, his famous Fiora of days old. A Galio, so not as much setup here. I think it's a Galio blind, yes, there's a Renekton, but I really don't like this from BLG. Maybe you get some more scaling with the Jhin. There's a lot of setup now, but you kind of need some level of the front line, right? Like, yeah. I don't know if Galio is the answer.
Yeah, it's really going to be Wei going in, and that hoping he doesn't get blown up immediately before the Galio can actually join the fight. So We'll see how that works in practice for BLG. In theory, it seems pretty okay, but as you said, the front line not really being there is going to be a big concern. Let's see what Team WE wants to pick up here, and it looks like Monkey will be able to get this Lilia. This team is looking mighty dangerous for Team WE.
Yeah. I like this from W. I mean, now with the Lilia, you have the ability to kind of move around some of these more immobile champions from BLG, and Jin's going to have a particularly hard time keeping up with her. She will be a little bit more susceptible to damage. And my cat is now on my desk, clicking buttons in front of the VMix. Hello, Minerva. Hi, Minerva. I love you too. You hungry?
Cats.
After this game, there's another person in this house who can feed you, not me right
I wish I could bring my cat in my room, but I can't. To become a problem.
Coming back into this draft, though, I think important note here for Team W is how much focus they're going to be looking to put on Bin. And Engage, pretty light here for WE. So any kind of supports, I think they're really looking to try to get a Rakan if possible.
Yeah. Yeah, it pairs up so well with the Lilia, too, just because of Lilia's ability to be super fast, get into that back line. Rakan can match that speed, dash to you with the shield, and I like that cannon band. I think that cannon band is sneaky good there by Team WE. Let's see if they're going to focus Karis a little bit more. Karis did not get a pick in the first 3 of this draft, and I can't imagine they will deviate from what BLG have been doing and try to keep this guy off balance.
Probably going to be looking at you want to be looking at AD champions, and wow, we're banning Smolder here.
All right.
Okay, so recognizing that, hey, if you're going to play the Galio, we're probably putting this Galio mid, something to kind of take a note of. And I like this from Team WE. Focus on your support pick for right now. I really want you to have Engage. Yes, BLG can walk forward into you, but I think being able to allow for your team to have ways to play around, entrances and create pockets of space in the game that are difficult for you to move in. Ahri, not my favorite. You already are playing into Galio. Should be able to have first move, and maybe we'll see how Karis be a little bit more aggressive. But Team WE, for the time being, are playing a composition that really wants a fight to go very long. So however much they can kind of stall and slow down fights versus BLG.
Yeah, with Ahri's new build, very conducive to that sort of thing. And as we said, Karis doesn't really need to take over, but we're going to see a heavy amount of AP coming through on BLG, as that Sylas is going to get so much value in this game off of the Ahri ultimate, off of the Varus, and of course has that counter matchup.
Ooh, and that means that they're willing to put this Galio in the support position.
Yeah.
So good flex from them. I had said that this was going to be looking more like a Galio in the mid, that this almost guarantees it, but now we're seeing the fact that we have that flex. Again, we look at the early laning phase, however, and with all of these lanes, I mean, Renekton early on should be able to get push. Ahri, you're playing ranged into melee. It's going to be up to Knight and how much HP he's able to trade to get effective wins versus Karis in the lane. This is a very easy early game for Monkey to be able to play this Lilia on. And if he gets fed, then you start to look at the rest of this BLG comp and no one can deal with this Lilia. So Team WE have a lot on their shoulders. And if this game goes long, we're looking for them to take the victory here in the series, which unexpected coming in if we thought we were looking at BLG to be massive favorites.
Yep, and for BLG, it feels like you have to disrupt this Lilia. Lilia, one of these champions that even if she's just able to full clear, is like, yeah, this is perfect, right? You don't really need anything extra. Just being able to farm up, get your early items, and then be able to make plays from there is enough. So I want to see them try and disrupt the jungle clear coming out of Monkey. The question is, do they really have the tools to do it? Can they afford to pull the Sylas away? I mean, he's not really going to get pushed that often.
Yeah, and the Sylas is also just going to have to deal with the fact that I'm playing Sylas into, a couple champions that are going to make my life pretty miserable, right? Like, Renekton, not a fun matchup for you to play in, even whether it's in the lane or out of the lane. Braum, really difficult for you to play if you get any more auto attacks onto you. You're kind of like, okay, I'm trying to get onto the immobile members of maybe trying to catch out the Lilia or the Varus, but I think this is a tough game, and this is not a game that you can kind of play around. There's no house money to play around with. That was last game for BLG.
You're
allowed to
chance.
win. You're allowed to lose one more, but you lose the series. You give WE their first series win. You give them 2 wins on the same night, and then we start to come into question. What is really this BLG of 2025? Are they actually the same team that we saw go to magnificent heights in 2024? Or is this new iteration kind of struggling and starting to crack?
If you fall to 2 and 3, you finish 6 and 6 for after this match, and you're closer to FPX than you are the top of the table.
Okay, we got more WE chance. Not too mad about that.
Yeah,
Monkey.
respect. This actually could be a problem. Forces the
Yep.
flash out. That early disruption is already there.
They'll get some vision. They'll know that Monkey is obviously targeting on top side, but not much more in terms of the ability to actually kind of move forward, maybe take some camps. This is Nefiri, so Nefiri should be looking for early invades, maybe tries to meet Monkey in blue side jungle.
See if that is going to be the play. Both champions starting on opposite sides, clearing their chickens first. And yeah, the power of that invade, you know, if you catch Monkey sleeping, I mean, Wei could just run away with the game. And then we're looking at, yep, this is exactly what we expected, right? So the stage is set for something crazy like that to happen. But if BLG failed to punish Monkey, I mean, that's a huge indictment on them.
I don't think it makes or breaks the game that much, but definitely would help trailblaze them to an early start here. So, kind of see it. Nefiri ending on the bottom side, potentially even looking for a little bit more. Trying to use the priority of this Jhin and this Galio early on and how much damage it has. Right, we might even get some vertical jungling. Okay, so they're not going to even meet versus each other. I mean, we said that it was already hard enough for Nefiri to be able to walk into many parts just because of the losing priority in some of her lanes. So I think this is I mean, you're probably fine with this. I'm a bit worried now because this does mean that if any point, if Bin's wave, if this wave here that's coming in gets pushed out from him, he's kind of in a tough spot, but it seems like up against Cube, Cube is more focused on making sure this crashes and getting set up for potential dives.
Yeah, overall a smart movements there, but nothing too crazy coming out. A ward was placed down, so very aware of where Wei is. So Taeyun and Vampire shouldn't be caught by surprise that the hot dog is around the corner. What do you
I'm
think
so
about
glad this thing is called Glizzy Nefiri. I'm
It's
so happy.
so
that this is a
great,
thing,
man. Love Riot games sometimes, man.
So, all right, can we steal this? No. Wei is just gonna smite this. All right, so no dive for now. Although it seems like they
Wait,
are
the pings are going down.
anchored
Yeah, they're
to
ready
do
to
this.
go.
I think this is real
All
sus.
right, taunt lands on the 2. Taeyun with the cleanse is trying to stay next to Vampire. Flashes away. First blood to the Braum. Turret shots coming down as Vampire lives, but there's a big wave here. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP, and things are resetting. And the second shot, or fourth shot from Elk lands. It's a double kill for Wei.
Okay. Feeling fine about that. You get respawn Raptors as well for Monkey. Okay. All right, that's a big win for Lilia. Her team might be struggling right now, but they invested a lot of summoner spells there on their side, and we'll say it's a pretty big win for BLG in their bottom lane now, as Taeyu no longer has flash or cleanse, so any knockups, any forward aggression from on this Galio could turn into something a little bit more permanent there, and that is going to be an aspect of this game that we will have to continue to keep watch of with On. He has been someone that has been caught a fair few amounts of times, and Galio is not a champion that is as resilient at being able to escape a lot of the time.
Justice Punch blocked by Vampire. He's down to
Lilia's
half.
coming,
Here
though.
comes the Lilia. Trying to get through the charm. Lands on the Knight, but Karis is out of mana. So Knight will be able to walk away.
Just the fact that their bottom lane was able to rotate here. Taeyun does crash a pretty big wave bottom lane, and Silas probably going to be looking to TP afterwards. My eyes now kind of immediately, Yane, go towards these grubs spawning in a minute's time. Monkey's already finished all of his camps up here. I wonder if now with Bin teleporting towards top lane and with the Renekton having access to that, they're going to maybe move away from this and look to try to play around this dragon.
Karis is going to teleport into the bot side here, so keeping the top laners up there. Knight starting to move up toward this mid lane, maybe looking to make a play. Big double taunt coming down with On's engage. Taeyun able to walk to the side, but he's taken so low. As Wei is so strong right now, double longsword plus the pickaxe.
Yeah, that dagger landing twice, getting the full bleed stack.
Flash by Knight. Didn't even need the abscond abduct. They're able to just take out Taeyun, and now Knight tagged in between two turrets, but another big taunt coming through.
Monkey wins this, by the way.
Justice Punch is there. On takes a wayward turret shot, and Monkey gets a kill. Well, Monkey flashing after Wei, actually. Hold on. Needs just one more Q to maybe close out on a kill. The bowling ball's there, but Wei's able to get over the wall. Does he die to the
10 HP, 10 HP!
Oh my goodness. The one that got away.
I saw 6. Oh my god, that's so close. This should still be the early grubs going over. I mean, there's just a wave. This is just not a real play coming in. And Taeyun gets the respawn. They get right back out onto the map here. BLG put a lot of focus on trying to catch out Taeyun there. That was the flash from Knight and as well the flash from On, trying to make these plays happen. So much invested, and you look, that mid-tier one is still pretty healthy, hasn't fallen. The turret plate is only just now going to be going down. Now you've gotten yourself grubs. Your bottom lane is still very strong. You can still even play with level 6s coming up soon. We were looking at these two junglers. Can this Nefiri get ahead of the board versus this Lilia? And for right now, that seems the case, but it's not by any stretch of the imagination that far between each other.
Not at all, and it feels like we've seen more proactivity come out of Wei early on, but that is going to change now that Monkey is level 6 and has the Lilting Lullaby available to really turn an entire team fight, so BLG have to be very careful of that.
BLG will be able to kind of reset themselves, go towards the bottom side of the map. Importantly for me, I'm going to be looking at when and how On is going to be able to secure level 6 here. Galio ult is obviously a massive part of his kit, and especially on support when gold and experience are very limited. Just having the free shield from his W as well as having that ult is going to be a big game changer for them. Really smart from Vampire there to show off a little bit of just wanting to stop him from hitting the minions, maybe even get themselves another plate here. But BLG, they got gold. They did another round where they put down Vision to protect Knight and prioritize getting him farm. Darius now, bit of trouble, does have ulted flash.
Yep, the charm lands onto a small hot dog as Karis is going to hold his ultimate in the back pocket and just died away, but wait. This now means he's on the wrong side of the map. He does get tagged by Monkey. Monkey going to use the Lilting Lullaby. He is a little bit low on mana. Going to have to burn through a lot of that, but the stun is there. Will be able to get the big shutdown now. Elk with Curtain Call trying to come through. Knight trying to slide around, but Monkey needs to try to dodge out on these shots. Manages to do so. Taeyun on the back end.
Can they continue this play?
I wonder.
This was so close. Elk wants to try to. He's just going to be clearing a minion or a ward for the time being. But Team WE are keeping this game close, and look at this. We have first item completions coming in for our junglers here. The Eclipse done for Wei. The Leandri's done here for Monkey. And Team WE, they were going to be, you know, they had a lot of priority from the early game. They still are up only 700 gold. And I did say that I preferred this composition for Team WE. I did not prefer that fight from Taeyun or where that ult was being thrown, but BLG do have some manner of being able to scale. Obviously, Silas has so much flexibility in what he's able to take as the game goes on. Jin is a massive carry, an ultra carry if you want to kind of get to it with how much AD he's allowed to stack, and Ornn obviously gives you some ability to get through, but I am just worried about some of the damage here for BLG if we get into a spot where you're going to have to face into Cube, you're running into a Braum, right?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to really try and chew through him in some of these critical fights heading into the mid-game with WE already having a just about 1,000 gold lead. Again, we mentioned, you know, Monkey's ultimate being able to turn fights. Now I'm hoping that Team WE will wisely play around it, although On, we've mentioned it over and over again, known for getting caught out at times. Going to link back up with Knight, has to flash away, and Karis is not going to let him get away. Lands the charm right in his face, tagged up by Monkey, and on will fall again.
Another kill there. You see the pings. Team WE, they want to try to set up around this dragon now. Both top laners will have TP if this turns into something more extended, but this is going to be a moment here for BLG. They'll be able to catch a few of their waves. Wei trying to be a little cheeky and see if he necessarily wants to go over this wall. And Vampire will have a small time where he has a experience differential over his opponent. Remember, we noted 4 on, big breakpoint for him is getting level 6, but he's a little bit behind the curve with how many plays he's been trying to make and where his position has been on the map.
And now Vampire, having that level 6, gonna have that disruption, is immediately sprinting over to the grubs as those have been started up by Team WE as Cube was able to get there first. Question is, will they be able to at least sneak away one? On is up here again, but is all alone for right now. Grubs starting to reset just a little bit, but On trying to put down some pressure. As you mentioned, still level 5 at this time. It looks like the last couple of Grubs are going to reset. BLG able to get here, but Vampire and Taeyun are here. We're going to make a pincer maneuver. Flash getting burnt by Monkey. He gets taunted. Call the Forge God coming through. It doesn't land on him. It gets disrupted, but Monkey got killed. Wilting Lullaby goes down. Cube in the middle of everybody trying to get to On, but he's going to go down too. And now Karis is going to be the target on the backside of the fight. Curtain Call coming through, slows him up with one shot, and his sights on Taeyun now, and he gets hit with the fourth shot, even though he flashed. No! And Knight gets the kill. A rune on the Vampire too. An absolute disaster for WE as BLG punished the pincer.
We just made too many different decisions on too many fronts there from Team WE, and BLG will get a massive influx of gold. This is the Fury 6-1-1. 1,000 gold up over their counterpart and got so much work done in that play. Now Team WE, they're going to be missing flashes on almost every one of their members, minus Karis in a minute's time. And this makes the game so much more difficult to play from a spot that was very winnable for them. Monkey, unfortunately, can only flash in one direction and already gets locked on by Wei, and Elk gets locked down, and that right there already makes this fight as difficult as possible. Cube, already half HP. Who's going to get in the back line? Taeyun's trying to make stuff work, but between this flash and now the curtain call, this just feels like the fight is already doomed here.
Oof. Yeah, it's tough. Take a look at picture-in-picture. We have a bit of a scrap going on between jungler and mid laner as Monkey looking to run down Knight. Garrus is going to burn his ultimate. They want to get this kill. Knight with a nice sidestep on that charm.
Very cold, but that is going to be them trying to get a little bit of this turret worked. Just make sure that they can crash that wave, get control of top side. You already see that Vampire and Monkey did just split up. So for the time being, this is going to be a point where BLG might want to flex some of their muscles, make a play onto Cube here. Bin doesn't have ultimate, but that knockup is going to be very important.
Wei coming in. Remember, he's 6-1. He's got a lot of damage in his profile right now. And your ultimate does not matter. Wei picks up his 7th kill of the game.
8 kills, or in terms of kill participation, 8 out of 9 of the kills here in this game. So any of the questions that we had for Wei, at least in this game, are going to be quieted for now. And this is the kind of game that builds confidence in the team, but for what the series has been, I'm still a lot of questions being held over BLG. I mean, Bin, 2 games on tanks now, right? You can kind of count the Yorick as like a pseudo, but you now have this Ornn as well that he's been kind of picking up recently. Wei on this carry pick with the Nefiri, kind of a champion that we needed to see from them, and now they're going to get another one. Okay.
That was
all right.
That was not good. It's falling apart.
Yeah, the whole map is starting to fall. They get a pick on Cube. They now find this pick into mid lane. Looks like they're going to try and transition some of this into top side here as Elk moves on forward. Wei has the option of finishing all of his camps and then picking, do we want to go for Dragon in minutes time or wait 20 seconds afterwards and go for another set of Grub, or go for the Herald next?
Well, whatever decision they opt to make, the Team WE better keep BLG at arm's length because you are in danger of getting run out of this game assuredly. Right now, it's not looking good. It's about a 2,000 gold deficit, and the momentum is all with BLG. The plays are being made through them, and Wei, 7-1-2, as we said, is just on fire this game.
He has a big part to play. I mean, he's really close. He probably is going to be finishing the Wolves he'll recall and then have Black Cleaver, which basically kind of makes it so that any fight that BLG take around him is almost guaranteed to win. And for WE, it's a bit of a heartbreaker because parts of this game has looked so good, but we did have questions about what this RA was really going to be able to accomplish, and unfortunately, Karis has really not been that impressive so far, both in this game and across the split. And so this kind of comes down to Monkey. You know, new addition to Team WE in Split 2. He was the player that ended up replacing Tianjin very, very late into Split 1 during some of their last games. So, gonna be interesting to see what he could do, as he is kind of the guy that we propped up as having to be the 1v9 Lilia to win them the game here and win the series.
It still can. The opportunity's still potentially there. You can hit a crazy lilting lullaby and perhaps turn a fight. Just needs to be a little bit better than the last one, as Team WE look to muscle their way in. Teleport coming in from Karis. Cube is on the backside. Knight off to the side. He's got the stolen Ari ultimate as the engage goes down on the Vampire. He gets rooted up, taunted up. Here comes the Call of the Forge God coming through. And it's not going to land on anybody because the disruption on the backside by Cube. But the room still not being able to be bought. Monkey in the middle of the fight, but has just nothing to follow up right now, doing as much damage as he can. Gets rooted up, goes golden, but the fight is so split at this point. On will game Miguel on the Cube. Monkey having to deal with Wei on the backside. Won't be able to escape as he falls. Shots coming through on the Jin, not going to land on the Taeyun or Karis, but BLG run over WE and take the Dragon.
What the hell was that fight, man? That was such a weird kind of ability of no one's really dying at first. The fight takes a little bit longer, but this just goes from bad to worse. It'll be the Dragon, it'll be Summoner spells, and potentially a full turret as Jin just gets to sit here alone. And you gotta feel the hopes and dreams of WE in this series. They had a really, really awesome opener into TES yesterday. Last night, taking the first game versus Top Esports. Now against BLG, taking another game versus them, but unfortunately just not able to close out. And as we take a look at this replay, I think this team fight is basically the most indicative of what Team WE have looked all year long in 2025 so far. Disjointed, the fact that, I mean, we have Cube in this backline, but no one's able to pressure. This Galliult splits open the fight, but I'm just so worried because of the fact that, like, why as Team WE are we so dysfunctional? We can't seem to fight on the same page, and that's like half the fundamentals right there.
Yeah, and I think Monkey's lilting lullaby went down on like one person. I mean, it's back-to-back bad objective fights by Monkey, where getting called out, not making your impact known. You know, you had this early lead. You were on par with Wei, who had done so much in the early game, and you have just been outpaced from there. That's all it takes. It's one bad fight to put you on the back foot, and then a second bad fight to really put you out of the game. It's now a 4,000 gold lead. Rift Herald in the pocket of Wei now, who is just so damn strong. Keep talking about it because he's been the guy. We had questions, as you mentioned earlier. What is Wei going to look like when you put the ball in his hands? Because he's been an inconsistent member, a little bit better than On, but still hasn't been fully there yet. And this game has quieted those questions for now.
On one hand, I love to see Wei being able to play like this. You know, get some fun wins. But I still got a lot of questions for this BLG. They're gonna hunt down Bin. Let's see if he's able to escape. Probably not, but there's not much on the top side for his team to be able to grab. So
all right, well played.
It's gonna look like a pretty dry rundown. So
it's a shutdown. Karis, okay, he's fine. Doesn't even get rooted up by a tag or anything like that. The ultimate from Taeyun is not there. The MVP from last game, not doing a whole lot this game. Karis is gonna use his ultimate, trying to get onto Elk, misses the charm.
Karis, just get the stun on him, man, and then throw it. Come on.
He's got one more charge and uses it to get out. As over on the top side, Knight takes out that top outer turret. Why don't you tell me how you really feel?
He has kissive blows. Just auto attack him 4 times. And guess what? He can't dodge anymore because he's stunned. Karis, it's regular season. We're in week 3. The lights cannot be this bright.
I think the lights might be that bright. You know, Group Ascend. The lights are bright up there. We
I guess so.
had this team pegged for a for a Group Nirvana team, and they were certainly able to make a surprise there. They've been able to make back-to-back surprises in back-to-back days by taking at least a game, but I think that might be the extent that they have in their bag of tricks.
Yeah. So now we'll see how BLG are most likely going to close this out. It is only a 2,500 gold lead for them. Still a lot of game to potentially play. If Varus ever hits 2 and 3 items, I think maybe there's a chance for them to come back, but you're already behind the curve so far on a lot of these champions. Knight is basically, he's had this Rod of Ages with 4+ stacks over his opponent on Karis, and I think it's going to get much better. They're going to summon over this Rift Herald. I mean, Team WE, the part of the game that was supposed to be easy was that you're able to transition your early lane leads and some of these bullies to move into mid-game, move into these later game fights, but some individual mistakes and the fact that, you know, we're not really seeing you play as a cohesive 5-man is starting to hurt, and part of that does come from the mid lane.
Way over the wall, trying to deal some damage to the Vampire, but yeah, you're right. You know, it's been tough. Karis has not had the impact we've wanted him to have, and you know, Taeyeon is trying, but things aren't going very well. Cube has been a little quiet too, but is just, you know, mainly just there to side lane and hang out. As Elk is looking to open up on him with the curtain call here. Karis will block this 4th shot. So try to cover the bullet there, Elk. Good try.
Yeah, I respect the attempt there. This is just going to be BLG setting up around Dragon that is spawning here. I wonder how fast this Dragon take might influence them afterwards to either go for a bottom lane play or maybe even look at Otacon. I know that they're a bit worried about losing out on this mid-tier one, so they're having Bin plus the bottom lane of BLG come on through, but with how much control they have over the map, I think an Otacon pull is not necessarily off the cards within the next few minutes.
Yeah, you'd force WE to make a decision there. It's like, oh, do we just want to go for the standing goal on the map, or maybe get roped into a fight where things have not been going well in the team fights for Team WE, as we mentioned. Maybe getting rooted up here. It doesn't appear to be in any crazy danger, but be taken below half or around half, and we'll recall it out.
Ben's like, cool, I'm down 40 CS, but I'm like maybe like 150 to 200 XP down on you. Does not matter. I'm hitting level 14 now, so I can give an upgrade. For everyone at home, if you ever have an Ornn on your team, the best items you can put, please put them on your first slot, on the first slot. That is the one that it gets upgraded. Typically, you want to choose items that don't have actives or don't have like procced abilities, because usually a lot of the power in those items is put into the actual, so like Eclipse, right? Some of the power of that item is just the shield that you get. And so the stats that you're going to be receiving from Masterwork items aren't as amazing. A Black Cleaver definitely gets you a little bit more, but only has like 3 relevant stats on it. So choose wisely which one you get. Like Rod of Ages was one that gets like insane amounts of value.
Rabadon's Death Cap too low value since it's only AP.
Rabadon's is a rare case. Rabadon's has 120 plus has the self-scaling. You get if I remember correctly, you get like 80 AP off of it if you get the upgrade. I can just double check. All of they did basically like flatten all of the upgrades to basically be 1,000 gold. It's 50.
You have some excitement.
So oh god. Oh no.
Yeah, Karis is matching a teleport here. The charm goes down. Cube is in trouble, able to slice and dice. The shields are out. Maybe this is something here. Who's the Galio ultimate to disrupt the entire fight? Knight's going to come out of stasis and ready to dash into the backside. Vampire falls. Karis gets caught. He's going to try to dash away, but Taeyeon off on the side will fall. They find the Fox as well. It is a 4-0 for BLG.
There's the BLG that we saw coming out of Game 1, and the one that we expected to see for most of this series. And now BLG, look, they're going to be able to just blow up all of these structures, take control of the top side of the map, and kind of looking at the series as a whole, you know, as we're kind of looking to be at the end of this one. BLG, man, I think this is a team that is going to start to come under a little bit of criticism for some of their plays and how they're able to coordinate specifically around Wei and On. And we saw bits and pieces of it in this game. We saw a lot in the prior 2 games before this, but BLG losing games to Team WE, losing individual series as well to other top teams, does not bode well for the rest of their season and trying to be that auto buy for playoffs when we talk about top 4 and Group Ascent.
Not at all. I mean, this is their first individual game loss to a team that did not make playoffs in Split 1. Obviously, there are some large differences between splits, but you know, you mentioned it, not being able to win series against the top teams. They're 0-3 with a 2-7 game record against the top 3 teams in Split 1, that being TS, Anyone's Legend, and JDG. So at some point, you need them to tighten up, right? You've only won 2 individual games against them. That's not good news. Now back to this game, the Baron, a rush being done by Team WE. They should be able to secure this fairly easily. It's getting lower. They didn't do it with Smite. That is so risky. Call the Forge God coming through. Good disruption there by Karis. Is on. Is the one who's got a flash.
Oh, look at the
wall.
back line. Look at Bin.
Side. Knight got there. Here comes Way to join the rest of the fight too. Cube gonna slice and dice in, land the stun down as well, but he went a little bit too deep. Knight's got a double kill off the backside. Vampire gets rooted up, and he will go down. And Monkey is somehow the last one standing once again. But between 2 turrets, and with an angry dog on you ain't getting away from this one.
Man, Bin and Knight just playing so excellently in this game. Another series where we're kind of looking at the solo lanes of BLG to really kind of carry this one home, but with the accent of having Way on this Nefiri, he is so damn fed. 3 items here for this dog, and he is 18 out of the 22. Massive amount of kill participation. I'm sure he's going to be eyed at as one of the MVP candidates very strongly in this game.
If you saw, the Baron earned 27 gold for Team WE.
Wonderful stuff.
It is a positive Baron power play. It will not go into the books as a -1. So Otacon gets secured here by BLG. What a disaster this game turned out to be. It just feels like Ana's the only one who
so
didn't
excited
really
for WE, right? Like, okay, I'm not super happy about Ari, but you know, we have some ways to be able to play. It ended up being on hit Varus, so he will have time to scale, but the lanes collapsed pretty fast. Top lane, you know, Cube had a minor advantage, but wasn't able to do much as he wasn't really included in a ton of these fights. And I'll be honest, Monkey on this Lilia has just not really been all that impressive, right? Like,
No.
we're not seeing, like, one of the hallmarks of a Lilia player is, like, the willingness and ability to just flash EQ, or, like, flash Q, find a sleep, and then stun everybody. That has just not been the case here.
Yeah, Monkey pre-6 and Monkey post-6 has been the same player. The R button has just really not been a factor. And that's when you're playing a champion like that, that cannot happen. That is a fundamental misplay, misgivings of how the champion is supposed to be piloted. And
okay,
you know.
So I'm looking at Eclipse right now. Do you know what stats this thing gives you?
I would not know. The last thing I knew about the
Okay.
Masterwork items is the names, and I'm really sad they're gone because I would have loved to talk about Syzygy.
Yeah. So Eclipse upgraded, which you can see currently in Way's inventory, gives you
Shiny.
14.3 AD and 16 ability haste. The ability haste is particularly nice for Nefiri. That's something that's going to be pretty meaningful for her. But 14 AD is not that.
That's not that great. That's not all that.
Yeah. I'm going to go look at Riftmaker just because I really have nothing else to talk about this game.
No, I'm with you.
You get 16 AP, 11 ability haste, and 125 HP. Like, I don't care, really. Like if I go to Rod of Ages, right? Like, I'm a really big shill for how much, like, 185 HP, 25 ability power, and that doesn't sound like much, but then you think about...
And then 250 mana.
Yeah, like, well, you have 400 mana. It doesn't, and then, like, obviously you get more from the stacking, but, like...
Oh, sure.
Like, the way that all of these interact with
My
how
bad.
Rod of Ages is a passive and the Eternity passive as well, like, those are more meaningful to me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. That is a very sizable increase. So, you know, if Knight could hear you, I'm sure he'd be like, oh my god, off battery, you're so smart. That is...
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's speaking a bit of Chinese to me and telling me I'm an idiot for why are we talking about item builds when I'm just absolutely smurfing on Karis.
Because it could be better. It could be more efficient.
True. Well, that's what
Maybe-
they have coaches for, okay? That's what Big Way and Maokai are for. I'm just here to talk about
Can't
the
wait
game.
for
Make
BLG Alt
PUBG
Battery
fun.
coming to a coaching.
No,
review.
it can't happen because they already have one guy and that's named Elk. So if I have Elk
Oh
and
no.
Alk, our European friends already confuse me when they're casting these games. So we got a final
We
fight
see
here.
Knight getting
BLG.
back to the back line here. The Galio ultimate coming through to make sure that Knight can stay upright. Call the Forge God get a land on a couple of members. Karras is forced to use the last couple of dashes of his ultimate to get back to the fountain. You should just use it to heal up, Karras. You need more health, you need more mana, as the middle inhibitor has fallen.
Okay, so this game goes on for another minute. We have Baron spawning in that time, and then 40 seconds afterwards is going to be the Dragon. This does feel like a part of the game where if Team WE do not contest them on the Baron, well then BLG are just going to move over, take the Dragon, and just do the double whammy and end the game there. So kind of a eulogy here in this game. This isn't obviously the end of Team WE's season. They have double round robin to play, so we'll see this matchup a second time. But for BLG is a must-needed win, especially with where they are in the standings and kind of the motion that is around this team currently in the league.
Yeah, and we talked about how this could, like be a potential tune-up match, right? Just to get right is what we've been saying for the match ahead of, on the 20th against TES. But I mean, if I'm with BLG, I'm not really feeling that great about this, even though, this last game will be the thing that's more fresh in their minds and generally looks like not a very close game. Before that fight around the Herald, or the Herald, or was it second games? I think it might have been second games.
Yeah,
Before that fight, this game was actually kind of close, and it was actually WE favored.
Well, now it isn't. So
Yeah, this is true.
BLG
They still gotta clean it
trying
up.
to make a pincer, okay.
Oh,
Bin?
goodness me. Oh my god, Bin making tanks look sexy as they are just ripping WE apart. Monkey's gone golden. Multiple members are asleep, but it don't matter because you are asleep in your grave, Team WE. Karras will be the last one to tell the tale unless he gets hit. Oh, can you dodge out? He does manage to walk away.
There it is.
You get to save your KDA a little bit, I guess. But BLG, a dominating victory in 32.5 minutes.
2-1 is the score line. Victors are just going to tell you, well, BLG ended up winning, so who cares? But still some nice things to see from Team WE, guys.
Okay.
Game.
Well, he
All
couldn't
right.
even get it.
Okay.
He
There we
couldn't
go.
even
A
kill the
little bit of
Galio.
fun. A little bit of fun. You can see Wei and On both kind of shaking their heads like, yeah, cool. We were able to close
did
that
it,
series
boys.
out. And kind of as a full retrospective, I think some exciting things for Team WE. Again, Taeyun still appearing to be that guy, but the bottom lane pair are still having some issues that they need to kind of solve. And unfortunately, unless changes are going to be made or if there's a massive shift in gameplay, I think Team WE are going to be continuously bound for bottom end of this group because of certain players on their team. Like the way that their playstyle kind of operates. Karras, for one reason or another, is just not able to kind of bring it in most of their series here on the stage. And Vampire is just a player that has really good game. Like even this series, I don't actually think he was that big of a problem in most of the games. But the inconsistency of this roster to kind of find wins and generate play styles that get them to the end of the game and blowing up Nexuses is just not there for them. So I feel bad, but this is just how the cookie crumbles, right? Like,
it's really difficult when you have solo laners that don't really have an ability to take over the game. We talk about all the time how difficult it can be for AD carries unless their team is particularly strong elsewhere. I think you can get away with having a star AD carry and some really solid pieces all around, but I don't think Team WE has that. And I think that's why you can see them take some games. If everybody's firing on all cylinders, they're good enough to take a game, but their solo laners don't really have the power. And one thing that I want to talk about is, you mentioned unless a large shift in gameplay happens, this team is kind of expecting to stay this way. Do you think that they will benefit in any way from some of the upcoming changes with, there only being one spawn of grubs, very soon and changing the time of Rift Herald. I don't really think it'll make too much of an impact, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some like gameplay differences that kind of occur because of this, right? Like just moving certain pieces around and kind of seeing where things lie. But I'll be honest, like if you can't have an Ari Lilia get off to a good enough start in an early game where you're playing into Silas, you have Renekton and Renekton versus Ornn, and we can't get all 6 grubs. I think we're in a pretty tough spot regardless of the patch.
Yeah,
so,
I think you're kind of cooked.
Yeah, so that's where I'm kind of keeping my head at for these two teams, or for WE, and I guess we're just waiting to see whether or not Taeyun ever gets Ezreal or Kaisa again, because those are the best games we could see from him. It was a particularly difficult game to play Varus until he gets 3 items, and Wei obviously had a lot of gold and a lot of say and an impact in this game.
Speaking of Wei, I'm certainly going to vote for him for my MVP. I think that you could give it to a lot of options, though. I think Bin, later on in the game, definitely came on strong, had some big plays, but from start to finish, it was really Wei. I don't think you can take that one away from him. I think that's the general consensus.
Yeah. And looking forward for BLG, again, after this, in 4 days' time, they will be playing up against Top Esports, and that'll be yet another test, one that is a rematch of some of our finals that we've had throughout the years, and especially for both of these teams, they need important series wins. Obviously, playing against each other, this is one of our top-of-the-table groups, so you're kind of looking at these two to kind of decide who is going to be top 4 halfway through the split. But you also have to kind of keep in consideration, TES had a very shaky series versus WE as well. BLG just now did this in the same way. BLG have had a longer track record of some shaky series, but TES has become kind of the laughing stock right now for LPL and the international community. So I think must-need wins going to be coming through in that series later this week.
Yeah, I like to think that TES has been challenged a little bit more. They took a 2-1 victory over Anyone's Legend. They beat Weibo 2-1, even though Weibo doesn't really look great. Their roster from top to bottom is really good. They beat FPX. I know you mentioned that the first game of that series was not super clean. And then, of course, they did lose to IG, who, obviously very, very good roster, but still a game that we would have expected TES to win, probably. But, when you compare it to BLG, I mean, they were able to 2-0 IG. They lost to Anyone's Legend. They lost to JDG, and then they beat Thunder Talk, and then, of course, had this series here. I think TES is a little bit more battle-tested at this point, and if I'm BLG, I mean, like, obviously you're going to go into this match thinking, like, yes, this is going to be competitive. We can absolutely win this, but I'm not sure if they can. This team is not the same.
Yeah. TES has obviously played just way more series this entire year than BLG has. So
yeah, facts.
I agree. I think one of the questions we had coming into this day was, is this the same BLG that we got? And I don't think that this is anywhere close to the BLG from 2024. No. So hopefully fans can temper some of their expectations, change up where this team should lie. Still looking like a top 4, top 5 team in the region, but need to see more of those kind of games against the top of the table, and kind of just waiting on the MVP here, as back to the drawing board again for Team WE, man. Like, it just sucks too, because it's not like their schedule gets any easier. They play against AL in 2 days. 2 days after that, they play against IG, and then I think for the big one for me is they have a game against Thunder Talk. They're going to be playing Thunder Talk, so. For all of our Group Ascend teams, when coming in, we were like, okay, Thunder Talk, FPX, and WE, it's great that you made it here. You're probably 7th through 10th. But now that's, or 8th through 10th, now it's potentially looking like FPX is out of that group. Thunder Talk and WE have to fight for scraps to not get 10th here.
Yeah, and, judging by what things are looking like, if you were to just, shadowbox it today, that would mean that WE, if they finished 9th, they would play against what? FPX, I would think. The bottom 2 teams would play against IG and then BLG. So they'd probably play against an FPX team that would probably beat them. Obviously we would still, Actually, if FPX looked this good, that series wouldn't even be competitive, right? I think FPX would just be able to roll them over.
Yeah.
Obviously, that is way far in the future, but if you're Team WE, you are circling that one on the calendar and hoping to maybe take a game off of AL and surprise a couple of people. No surprise, Wei is going to get our player of the game on this Nefiri. Had a very, very incredible game to slam the door shut on Team WE. But we're going to slam the door shut on our first match of the day. However, this does mean our match of the week is coming up next. It's going to be Weibo Gaming versus NiP. Go grab a snack, go to drink, go hit the bathroom, and we'll see you back here soon.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Run, run, run. Dangerous, dangerous. Run, run, run. Dangerous, dangerous. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast. And guess what, Hulk? We have it. Drum roll. Our match of the week. Weibo Gaming versus NiP. We made it through 3 long games of BLG versus WE to get here. The 1-3 Weibo versus the 2-1 NiP.
There we go. And it's so weird to say, like, the fact that we're already into week 3, or like week 2, week 3, and both of these teams in kind of weird spots. Weibo 1-3, Ninjas in Pajamas only playing 3 games total. I think is a pretty big match when we talk about these two teams and the trajectory going forward here into Split 2.
Yeah, I think a lot of people pegged Weibo for being a team that would fight for that 4th place spot, and then NiP as a gatekeeper team. Well, guess what? It's looking mighty different, and a win for either of these teams, Weibo could reinforce the, hey, we're still a top 4 team narrative, but NiP could absolutely just say, hey, we are no longer a gatekeeper. We deserve to be a top team, but we'll have to see what happens on the roof, because who knows, we could see that Weibo maybe just completely falls apart. Let's take a look at that Weibo gaming roster, because we have a change, Alk Battery.
Yes. Hung, unfortunately, no longer on the roster. At least for this match, we're going to be seeing their support Erha come on through, but a majority of the roster still sticking around, and Coach Nofe as well. So Weibo, a lot of questions being kind of levied their way. Obviously, support was a big question for them coming into the offseason. The loss of Crisp with Light, now bringing in Hung. The matchups just didn't look good, and even in their last match versus Anyone's Legend, there needed to be a change in the support position. Erha will have a lot of weight on his shoulders because he's coming into a roster that is already pretty dysfunctional. Xiaohu looks like a shell of his former self right now. He is not performing to the level of a legendary mid, and the rest of the team just isn't quite all there when it comes either to carry potential or having those kinds of games.
Yeah, it's been particularly rough, and take a look at Hong in particular here, just taking this hook when there's 4 members of AL on Vision, just like some of these things just can't happen. This fight in 2 is particularly ugly as well. Like, just goes in and immediately dies.
Yeah.
But then going to your point about Jiahu, like, he gets a little too hyphy here. It looked good, but that doesn't mean it is good.
I thought that this was such a close fight for him. Like, if he barely doesn't clip Hope with his ultimate, that's potentially a big game changer for them. But it just hasn't been, not even on just the Azir, but this play, damn it, man. This play was real painful to watch. But you look at the rest of his champion pool right now, his Ahri has looked fairly miserable for the most part. His Rise, he is losing into the Ahri early game, which is not something that has occurred globally anyway in most of the matchups in Tier 1 regions. I just think that Xiaohu, unfortunately, has just not been really that guy. And the best performing member on this roster has been Breathe, who I think when you look at his pedigree as a player historically, that's not super surprising. But even on this roster last year, Breathe was someone that was a fairly solid top laner, just nothing that really was incredibly exciting.
Yeah, he's been particularly good today and should have a fairly good matchup against the NiP top laner Shanji, who has struggled himself. Let's pull up the NiP roster graphic. The Ninjas in Pajamas, Shanji, Aki, Doinbi, Leave, and PP God for this squad, as I believe they're playing in their home stadium today.
Yes, they should be in Shenzhen, so going to be very exciting. I love that arena, especially the first time we got to see it after they revealed it a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, this roster has been, I think, one of the biggest darlings for international communities. I mean, just being able to see Doinbi play again. For some of our other fans that have been watching LPL more recently, we have Shanji and Aki from that OMG duo, the reunion of PP God with an older V5 roster. And it has been really exciting to see this team kind of play around some of the player styles that they have. Doinbi less focused about his lane and getting really active with his jungler and kind of being that jungle whisperer. And Leave, I'm just going to say it, I think Leave is the best AD carry in the region right now. Like, maybe, I think him and Hope are battling for 1 and 2. Statistically, though, Leave has the better of Hope. I mean, CS per minute, kill participation, damage share, and DPM. He is number 1 in the league and in his role for damage share and DPM, which is absolutely insane, especially for an AD carry. And when we look at NiP, a lot of the action comes through Doinbi and PP God.
Yeah, I think that Leave is a big beneficiary of the playstyle that Doinbi has had. Sacking his lane for map movements. You mentioned a lot of his CS numbers are a little low, but his kill participation is incredibly high, trying to spread the wealth around. And, obviously sometimes NiP is going to need to buy time for Leave to get big, right? I think that's why some of their games last a very, very long time, the highest game average.
Yes, they have some of the most highest game average. We would give it to EDG, but EDG have only played a single series.
Doesn't count.
So that means they've played 3 games in total. I'm willing to discount that one from them.
Minimum 5 individual games played.
Yeah, NiP have had some of the longest games, and part of that will be the fact that they're not particularly an early game focused team. So, the laning phase has not always been quite there. One of the criticisms that we do kind of levy towards a team like NiP is that some of the holes in this team kind of show in their gameplay. Shanji individually has not looked like kind of a pretty standard top laner. I think he's bottom half in terms of his performance so far this year. Aki is very hit or miss. And PP God, like we were just saying, he's a contributing member of just playing support and being engaged and trying to find spots, but he, just like his counterparts in a lot of different teams, just gets caught out way too often.
Yeah, it's been as you said, a big problem amongst a lot of supports so far in the LPL this year. I mean, there's a big reason why. I think Weibo's gone away from Hung for at least this series, so we'll have to see what Erha is able to do. But going back on the lens here and pulling back a bit, it's been a wild ride for both of these teams because NiP, a really promising first split. Doinbi was the split MVP, finished 5th and 6th. They lost a close 3-2 match to Anyone's Legend, who were the split runner-ups. But past that, it's been not 100% here in Group Ascend. They've been a little inconsistent, but Weibo have been the poster child for inconsistency.
So, gonna be more interesting for me what this Weibo roster looks like with a new support. I don't think stylistically there are very many changes. For anybody who is maybe unfamiliar with Erha, one, kind of hopefully he gets a nice welcome here into the league, but he's coming into a team that is struggling right now to find their spot, and he was someone that has been playing around in LDL for a little bit, has most recently been on Weibo's youth team all of last year, but was formerly a mid laner. So for all of our LTA fans, if you're a fan of a player like Busio, you might have some fond memories, and hopefully Erha can show some of the mechanical geniuses coming down there in the bot lane.
Always nice to have some mechanical prowess in some of these champions. There are interesting interactions for specifically your engaged champions have to be snappy and on top of those. One thing that I was able to find out is he did get an MVP for a Renata performance that recently. I think it was in week 1 of Split 2 or Split 1, something like that. I was looking around. I was able to find this. He did get an MVP performance on Renata Glask against Doyu, the streamer team. It was against the streamer team that did not have any individual game wins, but it's an MVP nonetheless.
That's good. I'm glad
he got it.
He got the MVP. He owned that streamer team. Is there any memorable names?
No, not at all.
Okay. Maybe I was kind of expecting like a washed pro, like retired.
No, absolutely not. I dug deeper and found nothing.
GG. All right. Well, coming into this bot lane, we are expecting to see these two bottom lanes kind of go at it. They are not the most lane focused, so I'm going to be interested to see what comes of the team fights. As so far here, I mean, we're kind of getting ready for everybody who's just joining us for our 1v1s. It is going to be Leave versus Xiaohu, and I'm just worried here for Weibo, because if they lose this game, their record goes to 1-4. They are basically almost bar for bar matching Thunder Talk at the bottom of the standings, if that's the case. And for a team that has so many players that have been to internationals, that have a lot of experience, this is not where this roster should be. A lot of bad performances and inconsistencies have unfortunately put this team in the bottom half of the standings.
Yeah, it's been really disappointing, right? They did have their super week this past week, where they played all four of their matches in week 2. Had a really good start too. They took a game off TES. It's like, okay, it's not too bad. You 2-0 Thunder Talk, but then that FPX series that they lost is absolutely, for these guys, it should be inexcusable. Tian did not look good. Shadow just ran him, to be quite honest with you. And then they failed to rise to the challenge against anyone's legend, right? So this is a team that, if you want to get a good start of the series and get off on the right foot, you win the 1v1. As Tryndamere will be locked in against the Orianna.
Oh boy. Okay, we have seen only one other person pick Tryndamere in the entire league. Not much the 1v1s. It was Saber from Ultra Prime. I am going to do a quick check on our 1v1s to see if we've gotten any other Tryndamere anywhere else, just in case I have maybe somehow missed it. But I doubt it, considering I've been poring over these stats. I know Tryndamere has been banned in a few of them, if I'm... I
heard he was picked once, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to be honest, but...
Okay,
champion's disgusting.
Split 2 placement, so nothing in Split 1. Nothing in Split 2 placements. And considering I have watched all of the games this year,
all right,
Split 2, there's no Tryndamere. Yeah, so it is merely just a Saber diff. Whoever is on Leaguepedia updated this quick. Damn.
Really?
They already have Tryndamere and Orianna locked in and all the bans. Respect.
Okay. Yo, big shout out. Appreciate y'all. Seriously.
Yeah, if you are listening, the person who is doing the Leaguepedia stuff, if I could ask one thing, can we get a query or a subset of the data that shows player win rate and champion win rate, all that kind of stuff for 1v1 side select? That would be awesome. Thank you. I really don't want to have to do that if I can avoid it.
Are you gonna try to push the work on other people, are you, Hulk? I see how it is.
They're already on Leaguepedia. Not my job
That's
anymore.
true, honestly. So we dig into this 1v1. All right, so the good news is, for Xiaohu, you are playing the range into melee. Orianna, very strong bully early on, and I wonder if he'll be able to maybe sneak a kill off of leave before 6? It would probably be hard.
Yeah, even if he does, right? Like, the point of this 1v1, it's, you know, if to win the 1v1, you have to get first turret, first to 2 kills, or sudden death when the Ring of Fire is up. So I think even if Leave does die before level 6 or even after, I'm not super worried. The thing that I'm going to be looking for is, because they put a little bit of power into Trinamiral just so it's not just a one-point wonder, I am looking towards Leave and seeing how he is able to use this ability to either survive the sudden death Ring of Fire, or be really annoying, because one of the ways you can get around Orianna is simply just get underneath her and make it very difficult for her to play the game.
All right, Xiaohu going with Q-Max Orianna here, so just anticipating that Leave may be sliding out quickly once he gets hit by the ball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, when you have players like this, you expect top-tier mechanics. Although I'm not quite sure how much I'd expect an AD carry player to play Trinamir as the Ignite goes.
Alright, Xiaohu thinking there was going to be a little bit more action there, or just trying to keep him under his turret. This might try to be an economic win from Xiaohu. Xiaohu might be going for a first turret here. Even has Demolish. Okay, damn, he knows.
All right.
He's like, I am just here to clear the minion wave. I'm going to farm this guy under his turret and call it a night. Okay, respect.
Yeah, this is really smart. I'm all for it. I didn't realize we were playing Civ. You can get multiple victories here in the LPL 1v1s. And I think what? How many turrets have fallen? Do you happen to know? I know at least one has.
We have had 2 turret wins all year, if I remember correctly.
That is surprisingly low.
Yeah. I mean, most people just die at 7 minutes, right?
True.
We're getting
Elite
some,
players
we're
and
getting some new
dying.
strategies. Most people in dying, you know? Happens outside, too. In real life. Die in the game, die in real life.
Bro. Oh, man. I didn't realize we made it to Sword Art Online already. Didn't realize the full dive gear was available.
Yep.
Would
That's
you
what
play?
Trinamir's got on right now.
Would
No.
you play?
Hell
Not
no.
Sword Art Online. Not like, but it's just you're presented with this is an MMO. This is a virtual reality MMO. You know, we have the anime and we know it's a thing. Would you do it?
Yeah. No, because I am notoriously a PvE or PvP hater.
Okay.
So I know I'm gonna just walk in, and as per usual in almost every MMO, there's just gonna be people who are sitting in the low land areas where low level players are, and they're just ganking noobs on repeat.
You're so
And
right.
And those are the evilest kind of people, especially for non-PvP servers. But like, I get it in a PvP server, I guess it makes sense. But like, those are very despicable in my mind. Okay,
Oh,
Leave.
the
Okay,
Ignite's
Leave.
gone down. Leave with the flash. All right, here we go. The Undying Rage, burnt by Leave. You'll be able to walk out and survive. I've got a confession to make. I haven't done that all the time, but I have been that guy before.
Everybody at home, I have a server muted Yanni, so the only way you will be able to hear him is if we are not talking over each other in the VMix call. So,
All right. Unmute me if I'm not already. If you can hear me, unmute me. I haven't done it all the time. There was a time that it was done because it was happening to a friend and I when I was teaching a new friend.
You're
and
just
leveling
continuing
up
the
with
circle of violence. I should have
No.
kept your ass muted, bro.
Listen,
Get
well,
out
I
of here. Get out of
had
here.
to show him what was up. You know what?
There's not much happening in this area.
I
anyway.
think
I'll
this
just
does
give
make
you
me a
the
bad
silent
person. I think this does make me a bad person. I'm sorry. I was also mostly a
people
PvP.
who have never
PvP
played
player.
MMOs. There are people who are new to MMOs, or it's like their first time playing. You just walk out, random level 70 rogue comes up, one-shots them, drops a GG.
I was a mage. They had every opportunity to run.
Man. Nice.
Hey, listen, get wrecked or
Like
get
ley
killed.
lines. Mage missile, magic missiles, yay.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Xiaohu? Getting closer to that economic victory you were talking about. 2 plates to go.
Okay. If they really wanted to make Orianna OP, they should just make her passive work on turrets. But
Dude,
because
I
I hate
wish.
game design. I think
I
breaking
wish.
game design is more fun.
God, I love
Would
Starlink.
make
I love this
Nashor's
shit.
Tooth on her.
But yeah, you know what? Power of Evil would be vindicated for all the times that he built Nashor's Tooth on her, right? And
He was
everybody
real for that,
flamed
by the way. And
He was.
they buffed mages like seasons later to do more damage to turrets because they don't have the requisite AD as their counterparts.
knew what was
So
up,
a
Shockwave?
minute before the Ring of Fire, I like this from Leave.
Mhm.
Get
So trying to
spicy with
force-
it.
Yep. Oh wait, he might kill him. Yeah, he's just gonna take him out. Oh,
Woo!
the heal. That was on a knife's edge, but Leave gets the first kill.
Yeah, there will be flashes for both of these players coming up. Leave is going to take one more wave, and then look for a recall. 20 seconds, as you can see in the timer in the top right. The Ring of Fire spawns, and then we're in sudden death between these two players. And this is all for side select.
Yeah, it feels kind of doomed for Xiaohu at this point, I think, as Leave is gonna. All right, he's only gonna take a plate.
He got the
Xiaohu
third
is
plate,
able
that's
to-
all that matters.
Yeah, but I mean, Xiaohu is a full level behind him. Wonder how much that's going to be a factor. As He does cancel the recall. Leaf does not have his ultimate available. He doesn't have his either. But will not.
He's not
look
going to have time to
continue
recall, though.
momentum.
So he has empowered recall because he got the kill. But he
yeah.
would have already needed to leave. Leave! Hit the B button, brother! Okay?
All right.
Now you have to buy items.
Yep. Now you
All
got to
right.
beat it. Here we go. It's coming in.
He's okay.
squeezing.
He got as good as he could. Okay. He
Okay.
finished.
Well
He
played.
finished his Maw of Malmortius, and he won't have.
Wait a minute,
ultimate.
wait a minute,
Shadow
no,
will
no.
not either.
Oh wait.
Oh no!
He got it. The demolish gets it done. The turret plating fell off. Everybody forgets the turret plating falls off. Xiaohu with an excellent victory, using his brains, not his brawn, to get it done.
You know what? We set up that there was going to be an economic victory. He ended up taking it, okay? He used the demolish. Good job from him. And that should be side select going over to Xiaohu and Weibo Gaming.
God, Leaf is just so happy. It doesn't even matter that he lost. Dude's just all
Leaf is just happy to
smiles.
play, man. Honestly, like, he's a player that has had a lot of controversy. I don't really want to go into too much of it, but has been removed from a fair amount of main starting rosters. And I think so far he's had one of his longest stints here on NiP this year. So I think he's just happy to play, and hopefully we get to see more of this player because of how well he's been playing throughout the entirety of the year so far.
Yeah, that is. It's really impressive, like, how well he's playing now. It's just, second team ever. Originally joining the JDG system in 2021, replacing Viper. Like, that was big shoes to fill.
Oh,
Dude is-
EDG. Just want to make sure.
Oh
EDG.
yes, EDG. Yes, I'm sorry. My
yes.
bad. Yes. But big shoes to fill. Former rookie of the split. All pro in split one this year. Starting to come around, and absolutely making his mark and making that all pro nomination.
Oh yeah.
a
For everyone
wise
at home, I'm willing to argue about this with
Okay.
anybody. If you want to catch me in DMs or message me on the LPL English Discord, Leave is top 2 in the region, right? There's just, in my opinion, stats obviously play a large role in whether or not you are like one of the best in your position or across the league. The eye test is more important personally, but you look at his stats right now. He is CS per minute 9.5, fifth in his role, which also puts him really close to top in the league because Knight is first in mid at 9.3. So, yeah, he's first in his role at 9.3, so he's pretty high up there. Kill participation, third in his role. DPM, 1,000 DPM, first in
That's
role
insane.
and overall. Insane work. But we've got a draft here now as Weibo come out swinging. Galio and Rise have been staple bans against Doinby, but this Shanji Yorick, I think, is way more interesting. That it
Yeah,
gets banned.
I like that from Weibo because it looks like they're already trying to reduce variance in the game by getting rid of strong solo laners plus a Galio and then immediately slamming a Scion.
Look, Sion has been pretty influential ever since we got to see Bin and some other top laners pull it out very early on, like Flandra. But for Breathe, I feel like this isn't the champion that I really want to see him on because of the fact that he has been so influential in their team's victories, especially on champions like Ambessa and Gwen. So in doing so, they have given over Aki and Nefiri. So for NiP, whether or not they want to try to pick up their mid laner here for Doinby and trying to maybe try to find some counterpick, or maybe just go for an AD carry because Varus is up and available.
Yeah, a couple good options. And if they want to go match the dive, they will give the Kaisa over to leave. And now for Weibo, you had mentioned that Vi, typically a really good answer into Nefiri. It's not available. What are you looking at here?
Well, with Leaf taking Kaisa, I am looking at NiP kind of playing a dive composition. And so being able to outrange them and picking champions that are going to dominate in laning phase are going to be stuff that I am looking for. Weibo immediately snap up a Lilia and a Varus. Lilia has been a champion that is starting to grow in popularity, obviously, as one of an AP champions. Surprised it hasn't been the brand, and Zyra has obviously kind of started to fall away. But Varus for light means that, you know, when we see Weibo, they can either interact at range or simply just play a scaling game. We're getting Swain. All right.
Oh.
Doinby.
Oh. All right, bro's cooking.
Yeah.
You know what? This is what we've talked about. This is what he's known for. The dark technology. It's coming through with this Swain. You know, as you mentioned, Weibo, a team that wants to leverage some long range. That is something that is very beneficial against the Swain. So I'm a little concerned that he's going to have struggles trying to lock down this Lilia, and a little concerned that without burning summoners, he's not going to be able to get on top of light.
I'm kind of okay with this. I mean, you're playing into the Sion, right? So Sion's going to be in range of you. Lilia has to walk in, and so kind of incentivizing maybe a Rylai's very early on here.
True.
This is not the first time we have seen Swain this year, especially here in the LPL. Rookie and Knight are two players that have played it in Split 1. Kind of took a little bit of a back seat, but I imagine with how strong Rod of Ages is right now, Seraphs as well, these are things that can start to work in his favor. So if Weibo decide to kind of continue a composition that is going to want to play short range, play in the faces of NiP, then I think we're perfectly fine with having a Swain on our side here. As we get to the second half of bans, Renata and Silas taken away by NiP, and I think for Weibo, probably looking at another engage support. If not, getting rid of an 80 carry, getting rid of the Corki. They think that this is going somewhere else. They think that Swain is going to another lane, maybe top lane, yeah?
Maybe support. I know it's not really a support pick as much anymore. When they last changed Swain, they looked to take some of his power budget out of support and back into a solo lane. So clearly not going to be a support here as the Rakan gets locked in to match this Nefiri and match this Kaisa, get to the backline and cause a whole lot of havoc.
Yeah, a lot of dive here for NiP. Their ability to control space is so good, but here for Weibo, I'm going to need some kind of way to interact with them at range. Azir is not the most fun matchup, but is something that you can try to get some mileage out of. And for Lilia, I mean, you kind of have to think about like 80 mid laners, but I mean, do you really want to play Yone into a Swain? Talia is not a very fun matchup to play either. I feel like maybe they're just trying to get underneath Xiaohu's champion pool here.
Yeah, maybe. All right, we'll see. All right, this Talia will get locked in. It's a legendary pick for Xiaohu. Did lose on it the last time out, a near 70% win rate overall in his career, though. And for Urha, they're going to give him the Nautilus for his first game with the main squad.
Oh my god. And we're getting potentially some different lane picks here. I mean, this is most likely now Swain going over to Shanji. Shanji has been one of the biggest innovators in top lane.
They locked it in.
Kind of like the new age Flandra, minus some of the winning ways. But we are getting what looks to be Lucian mid for Doinby.
Let's go.
Versus Xiaohu on Talia.
That seems awful. You know, it can be a little rough.
I think that there's the issue with Lucian right now is that he has, I think his mana costs are really prohibitive to doing early trading,
Yeah.
NiP are in such a weird spot. They're a very squishy team. They're going to have a lot of HP thanks to the bruiser items on Aki and how Swain is going to want to build. This feels like a composition that's going to play really well from Fog, having the Rakan snap engage alongside the Lucian, being able to find poke onto the enemy team, whereas for Weibo, the ability for them to play on side lanes, Talia being able to move in between, I think having this Varus is going to be more important for them to take control of mid waves. I like how standard this Weibo comp is, but I'm a fan of NiP right now, man. Like,
I think it's
Lucian
cool.
mid to try to deal with the maybe some of the weaker early game of Talia. I think it's really creative.
I'm going to keep it a stack. Yeah, it's going to be great for immediate lane, but Lucian is so difficult to play into this composition. Like, Lucian into Lilia is a very difficult fight to pilot into a Varus as well that can poke you from long range and outrange you a lot. And then, of course, you have to watch out for Talia's Legos that she's going to put on the ground, get that micro stuns off. It's going to be worrisome, but if Doinby is able to get a large early lead and leverage that into power in the mid game, that'll be very beneficial. It's just we haven't really seen him dominate lane very often.
He's not a dominant lane player, and I mean, this is just NiP in their home arena, man. Can they make it work? Got the Gyos.
Dude, that's so sick. Yo, props to
Big
that guy who
fans.
was popping off and starting the cheering. Like, you
Yep.
can hear it in his voice. That's passion. That is League of Legends that everybody in here, in this chat, on this cast, in this game loves.
I like how aggressive they're trying to look here. Doinby does have to take his recall. Same thing with what we saw from Light earlier on, taking a singled out Kaisa Q. And this is going to be the Electrocute coming in for Doinby. We didn't see what runes Shanji is taking, considering they're also covered here by the overlay for Ravenous Flock. So if for some reason you're like, why is there a Swain? Well, one, into a Scion, this is a free scaling matchup. There we go, we get to see it. So, all right, no green tree. We're just going for Absolute Focus and, Transcendence and Mana Flow Ring. Okay, not bad. Not our Mana Flow Band. Not bad. Definitely one that is going to be a build that is definitely trying to scale up and be more relevant in team fights.
All right, both junglers starting on the bottom side for this first game. Looks like Aki elected to start his buff first. So, interesting thing to note is Leave and PP God dominating this lane early, getting that good push in. Not unexpected given the fact that Urha is coming in. It's last season was his first time on support. Has been a mid laner for a very, very long time.
Yeah. Urha, I mean, regardless of his experience, like, you're playing Varus Nautilus. After you hit level 2, you should just be a lot more dominant in terms of how much damage you're actually able to get down and, the duo lane here. So I am expecting that Light and Urha will be able to get priority. Last time we get to see Swain top, Zoom was still playing and is 1,000 days ago. That's insane.
That's a long time, my friend.
There's
Additional
PP God.
engage on
All right.
the PP God. As you said, use that power and bully him around.
So now what I want to kind of when we're peeling away and moving the camera back a little bit, what I am looking for from NiP and specifically Doinby on this Lucian is, can he find good burst trades versus Xiaohu? Or when we get into spots around river and he has his culling, how is he going to be looking to trade his ultimate and his position in a fight to deal damage onto something? Because with Electrocute and with culling, I'm just going to assume that Tien and Light just get bursted instantaneously.
Yeah.
Same thing with Talia. So this is going to be a matchup that we're kind of really interested to see, as especially, like we were saying, Doinby has been so creative with his mid picks, and most of them have been about setting up other players or being able to move around the map. So the Lucian is, in terms of identity, very unique.
Yeah, which is really what surprised me that they went with this Lucian pick, given the fact that you have Aki coming through on this Nefiri. It really feels a little strange, but listen, I'm here for it, right? And I trust that this NiP squad will be able to get the job done with these picks. So we're we're just seeing some initial backs getting taken here, but no CS lead or anything to speak of, so all's quiet in this mid lane.
Aki is looking for something. As soon as the TP kind of finishes here, if Talia steps over that halfway line,
Yep.
yeah, jumps over the wall.
You have stepped too far, Xiaohu. You've used all of your abilities.
Oh.
Aki. It's a big sad.
Yeah, but look at where the wave is now. Talia should be able to very quietly push this wave in, but already half HP against Electrocute. Every 8 to 10 seconds, we're going to be looking at that as a potential way for them to be able to fight again. As it does mean that Tien is in a pretty good spot right now. Got multiple of his camps here. Has pretty sizable lead versus his opponent as this Lilia. And when you are playing into a Kaisa and a Swain and this Rakan, it is remarkably easy to get enough of those stacks down. So, going to be something that we'll be kind of taking a look at for this team, as Weibo as a whole really need to rely on each other and some of their experience to be able to win this matchup, considering how much of a struggle their early split 2 has been.
Yeah, and, you know, just what we said about the BLG WE game, right? Tien, you didn't get disrupted on this Lilia, now you're looking to disrupt Aki just a little bit. Trying to shove him off as getting knocked by the Swain all the way from top lane, as that'll always be annoying. That'll never not be annoying.
I'm glad they gave him this ability. His old W was really cringe anyway, so.
Whoa, what was it? I actually do not remember. Don't worry about it. That's something that can wait for another time. As PP God shows
Pretty
up
sure
in
it
the
was
mid lane.
that's what Nevermove used to be, if I remember correctly. Or Nevermore. Yeah, Nevermore, that was the one where he put like the target on the ground and then it rooted everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then his E was the one that did like the curse. Yeah, this champ was really cringe beforehand. So.
It was very different for those who.
So now we're seeing Weibo. They have first move onto these grubs, and they are a team that probably wants to be on side lane a little bit more. NiP are a team that definitely thrive in chaos and being able to force team fights very often. So being able to grab the Herald allows for someone like Sion or Talia to get a little bit more done on the map if they get some alone time on the turret. So we're already seeing on the opposite side, NiP are looking to trade, but good job from Breathe, recognizing with this Sion with Flash and ult, you can kind of just stand here and really just be a nuisance.
Yep, just able to try and delay Aki. So double seismic shove lands. Both members are going to be put to sleep. The question is, do you have any extra damage? Doinby, though, it's a lot of magic resistance in those boots. They turn around, calling it's on to Urha. The knockup is there, so is Aki. Urha can't get away. It's first blood going over to Aki.
There we go. They made the play happen, even with how far up Doinby and PP God were. That was an ultimate from Tien, and the flick from Xiaohu actually wasn't able to get all that much done. So now it turns into one kill going over to the Fury, as well as now potentially more, as the Dragon being started by NiP again, but it is on Vision, so they'll grab the first kill, but Leave can't even do anything versus this Sion right now.
Yeah, and that's going to vastly affect how things are going to go objective-wise. Let's take a look at this replay here. A beautiful seismic shove coming down from Zhou.
Yeah. Doinby, small bit of mechanics. We canceled a couple of autos there in between the W passive and everything, but getting yourself the kill is pretty nice. Again, that flash now missing from both Doinby and from Urha. Might be something that they can try to look for, especially once we get to level 6s for our both of our supports. But no Dragon being taken, and looks like that's going to kind of be a constant. Aki just recognizing, like, I have topside camps. This is just not important right now. And I like what Weibo are doing. They're trying to use the fact that Urha and specifically Light is so safe by himself that they can just move in and get Tien a pretty nice lead. At the very least, it's information.
Urha moving into this jungle, clearing out a pink, looking to just put some more pressure down and do what he can to disrupt Aki just a little bit, as Tien has been under no pressure at all this game. Lots of pings coming down on this top side as NiP wants to start up their own red buff. They're not even able to. You see Shanji moving down on the Swain. He's about half HP. Xiaohu is coming over as well. The knockups are there. They're going to go on into Urha, and Urha's going to go down to Shanji. PP God able to get out. We're going to go in. Here's Aki. Doinby, as you said, on the way. Light lying in wait. Chains of Corruption going down. That means Doinby's going to get rooted up by them, but no further fight. So a nice little pick for NiP.
I'll take that. We got to protect our red buff. We also got a lot of flashes. No flash from Tien, no flash from Xiaohu, and we can just go back to our lanes. Really good stuff here from NiP, and Weibo just not able to punish. I feel like maybe if Light had moved just a little bit sooner, but I assume that there was a way for him to be tending. They just don't have the damage there. So good enough punish coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas, and they're just getting gifted a lot of early gold leads. Now it's 9.5 minutes. We finished a Rod of Ages here for Shanji. Doinby looks to be going for what looks to be an Essence Reaver first, and I'm really happy with our NiP here in this game.
Yeah, I think the worst part is that they weren't able to secure that first dragon, but honestly, with the way it's been going, that's okay. Had you gotten nothing else off of it, then yes, you're talking about, oh, this is disastrous, but Aki's gotten going. As you said, Shanji going to stack up that Rod of Ages. This is good. Now it just depends on if NiP can continue to push the envelope just a little bit. EP God's going to hit 6 real soon. He's always a little over halfway there.
Yeah. Doinby trying to hover for his jungler. You can see that Xiaohu was giving him a bit of grief, but will be trying to reinforce after pushing in this wave. I'm sure that Aki's a little bit question mark pinging about, like, I don't know, are they actually going to be trying to go for something here? But due to them moving over, and with Leave also recalling, does mean that for right now, Weibo will have access to pushing in mid first. And you see the pinks coming out. Seems like Weibo are going to be trying to focus on getting more of these grubs and maybe even get more than 4.
Yeah, you know what? That'll be pretty good for them, as you mentioned earlier. Better off in a side lane for Weibo. You can see Xiaohu trying to put down whatever pressure he can onto Doinby as the second set of grubs has been started up. Aki and Leaf are in the river. PP God's there too. You know, Weibo's mid lane, bot lane is still in the mid lane. Doinby gonna dash forward, drop the culling onto Xiaohu. Try to force them off. But Doinby out of mana right now. Pretty useless when Lucian's out of gas.
That is basically what I've been kind of alluding to, and what I mentioned at the very beginning was that his mana costs are really high.
Right.
Kind of keep him out of the game.
Gonna get engaged on. PP God trying to get in there. Double knockup is there. Tien is so low, and they will be able to find him, but they lose the Rakan in return. And on the backside, Leave dies too, and Light's getting pressure from Aki onto the turret, just able to get away. The Demonic Ascension, the Flash, and Shanji will be able to claim the life of Urha.
Leave used his ultimate and all of his summoner spells just to barely not get the kill onto Tien, so he puts himself in pretty big jeopardy for that fight. Thankfully, for the side of NiP, they invested a lot. They'll get some of these grubs, but that'll be 4 grubs in total for Weibo. And on look at the trade, almost everybody from the side of NiP, outside of the person who wasn't there in Doinby, loses their flash. So I feel like the rest of NiP just making way too much of a play. I love the fact of how fast this engage was from NiP, but look at what you sacrificed for it. Rakan ends up going down, another kill here onto Leave, and you still lose out a majority of the grubs here. So Ninjas in Pajamas having to kind of overforce here in a play where kind of put them in a good position if they had just waited.
Yeah, and I want to shout out your boy Light in that fight, hitting the Chains of Corruption onto PP God before he could actually charm the Varus. He was able to get enough damage down on PP God and on Aki as well.
Wait, Xiaohu's dead.
Hold on.
Xiaohu's dead. Oh, no. That would have landed.
Oh, Xiaohu's a liver.
Oh.
He managed to survive. Oh, that's crazy. He should have been dead. You're so right, brother.
Well, now we're kind of looking at the map right now, and I will say, you know, as much as, you know, this game has been, for the most part, NiP favored, with them being able to pick up kills, find objectives here or there. Lille is starting to get to that point. You know, the clear gets a lot faster, we get more AP items, has the Leandries like we had mentioned earlier, and if Aki is going to maintain his lead, this game does not get much easier for him to play. There's a Talia on the enemy team, and Nautilus is not going to do him any favors, so you're going to need to see NiP be a bit creative with who and where they find their fights, and so far it has turned into very, very small gold leads for some of these lanes.
And recall, a lot of their creativity came from the mid lane through Doinby and his champion picks, his ability to leverage whatever CC he had or be able to move around the map really well. He doesn't have that CC on this Lucian pick, right? And you're starting to see that, you know, it means that NiP is having a harder time actually starting these plays. They have to do it through PP God and play through Aki.
Yeah. Here for Weibo now. They have control of the river. I like what they've been doing with Erha and Tien is just sit in river, sit in Fog of War, and either we're invading or just trying to empower one of our solo laners, particularly Xiaohu so far in this match. So it'll be the Smite being forced out by Aki just to secure that. And, I mean, look, Tien still has all of his topside camps. He'll go down towards the bottom lane if he really wants to, and there's a dragon spawning in 50 seconds. I think Weibo are a little bit more concerned with trying to pick that one up, since it seems like for now, especially with Static Shiv, they're not having the easiest of times of being able to clear mid-wave and hit.
Let's not allow NiP to stack those dragons up, because then it starts getting a little difficult. You're almost required to fight for the third dragon, and maybe you're not fighting on the best of terms. There's Xiaohu scouting out. WBG knows that his dude's in the area.
He doesn't know he's in the bush, though.
Oh, PP God shows up here. Xiaohu trying to keep PP God away, loses half his health bar for it.
All right, well, this is now just a commitment. I mean, if you're NiP, you're just looking towards the top side of the map. You're almost never going to be able to contest towards this bottom side. WBG crashes what looks to be half a wave onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu has TP if he really wants to. They're going to try and make this a numbers play and pull Xiaohu over for this to happen.
Right.
Tien getting caught preemptively, though. Nice dodges.
Yeah, Tien is dancing around, and here comes Big Sion. Shanji in the middle of 3 right now. The Demonic Ascension gets some damage out, but can't survive. Xiaohu with the teleport in. Had used the Weaver's Wall. Now Aki's kind of caught in the corner as he gets tagged up. He's going to be put to sleep, but he hits the dog.
Where are we going?
PP God falls too. A 3-0 for Weibo Gaming.
NiP just do absolutely jack all in that fight and lose position in this game. That'll be the dragon going over. If they want, they can also move over. It looks like it takes them too long to finish this objective. What a sloppy fight from the Ninjas in Pajamas, and Weibo kind of get gifted a win here in that fight.
Yeah, it was very, very ugly off battery. Let's take a look at this replay, although I'm not sure I really want to. As soon as Tien just broke his ankles, I mean, you knew it was going to be bad.
Sion comes in, so much focus on the Shanji, he doesn't have so many resistances, and then look at what happens here. PP God used the ultimate only onto Nautilus. Aki is stuck in between the wall and the hard place, and then Leave just completely abandons his team trying to pick up onto Erha. This is just not the meaningful fight that we needed to see from them. Especially with the investments that they made. We knew that WBG didn't have ultimate, so why are we even contesting for that objective? Just make the play onto the Herald instead.
Yeah, and going back to how hard it is for Lucian to play fights, I mean, he was there late, but he knew Light was around the corner, outranges him, has to be careful there. He got tagged by Lilia, so it's like, oh man, I can't actually get in and deal any of my damage. He was a non-factor in that fight too. And, you know, Weibo Gaming, a nice little play there from their core, you know, really liking what Breathe and Tien were able to do there.
Despite the scoreline, Erha's also been quite fine. I think that I've so far really liked how he placed Vision so far. There's been a lot of wards, and hopefully we continue to see that NiP are just not clearing out, and they have no idea that they're there. So Weibo are getting a lot of free information that NiP are not able to act upon. So we're already seeing it here. I mean, no one's able to move Breathe out. I mean, until we get second or third items, depending on what they are here for NiP. Being able to deal with this Sion is going to be a true miracle here.
All right, we're expending double TPs. We are ready to go if you're NiP. They said, I didn't hear no bell. Let's get in there. Aki in the backside is kind of stuck in the back of the pit as he was not able to secure the Herald. He'll be able to dash out of there. So double TPs for losing the objective.
Lucian's probably just going to have to take control of bottom lane wave. Yeah. That's tough. Like, Breathe will always be able to match. Now you basically are forced as NiP to play as like a 4 or 5 man. There are Hextech gates, so moving around the map is a little easier, but Weibo are going to be able to take first turret here. Remember, 4 grubs and 2 of them, and now they can recall, still have the Herald that is in their back pocket, and even play for the Dragon.
Okay, Aki's
This is
taking a
very
hex
fake.
game.
This guy's walking
Yeah,
out.
yeah, I do not think Breathe is going to. Oh wait, actually Breathe. All right, you're gonna burn his flash. You're gonna dive. You gotta go for it. Aki tanking up a lot of turret shots, and now he's on the wrong side of the tracks. An absolute disaster class for NiP. Doinby forced a flash away from Light's ultimate. You're right, it was fake.
It was very fake. I really don't see the vision there. That is that's tough. That makes the game so much tougher to play now because you already had lost out on the teleport, so Breeze will now be able to match and stop you from getting much here. Now you've also lost summoner spells from Doinby, so kind of a weird look. I get that like Breathe is soaking a lot of pressure for his team, but after he flashes, just get the wave, wait for Rakan, and either decide then that, you know, with Rakan there, they'll be able to make the play, or just call it off and move back into mid. NiP playing a little too fast, and that has been the hallmark of this team. They haven't been the best about playing around the map, you know, just this year in general. Some of the hands aren't quite there, but one of the hallmarks of this team is they're going to fight you, and they're going to force you to meet them out at a team fight. So I guess, you know, NiP just decided, hey, this game's getting a little too boring.
Yeah, they never met a fight they didn't like, Hulk. But I've met some fights that I don't think NiP really should have enjoyed, and they have been plentiful this game, pretty much every single one. So we just crossed the 20-minute mark. Otacon has spawned on the top side. A 4,000 gold lead for Weibo Gaming, and I must say, this Weibo game has looked quite stable.
Yeah. You know, minus the early game, we haven't really seen too much action, and this is where their composition starts to shine, having the Talia, who is just going to always be able to get around the map very fast, as well as clear minion waves. This Varus as well, very safe now, especially with the addition of the Edge of Night. So, I mean, they're just going to continue to scale. Tien's continuing to explode this lead in the jungle. And NiP are going to have to get, again, creative with how they find fights. They have no traditional frontliner here, and so being able to kind of snap and find engages is going to be quite tricky for them. Here's one of them, Tien!
Yeah, they snap it right off on Tien. Doinby and friends, they say, take this man down. They get a quick kill. They will move to the Drake.
Yeah, Doinby just points the one finger and he goes, that guy. Get rid of this one. Not too dissimilar to you know, their old days on FPX. So getting to see Tien versus Doinby is always a treat in terms of the matchup, but that'll be the Dragon going over to NiP. Don't know how much ability they'll be able to escape with, however, as they're kind of corralling this bottom side jungle. And okay, we get the picture.
This dragon's still alive. Oh goodness! Yeah. All right, who's gonna secure this one? It is gonna be Aki. The smite fight. There wasn't really a fight. No smite to be had.
Why does he get to jump over that?
Quite tanky. Xiaohu is stuck.
Xiaohu's now stuck.
Right now.
He has ultimate. They can make the turn though.
Yeah, they're so afraid of everybody else, though. The rest of Weibo just hanging around, able to keep Xiaohu there. Leaving a cleanse to avoid getting hit by a seismic shove.
But we can't cleanse knockups. So.
Yeah, I don't really know why he did that.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Unforced errors there coming in from NiP. And only big win for them in that is the fact that they did grab themselves a dragon. And now Aki finishing 2 items. On this Nefiri, he has so much of a role to just try to find burst backline access. And we've been talking about the people who are ahead in this game, and I'm looking at San hitting level 15. This is not a feels good moment. As this replay is exactly what we wanted to see every single time. Tien, if he's vaguely out of position, get the Rakan on top of him, get the Nefiri as well, and make it so that we can find ourselves in these positions to get an advantage for ourselves.
Baron up in about 2 minutes. I think we're just waiting for Weibo to get together and be connected for a fight. And, you know, they don't want to fall into the trap of getting continuously picked off like that last one. And I'm sure if Tien was around his teammates and this was a straight up fight, we would have been saying, oh, no question, Weibo is going to win that one. But if you let a team like NiP hang around, you let this Kaisa get items, you let this Swain get really, really big, it could cause some problems later. Although Breathe is mighty on the field.
2.5 items here. Doinby picking up a Mortal Reminder, so still doesn't have all that much damage. You should be able to kind of chew through Breathe for the time being. They have Varus, you have Lilia. Let's why not? Let's start this up. It's gonna get spotted with the Kaisa W. And Swain is looking for a TP.
Yep, alright, TP gonna get used. Flash is gonna get expended.
Wow.
Aki gonna get knocked up. Shanji now joining the fight. He's alone for right now. For the rest of the team, going to try to help him out. Tiana's forced all the way out. Breathe, taking about 25% of his HP, but not a whole lot more as the Demonic Ascension wears off. Doin B getting tagged by Tien. Tien flashing forward.
Tien!
And will put his former teammate to sleep and look to take him out. Doin B not going to be able to escape. Is he going to burn away? No, he will survive. The shield from PP God was enough to keep him up. Oh, Tien, don't do it to him.
They're trying to fight Snipes. I thought that was an amazing escape from the entire team of NiP. But Tien and flashing, man, finds 4 people, gets some of those summoner spells out, and even opens up a kill for the side of Weibo. They'll grab the turret in mid as well, the tier 2. Really, really fantastic stuff from the side of Weibo. And Tien leading from the front. When we have seen this team succeed, it has mostly come off of his back in a lot of these games. So exciting to see him kind of take charge here, as this right here, he gets the 1 proc onto Doinby. Flash, Q's finds 3. Aki does cleanse it by going untargetable, but I think this was a really impressive play in being able to force out summoner spells from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, Aki not having that flash now for the next fight is going to be really important. Can't get to these priority targets. And I was just thinking, oh, Urha's done a great job of not getting caught out. He immediately gets caught out. So you can't even think at Alk Battery. The caster curse is real.
Oh boy. Well, I'm thinking Weibo win, Weibo win, Weibo win, Weibo win. I need Leave to win these games, man.
Oh, bro.
He's so close to the 3rd item.
But I thought you loved
I'm
light.
kind of looking at this. I do love light, but on one hand, he has been getting kind of inted by his support in prior games. He also has had a couple of games that have been, he's had some stinkers, okay? So, the light fan club is looking a bit dim.
It's all right. The sun, the light may rise on that fan club another day. Dragging up in about 40 seconds here. And Weibo, you know, after taking a Drake to break the stacking, now find themselves potentially staring down and NiP getting sold points. So what they'll elect to do is start up this Otacon about 30 seconds beforehand. Weibo Gaming has kind of corralled in this corner here. Urha gets pulled in again, but so does PP God, and PP God goes down, but I think Otacon helped out on the back end a little bit, making it a 1-for-1 support trade. Doinby's got to dash out.
Here. Doinby can recall if he feels like he doesn't have enough HP, but this fight is so tentative. Leave is coming in over the wings.
Shanji over the top. Shanji over the top. Here's Leave on the back line, looking immediately for light. Will be able to find him. Is going to set a sights on Xiaohu next. The Leave is going ham, and he manages to get a kill, but it's
they got the Otacon!
The Otacon withdraws. Breathe now, chasing down Doinby, flashing on him, and taking him out, chopping him down.
Oh my god, there's only 1 Otacon revive left here. It's just on to Breathe. Massive win there for NiP despite losing the Otacon. It's still 5,000 gold here for the side of Weibo. We're seeing how difficult it is for their team to, find wins. And, I mean, just look at how long it took Leave. He's literally by himself hitting onto Xiaohu and Light, but it just takes way too long. Doinby as a secondary carry is just not there right now. Weibo are starting up this Baron. Nefarious trying to get this Dragon by themselves, so this feels like a weird trade. Weibo for the next 2 minutes will be in a very good spot to be able to push out and get dominating vision, so that in 5 minutes time, hopefully they're in a strong enough position that they cannot allow NiP to walk into this bottom side for this Dragon. As we take a look at this replay.
Yeah, Leave getting to that backline immediately, looking to blow up Knight was so good. But didn't get to mention Breathe with a double knockup coming through onto Aki and onto Shanji, really disrupting that fight. And then, you know, NiP is like, yeah, we're winning. Oh no, they have the recall, the withdrawals, right? Like, if the withdrawals were not a thing, this would have gone much better.
Yeah, the false lie is doing a lot of work there. And I'm gonna be honest, Yanni. I look at this team fight, I really feel like Doinby did not do this much damage.
No, it did not feel like it. It was a lot.
I feel like
it's fake damage. This 2-item combo is not good. I know you kind of have to do it to chop down the Scion, but you don't have enough damage, bro.
Yeah, No one is being able to kill this guy. Shanji does have the Rift Maker, which I think is pretty interesting. Does give him some more survivability alongside having the Conqueror, but kind of see this now.
Another nice
TN!
play by TN, putting everybody to sleep. It doesn't matter that you're not getting kills. You are getting into the base. You are taking that inhibitor, and Weibo Gaming leveraging their strengths to take full control of this game. They're looking to maybe put it away on the next push.
This is what we needed to see from them, though, with this Baron. A minute and a half before this Baron timer is done. They'll have a couple more waves, especially with these Hextech gates, giving them some more movement. And I'm looking at that Dragon in 3.5 minutes time. That is the kind of big ticker for me. If NiP are able to grab that, getting the Hextech Soul definitely helps augment some of their DPS. It maybe gets them over the hump in this game, where it has been difficult for them to kind of outright win fights. That slow, potentially giving them some more utility as well. And I'm kind of looking at, we're always going to be going back for NiP and this AD carry. Leave hitting 3.5 items, even has the Blighting Jewel, so if he can utilize the range of this Kai'Sa, he can be a very, very deadly threat.
You saw what he was able to do in the Otacon fight. Maybe he's got a miracle in his back pocket. But Weibo Gaming, right back to your regularly scheduled programming, knocking down bot inner turret, looking for this bot inhibitor turret. Their siege is really, really good, right? The poke from Light, you can get tagged by TN and immediately put to sleep from a bowling ball. It's really hard for NiP to play right now as the hook goes down over on the side along with the seismic shove, and they pick off PP God to make it a 5v4, and the siege will continue. The culling coming down from Doinby, but it's not enough to kill those minions as the inhibitor will fall as they peel back for the minions in the base.
Ooh, and I like this, still having Baron 10 seconds. They're going to move into mid lane with this wave that's coming on through. Xiaohu is trying to escort this in. Breathe and Tien can connect very easily into this play. And now it is the end of the Baron buff. They will be able to grab with 4 grubs as well all of the inhibitors. So a lot of gold now here for the side of Weibo.
And NiP gets a look at their base in tatters, and they will be confined to their room for the next couple of minutes. You still have time on the respawns for these inhibitors. I mean, 2 minutes and 50 seconds is a real long time, Elk.
Okay, if you are NiP, I think unfortunately there's a very realistic probability that we are giving up this next Dragon, because if we lose this fight, we're probably losing the game. If multiple member goes down, we're probably losing the game. So, what I want to see from them, prioritize getting gold onto Leave. You can kind of see that here. Him and Shanji are sharing farm. I really would like to have Leave get all of this gold, not only because I'm an AD carry player,
Yes,
but
sir.
item completions are going to be so important for the upcoming fights. If we can finish what looks to be a Void Staff now done here for Leave. Now I'm looking at either Doinby or Shanji getting a Liandry's for this Swain, or getting something like an Infinity Edge for Doinby unlocks a lot of DPS for them. So with triple inhibitors down, all these double super minion waves, there's a lot of golden experience that can potentially be funneled into some of the carries of NiP.
And Weibo are not wanting to allow NiP to have that kind of time. You already get the 4th item on Leave, as you pointed out. He's doing well in the CS department, but looking to try to snuff out any hopes of a potential comeback, any hopes of these item spikes saving NiP, as the first Nexus turret is being sieged by the minions. NiP's wave clear is fine. Hook does not land, but another pouring of minion waves
2 waves
into
at
the
the
base.
same time.
It's so tough.
This is tough. Trying to see it.
Can't do anything.
NiP,
PP God.
send it now.
He's got to go back. He gets knocked up over on the side. He's down to half HP. Chains of Corruption to go through and get a land. But here we go. We're going to look for Xiaohu. Xiaohu flashes over the wall. Shanji from the front trying to deal with Breathe. But PP God had already died. The hook goes down. The Nexus turret goes down. The Swain goes down. Everybody goes down. And the Nexus will go down. Weibo Gaming looking really good from start to finish. They'll take game 1.
We thought some of their interesting picks were going to be able to cook, but going a little too ham, a little too early there. Light does get themselves a quadra kill to end out this game. And Weibo, in their comeback into this series, the fact that they had to bring in a new support in Erha, calling them up from the LDL, look a lot better here, at least in their first game against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, the scoreline, as you said earlier, wasn't really sexy or anything like that. He did have one time where he got picked off, but other than that, had a pretty solid game. Good target selection with his ultimates. Obviously, that's one of the easier parts. Nothing crazy in the hook department, but didn't put himself in a lot of danger. Didn't get himself needlessly picked off, which has been a big problem coming out of the support role for Weibo in the past.
Yeah, and what I liked about from this Weibo is even though Xiaohu, had some mechanical flubs early on, it seemed like we kind of got all on board. I am really impressed with what Weibo's top side has brung.
Yeah.
Breathe on the Scion just literally knew, as he knew the assignment. They first picked this, and there was literally nothing that NiP could do to break it. And this Talia was literally make or break in so many fights. Tian was kind of a big mover and shaker in this game. So really happy to see another win here for Weibo, a team that internationally has been really, really impressive. But I'm tentative here because that felt like the most NiP draft possible, and the gameplay matched.
Yeah, it was a little rough. I had some criticisms for that Lucian pick. It did nothing. This thing did nothing. I want to see this damage chart. You had a couple of cullings, but if you're not really able to take over in the lane, I understand. Pro play is a whole different beast from a typical game that you'd see Lucian mid in, more akin to solo queue. But you didn't really get any discernible advantage. You're not overwhelmingly strong in a side lane if you're on even footing, and wasn't able to do much of anything. So gonna have to go back to the drawing board, perhaps toward a normal pick. Give yourself something that has CC Doinb. That has been what you've been good at. That's why your team has been pretty successful. Is you've just been the guy to move around and help out.
Yeah, I don't really see Doinb as like, when we say super carry Doinb, part of it is a little sarcastic, but also like you carry in ways that are not necessarily mechanically diffing your opponents.
Yeah, you're
Lucian,
assisting.
I saw a lot of canceled autos, especially with the Light Slinger passive, a lack of damage and understanding of like where and kind of when you pick this Lucian mid. Tough look there for NiP, but kind of more of the same of what we were able to see. I don't know. I think some of these champions were just kind of doomed from the start. I mean, Talia getting so much value versus NiP.
Yeah, it's really tough, and a good win from Weibo Gaming. And I have to ask, Hulk, what are you thinking here for MVP? I think Breathe played a really good game, but I think Tien, even though these plays didn't result in kills, his flash Qs to trigger lilting lullabies were massive. Yeah. Every single time they got good value.
It has to be Tien. Like, Tien was really, really strong. I could maybe accept a Xiaohu shout,
sure.
But I think, yeah, exactly. Tien looked really incredible, and he has been one of, if not two of the members, or one of the members that has been really, really consistent, or at least a driver when it comes to their games. Early on into the year, him and Xiaohu were actually getting a lot of work done as a 2v2, but that seems to have kind of faded a little bit as we've seen more priority go over towards Tien as like a starter to a lot of these fights. And who knows, maybe the dynamic of this team does change now with Erha kind of coming on through. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, this is where everything seemed to go wrong for NiP. You got that small early lead, 2-0 the first time around, and then up here getting stuffed out there by a light that allowed time for Weibo to get these kills on the back half. And, after that, it was all Weibo from there. And this fight in particular was disgusting.
Oh, yeah. I'm quite sad, mostly because of some of the misexecutions. If it isn't clear, I'm a really big NiP fan, mostly because I really truly believe that Leave is one of the best AD carries we have in the league. Mm-hmm. But small things like that chase onto Erha, small things like his team just not being particularly that solid is makes it hard, especially when we have a bunch of teams who have really strong AD carries, but not necessarily the team to back them up.
Yeah, this is a situation where you should have the team to back you up, right? And not happening this game. Again, this composition, it had the hallmarks of NiP for all of the crazy picks that I had in it, the Swain top, the Lucian mid, but it didn't have the true things that have made NIP successful. I'm harping on the lack of cohesion of CC between your mid laner and your jungler, right? It's something like that was really deviated from like what they've been good at. So that's why it was just so disappointing.
I have nothing else really to say about this, man. This was a piss game. Like
It was a
I
drubbing.
just watched Weibo kind of sit back, take a free win. Shanji was quite invisible on the Swain. I'm glad that they were cooking. Maybe there's a situation where they're trying to squeeze some different picks for Fearless, but I don't know. This is an important series just for Weibo alone. I think if Ninjas in Pajamas were to fall here, again, we are kind of looking at Weibo as a team that should scale up as the year goes on, and now with the support change-up, maybe there's something there. But I think this win is more important for Weibo as 1-3 start into the season. They're kind of already struggling, and then I'm taking a look at their schedule. They don't play for another 3 days. Then they play JDG, they play against WE, and then IG. They need to kind of right the ship at that point if they want any chances of being a dominant top 6 team.
Yeah, as NIP, this is your chance to kind of put them, try to kill them, right? And
there we go.
They're letting Weibo hang around, and Tien, a well-deserved MVP, as you and I both believe.
Mm-hmm.
And well, I believe that NIP might be able to turn it around going into the second game. But we'll see if that is the case. We're going to kick it to a break, and when we return, we'll be in the Game 2 draft between NIP and Weibo Gaming. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast where, NiP had a little bit of life really early on, and then really early on, Weibo extinguished it. And it was all them after that.
Yep. We got to see some creative picks, but unfortunately, champions that I just don't feel fit the usual composition of a NiP draft, and maybe just them doing a little bit of experimentation here, especially because we have a fearless format. So, going to be interesting to me whether or not we're going to get a return to form here or a little bit more of the same in terms of game one from Ninjas in Pajamas. Because I think coming into this matchup, this was a quite even kind of spread. Both teams could be expected to win. I think a close series between these two. But Weibo so far with their new addition and support have looked a lot tighter of a team.
Yeah, the calls for plays were just a lot better. They just, as you said, looked tighter in terms of being next to each other, playing as a team. They were really, really good at doing that. The fights looked pretty coordinated and was all them from there. But obviously, small sample size, just one game. Need to see them do it again because, as we mentioned about this Weibo team, the only thing consistent about them is that they've been inconsistent, right? So we'll see if NiP goes with a more standard composition for their standards at the very least and is able to take Weibo Gaming to a third match.
Yeah, if they're able to do that, it will come off the back of probably a pretty massive leave performance. I think we got to see some of what makes Aki such an interesting player in that game, where he has some mechanical flubs. He is playing Nefiri and definitely got a pretty nice lead for himself individually, but wasn't able to really transition that into a carry performance like we have seen from some of our other junglers like Tarzan or Kanavi. And what I will be looking for from the side of Weibo is not only will they be able to close out this series, but in what manner are we going to be getting that from? Because this game, that last game was a TN performance. We have had glimpses of things like Breathe being able to really carry a game over the finish line with Light. So now that the tanks are kind of out of the way, we have the Scion in particular gone. I wonder if we're going to see more Mbessa, because that has been, in my opinion, for Breathe, it's been his most played champion and has been by far his best in the year.
Yeah, I remember the fight that happened at the bottom Tribrush after a dragon where he did, 10,000 damage in one team fight. That one will forever stick in my mind. That was a really crazy good fight. And we'll see if Breathe gets to be the guy or if it's going to come from elsewhere, right? It would be great to see a classic Xiaohu performance as we are into the picks and the bans and already Weibo going back to the well in terms of bans, taking out that Rise, make sure that Doinb doesn't get his hands on it.
Okay. We just expect against Doinb that Galio Rise are going to stay permanently banned. Rise, his second most played champion throughout this year, has not played it at all in Split 2. So, kind of sucks to see. I feel bad for Doinb, but we'll see what exactly the choices are here. It seems like for NiP, pretty big focus in terms of taking away top lane answers. We could potentially even expect a Jace ban, just in terms of what we have seen in general. Ted, they're going to go for the Skarner.
All right, so going to be interesting what Weibo bans. They could ban Jace. They could ban Rumble. Shanji has played a ton of Rumble, so if they give that over to him, I would not be surprised to see NiP first pick it, but it does get banned, so
okay,
no surprise there.
All right, NiP, what is our first pick here? I'm looking at some of these champions. I am thinking Poppy in particular might get some extra value in terms of the flex. It is a three-way flex for this team. If you're trying to just secure an 80 carry, I think that you really can't go wrong with things like the Ezreal or the Corki. But we're getting we're getting Aki's Sinsao very early on, so getting some good skirmish junglers as well as kind of limiting some of Tian's pool, although he has been someone that has really started to branch out as we gone further through the year.
Yeah, not entirely concerned there. He's played a lot of the meta ones like, Lee Sin, Viego, all those champions, right? And even Wukong earlier in the year when that was a thing. But we are going to see the R1 Yorick come through for Breathe. So he is going to look to be the menace and pull NiP apart at the joints.
Okay. So Weibo are probably going to need a team composition that is able to operate 4v5 at the very least by themselves. I'm real quick diving into Breethe's match history. He has played Yorick. He is 4-0 on the champion. Similar to Bin, has only played it in the LDL back in 2019 spring. So
Throwback.
should be interesting to see how he pilots this 6 years later. And for NiP, I mean, you're looking at an Ezreal across from you. Misfortune, like I was saying in a couple of our other games, has a much easier time of being able to bully both in the lane and talking about mid-priority. But I think I'd prefer almost a Jhin. It does kind of suffer,
Yeah.
but just the high amount of burst damage that you have, and I think the setup is just so much more important when we're talking about contributing to NiP.
Yeah, and being able to ensure that you're able to get picks if Weibo is playing as 4 and Breathe is split pushing, that could really get things going. But instead, the burden of execution is actually going to be pretty high. But I anticipate that NiP will shore things up. We're going to see a Mordekaiser as their final pick for the first half of the picks and bans. I don't really know much about the Mordekaiser into Yorick matchup.
Oh, Shanji, you are cooking, brother. We are cooking. I am just going to real quick. So this is another one where, like, the way that I kind of see the game is, like, I've obviously played, like, almost every single one of these champions. I feel like I have a okay understanding of mechanical of, like, what they're trying to do and stuff.
Right.
In theory, the way that this works is Shanji should be able to have extended trades where he's able to fight him because of the passive, as well as the double damage that the Q does if you're isolated. It's a bit tougher to do when there's a maiden, but does give them the access of, hey, if you're going to come into these fights 4v5, then we can maybe kind of lessen some of these numbers and use that Death Realm. Going to be very interesting to see what NiP are cooking here, as they already kind of have the makings of a team fight composition with the Xin Zhao and this Misfortune, but Weibo, I think, have really solid ways of delaying and stopping NiP from approaching with just this Ezreal and Maokai alone.
Yeah, we'll see if NiP goes with something that kind of ties the room together. I'd like an Orianna here for them, maybe. You're already kind of forced into double AP, but just something that gives you a little bit more team fight presence. Maybe some extra ability to catch out members. But yeah, as you said, it's going to be really difficult to lock down this Weibo gaming composition with all of their disengaged. But then, of course, you could pivot. If you're advantaged, you could use this Maokai to start a fight, as it will be the final ban. We're just awaiting what Weibo is going to go with next.
All right. Well, probably looking for a support here and giving Xiaohu last pick up against Doinby. I think that is completely reasonable. Typically, we would see support counter on 5, but with, I think, the fact that you are playing against Doinby, he is going to always try to cook up something a little bit special for you. So in terms of this MF, I feel like Leave has been left out to dry in this one, because if this isn't like a Leona, I feel like it is incredibly tough for you to actually get that team fight down. And now you're going to be playing against a Maokai and a Rel who are walking straight at you. We're going to need to see something that's going to not only provide frontline, but also stop them. We're getting a Victor here from the side of Doinby. Okay, I like this up against Weibo. I think it's a bit tough to play against Maokai Ezreal, but I think this is a pretty reasonable matchup. I wonder if Xiaohu is just going to be trying to go for either his Aurora or maybe go something a little bit more long range.
Yeah, this is going to be good. The Gravity Well is going to do a lot to try and stop Weibo from continuing their engages, and it is one of Doinby's most played all time. Good call there, as the Aurora will come through for Xiaohu. So looking for that a little bit of extra damage, maybe burst somebody out if Tien goes in with his W.
Yeah. All right. So 3 and 4 items, 2 or 3 items, that kind of like idea space. So like 28 to 35 minutes. NiP are probably going to be feeling incredibly strong. I would say that Victor has a very easy time of being able to one-shot or get through an entire team fight and potentially win this game by himself, but it all comes down to Urha and Tien. If they can make his positioning a living hell, it is going to be very difficult for Weibo to actually play this game out and get away from the Victor, especially once those slows come on through. So how they're able to accelerate, if they're able to play around this Aurora, who should be able to bully around a really good laning mage like Victor, I'm going to be very, very keyed in for Weibo on how they're able to grab objectives and how they do set up, because just alone with Maokai and Rel, you should have an easy enough time being able to walk into a lot of these objectives.
Without a doubt, should be pretty free. And if somebody mispositions over on the side of NiP, you have the damage to back you up, right? You know, Ezreal will get a little bit of damage once he gets his Sheen, and then obviously getting into the Triforce and the Monomune, right? But that Aurora is really going to be the one that you pointed out. It's going to be doing a ton of damage. Too much damage in my opinion, but that's beside the point. You could just easily get free kills that way, right? So you have to be really, really careful if you're NiP. Don't want to make too many mistakes to allow yourself to scale into the game to the point where maybe you don't have to worry about it.
And we're heading into game 2 here. Weibo, with a negative win rate so far in Split 2, are looking to get their second series win. While NiP, a win here puts them in top 3 contention. Very early on into the split, they'd be kind of sharing a spot with JDG and BLG, but obviously need this win here today if they want any chance of that being the case. They have to win this game as well as the next.
Yep, it's always going to be important. Remember, it is a double round robin, so there are plenty more League of Legends games on the horizon, but every single one against a team that is perceived as a top team really counts. It's a real big feather in your cap and makes you feel good. No matter how poor Weibo's been performing, you take a look, Breathe, Tien, Xiaohu, Light, guys like that are guys that are battle tested, that are really, really good players, and a win over them just feels good.
Even trade there. I would have thought that maybe Shanchi would have gone for a longer trade just because he does have the Conqueror, and you really don't want to go for short trades versus York, but okay. We're getting a 5-point start here, not too much in terms of invades. This is going to be Weibo's bot lane getting access to this wave first. As you can see, they're trying to kind of sneak in, get underneath, and take control of the wave. NiP will get early vision. It's spotted here by Tien, and Aki probably going to get spotted as well here, so junglers will be having full information.
Now, with the way these champions operate, the Xin Zhao and the Maokai, the ability to, from a level 2 to level 3 onward, make an impact in some of these lanes and make some ganks happen. You anticipating maybe that some visits are paid toward this bottom side because of these engaged supports?
Well, considering Xin Zhao is pathing away from this lane, I think he is probably not a... Later, maybe. Personally, I would really actually like to see a lot of action around mid lane. If you can get free kills on the AD carries or their supports, that's great, but being able to destabilize Xiaohu and this Victor is going to be more important for being able to push the game. And already we're kind of seeing that Xiaohu, despite having... He has the Electrocute rune, and he's already down 30% of his HP. Now, Victor is a lane bully, or at least more of a lane bully than a lot of other control mages, but what the hell, man?
Yeah, off to quite a bad start here. Is Xiaohu getting even lower. Like, this is really, really bad for Xiaohu. Doinbi is going to town. Said, no, you know what? I'm going to play Lucian passively and Victor hyper-aggressively.
He had to waste a lot of his mana, so right now this is a small win for Doinbi. How much time he's going to be allowed to spend in this lane is kind of up to whether or not Xiaohu actually is able to press him on the fact that he has very low resources. But with Aki now crossing into his top side, now also grabbing access to... now grabbing access onto, the blue buff in this top side, there is a very real possibility that we get that access, or the entrance into mid lane from Aki and trying to destabilize this matchup.
Looks like he's going to head to the top grab. Tian going to grab the bottom one, no surprise there. Doinby at about half HP, as you mentioned, was low on mana before, did not get a chance to back, so who should have some opportunity to shove him in, maybe move around, or maybe make him miss a wave.
Trying to see Mordekaiser OTPs. Who are Mordekaiser OTPs that are famous?
I don't actually know, man. It doesn't feel like too many people play that champion religiously and like stream and are famous for the champion, you know? Even though it just got an exalted skin.
That's true. Well,
is he not playing the exalted skin, by the way?
I don't think he is. I think he's playing the evil project skin, Project Mordekaiser.
Hang on. Evil things might be happening in this mid lane. The destabilization has started. The question is, will it be successful? Shahu gets engaged on, hops over the wall. Aki looking to stay with him. Flash for flash. Wind becomes lightning,
Ooh.
but unable to dash.
Okay, but those are both summoners down. Aki's going to help his mid laner push the wave. And that'll just be Doinby taking a recall and getting himself either a lost chapter or a couple of components here. So Tian going to be finishing up his full clear and having a lot of gold. Probably going to get at least either Haunting Guys or the Faded Ashes. Not bad.
Yeah, all in all, pretty good. As we all know, Faded Ashes does wonders for helping you clear out your jungle camps. Get quite a bit of a bump in speed for that. Tian, level 5, once you hit level 6, of course, you have that opportunity to drop these ultimates down, maybe make some plays, but again, you know, it seems like this is going to be a bit of a slow burn for Weibo, especially because it's going to take a little bit of time for Light to get online, and, you know, Zhao, the damage is there, sure, but it's just being a little risky at that point. The Grubs will be up in about 35 seconds, and this Dragon untouched so far.
Okay. So right now what we're seeing from Weibo is with their bottom lane continuing to be in that lane, it seems like NiP are way more focused on getting some of these topside objectives. Getting Grubs away from a team with the Yorick is something that is potentially a win condition like we saw in the series earlier up against WE and BLG. But being able to kind of use this Misfortune Leona combo is pretty deadly. This GV2 can kind of take a lot of solo top laners by surprise. Breathe will now have the Maiden of the Mist. So, going to be early action on this top side as now Aki is starting up the Rift Herald. It's going to be the Grubs, I should say, as Dragon's being traded for Tien. Maybe there's a play onto this Mordekaiser, but Mordekaiser ultimate makes this way more difficult than it does for Yorick.
Yeah, without a doubt. Hopefully, Weibo realizes that and doesn't do something silly, as they will elect not to do much of anything. They'll just head into the mid lane here, 3 strong, as the Grubs are finished up on the top side. Breathe stuck in the 2v1, but not under too much pressure, as they have not positioned for a dive ready.
Okay, so taking a look at the map right now, the 3 Grubs does favor NiP early with their ability to actually hit turrets, and maybe once Xiaohu has finished his first item, he'll have a bit of time on the power spike to actually deal damage. Oh, Light.
Light is out of the jungle. He's going to flash, but Shanji's going to flash right after him and pick up first blood.
I hope Hong's watching in the background like, see?
That's dastardly,
that's just alone time. That's just alone time. Like, he just misses his whole wave. I hope we get a picture-in-picture as to what the hell happened there, because there's just no reason for him to be getting... Oh, Tien's here. Tien's ulting.
Oh, here we go. Teleport coming in as well. Leave is going to get rooted up. Has to deal with the ghouls in the backside. Flashing in. Shanji is here. PP got ignited, getting lower and lower, but they don't really have any opportunity to re-engage. Tien trying to get closer, trying to use his W to root up Shanji. A lot of damage coming through.
Oh my God, Shanji!
There too, but it's not enough, and they run out of damage. PP God can't do it all, and Weibo get 2.
They get 2 kills for free. They even crashed his turret, so it ends up being good for Breathe here. Massive mistake coming in from NiP, and overextension of the play means that while trying to get Leave out of that situation, they give over 2 kills and, you know, not bad participants to grab them.
Here we go.
Is this literally just, he just lands a... okay, so he gets the double damage Q. He gets the E...
What? No shot!
So, okay. Usually, there's a fun interaction where if you're out of vision, if Mordekaiser loses vision on you, you cannot be ulted. Twitch players love abusing this. It's very funny. We just get to take a look at replay again, and now we're back to, I'm looking at picture-in-picture right now, and I'm just thinking to myself like, wow, we used all of our summoner spells. Shanji had already lost Flash trying to kill Light. PBGod, just let him die, bro. Just leave.
Yeah.
What? Like, why are we even pressing E here? It's so troll.
I think PBGod saw the damage and was like, "You got more of that, right?" It's like, brother, my abilities are on cooldown, friend.
Yeah.
I cannot get the skill.
All right.
Rough stuff for NiP, but Aki maybe looking to revisit Xiaohu here. His flash is still down for just a couple of moments. He's gonna try to hop away, and he will dodge out of the wind. Becomes lightning. Nothing doing there for Aki either, and so far it's been quite quiet out of the NiP jungler.
Void Grub spawning in a minute 2 before that dragon. And I'm kind of looking at this. Tian can make a play towards the bottom side of the map. They have a lot of vision invested towards this side, and I mean, Leave's already half HP. I don't see why not. I mean, Urha on this wave also is going to hit level 6 here, so going to be a pretty good spot for them if Weibo want to look for it. Instead, they're going to peel back, maybe do some more of their camps, and potentially be ready for the grubs spawning in 30 seconds like I had just noted. Already 3 going over to NiP. You want to try to avoid giving more of those Void Mites over.
Yeah, it'll be a big problem because Victor, you know, known good side laner, as well as Mordekaiser. Not sure if any of them will be able to match what Breathe is able to do in a side lane later on, but the other one shouldn't have too many issues.
Okay. So we're kind of in this weird part of the game where 10.5 minutes, Weibo feel like they haven't really accomplished much on their own, more so being reactive, but I'm kind of okay with that, especially for a team that is so well adept at being able to receive ganks as well as kind of play vision very, very well, with Maokai and Aurora kind of being able to be very deceptive in that way. So we'll be 4 grubs going over to Aki. Urha is sitting over the pit in case he needs to be here, but kind of with Doinby and PBGod as a 2v2, this is very difficult for Weibo to walk into.
No chance there. Ezreal's up top, Yorick's on the bottom side, so giving away those grubs, and we'll see if it does come back to bite them. We're going to see an ultimate get used and a flash as well. PBGod with a snappy engage, and Tien is just dead.
Wow. That was incredible, and now Doinby's going to be able to go bot. He'll be able to catch this wave. It still will be plates going over to Breathe. But good enough find for NiP. Opens up the map. Also lets them grab this dragon as well. So while they won't be able to use the grubs immediately, I think is a really smart play and a great engage coming out from PBGod.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. You got to get picks like that in order to really take control of the game, and because of that, this does mean that NiP will be able to pick up their first dragon for themselves, and now allow Weibo to get that stacking started early.
All right, we do have to escort our jungler out of this pit, however.
Oh, no.
We
no.
will before he will just have to flash. Okay, cool. So he gets it out of the way first. I like it. Look, he's new to the stage. Every support, I feel like a lot of sports would have done that. I feel like that was a 100%. Vampire engage. Like, Vampire could have done that. We would have been like, oh, you know, it's Vampire. Urha's new.
Vampire out here catching strays, man. Surely there has to be
That was a
somebody
direct.
else, right?
That was a direct, bro.
Yeah,
I called it out.
Yeah.
It's not like I was like, you know, there's certain WE supports that would, you know, do that. Yeah.
I
got my hung joke in earlier, so.
This is true. You did get the hung joke.
So
doubling up on Xiaohu, forcing him away. And right now for NiP, they have to be pretty content with how the game is going. Although Breathe does look a little strong, has good CS. Hold on a minute.
What is Tien doing?
Has to blow his ultimate. Yeah, like what is going on here? That was very silly. You can see on his camera too. He's not exactly happy.
Hey, he had a little size like, alright, my bad, guys. He just gets caught out there. I mean, maybe expecting Xiaohu to TP mid, but the timer's just not there. Urha also wasn't in the area, so quite confusing. It does also mean that they lose the Maokai ultimate during all of this, so at least for the next minute and a half, it's going to be a tough ask for Weibo to find long-range engages. It's going to have to be a pretty short-ranged fight if they want any kind of usefulness out of the Rel or the Maokai. And for NiP, that's just more kills going over to them, you know, kind of accelerating some of their game plan, their ability to scale as this game goes on. Really, just in terms of their champions, it's really just Doinbi on this Victor. Misfortune's always going to be very potent, but her skill ceiling is rather low in comparison to something like an Ezreal on the opposite side.
Yeah, you know, as long as Leaf is able to set his feet, that's all you really need, and you will be able to make a large impact in fights, whereas Light is going to have a high burden of execution. But NiP, as the plates go down, only one plate over Weibo, but you know what, that's okay. The real prize will be if you're able to get on these turrets. Any opportunity where Weibo mismanages a side wave means that this turrets are going to either go down or take heavy damage, which is
we also
always a
haven't
big
seen
concern.
NiP actually use these 6 grubs, right? They
Yeah.
haven't had time. A lot of this has been spent on, hey, we're making a pick in mid, like onto Tien, whether it was on the top side near River or on the bottom side River like we just saw when he was by himself. They got good damage onto Xiaohu, but after that, because they went over into Tien, he actually basically stopped them from hitting the turret. And we have been kind of talking referentially about Breathe on this Yorick. It's going to be a little bit before we actually get to see too much. Finally, NiP will be able to grab themselves the first turret in the game. And that should also give them, or they already had feat strength, so yeah, feeling pretty good about their spot. Now they've got Herald in a minute. As long as they can get some recalls in, I really think that NiP should be focusing on getting this Herald. You have 6 grubs already. You basically blow up the game if you drop this objective.
Yeah, you are looking at almost guaranteed to get 1 turret. Maybe you end up getting 2, depending on what the situation calls for. Zoingi looking to shove off Erha here. It looks like the entirety of NiP deploying near the bottom side right now. Doinbi will match Xiaohu on the bottom side as God is hanging around his jungler.
Okay. Doinbi, like we were saying, should be getting more of those Victor bucks. I hope we get longer times of clicking on his target frame so I can see if his ability icons are upgraded.
Yeah.
It's not particularly the most clear. It's not like we had the old upgraded perfect hex core thing.
Exactly.
The item. That item was terrible. I feel really bad for all the Victor players. I thought it was very unique, but
it was cool. Yeah.
It was cool. It just kind of sucked. And then they buffed it and made it way too OP. And I was like, okay, well now we gotta tune this back. I am also, you know, Yanni, I saw another Victor player do this kind of similar build. I am not a fan of this. I really do think Doinbi is going to do 0 DPS in these fights.
Yeah, well, Victor's biggest strength is that, like, if you land 1 laser on a low health target, they're like half HP. Like, they are not really able to join the fight. And now it's just like, sure, you are not getting picked off, or like a little sturdier if you get picked, and you're maybe able to actually escape, but you're not doing that damage anymore. You're not relying on your skills to prevent yourself from dying, and you can't actually take advantage on getting people lower. That's neither here nor there.
Feels like a Doinbi build. Feels like a Doinbi build.
I'm so with you. I'm so with you, brother. But see what NiP wants to do here is they're looking to take full control of this river, which they now have after clearing out some vision. The dragon is up, ripe for the taking. And NiP will finally start it up.
But they're kind of just jockeying in between 2 lanes right now. They moved Doinbi into mid to see if they were going to fight, then said, well, we're not doing anything, so let's just, you know, move him back in the bottom lane. And that means that they completely give up control of the river here. And so now it's Tien and Xiaohu hitting onto this objective. Doinbi is looking to TP into this play.
All right.
And maybe they just try to trade this for mid-tier 1. I mean, it doesn't seem like Light is giving them the posture to be able to do so.
Dragon resets. Aki takes a huge chunk, but Doinbi is here. And chunk out Erha. Erha looking for a way in. Light a little low on mana, but should have enough to make it through this fight. As more Victor lasers are coming through this choke point as Weibo are a little split. Teleport is coming in from Shanji. They're not going to commit Breathe's teleport, so here comes the Maokai ultimate just to root a couple of members up and make this hard. Ezreal coming through, but it is way late, and the dragon is secured for NiP.
Well, they just committed 2 teleports, right? Doinbi back to TP'd mid, Shanji TP to this play. That's just going to be a turret going over to the side of Weibo. And now Breathe has a pretty big responsibility to at least shoulder some of the burden for this game, as he has a lot of gold in his back pocket. There's global gold that's being given to his team, but with how long this lane is, and you know, just in general, this does start to favor NiP, as you have so much movement speed between Doinby on this Victor. You have Misfortune as well. Their ability to like ping pong between waves is very, very good for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Now Weibo trying to set up around this top side, because same thing that we said 2 minutes ago was that the Rift Herald is a much more important objective right now for a team that has 6 grubs.
Yeah, it is so dangerous. You mentioned that it could bust the game wide open, and you're absolutely right. You know, it's what, 1,400, 1,500 gold thereabouts. You know, we've seen many Herald plays be almost like mini Baron power plays, right, where you're getting large amounts of gold because sometimes you just see the Rift Herald get piloted and knock some people up and win a fight too. You know, but we'll see what the move ends up being, as NiP looks like they are more than willing to give it up with both of their solo laners on the bottom side and no TPs.
Yep, this is the problem with them kind of allocating their TPs in the way that they did. They just have to give this objective up. And getting a little cheeky there. That was actually damage placed onto BB God, so he won't have any home guard boots when he runs out of base, which I think is kind of funny.
It's the most tilting thing ever.
I'm okay with getting my recall not stopped and not having... It's funnier to me.
Oh, sure, yeah. I just don't want it to happen at all.
Sure.
But if I had to pick one, I'd rather get my recall.
So that'll be the Herald being taken by Weibo. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes. You have that Otacon. I think what I'm going to expect from Weibo is continuing to put Light and Urha somewhere near mid, and then Tien and Aurora can kind of continue to move around. BB God though. Okay, no
held
flash.
His flash. You know, didn't want to go in full pursuit there, but BB God not having a flash is pretty important between warps getting put down by Xiaohu, as Leave gets chunked out hard, and now they've turned on to Aki bullet time, just trying to force them away, and it will be successful. The slow is out because of that Leona ultimate, as Shanji is now joining the party and has pulled Urha into the Death Realm, and the Death Realm does mean death for you, as the support for Weibo is lost.
Yeah, I like the answer of Aurora into Misfortune because it's a way for a team to get the strut passive, so the attack speed and the bonus movement speed taken off. But right there, we just got to see that Leave uses the cleanse to remove some of the slow. And I'm as much as I love what Weibo or what NiP have been able to do in some of these fights, I am starting to get worried. Because you're looking at top lane right now, Shanji is dropping some waves and particularly being able to play on the side lane to reinforce his team, but that means that Breathe is taking turrets. They've now dropped this Herald in mid. They weren't able to grab the turret, but are going to be very close to doing so if they're able to win yet another fight.
Yep, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Weibo. This is the exact way you wanted to play your composition. Take a look at this replay. So close on getting out some of these kills, and NiP, frankly, is very lucky that nobody on their side died.
I mean, the Leona ult not going down here is really important. The fact that Leave survives as well, I'm sure the Weibo will want to kind of take that back. And this was a dangerous fight just in general here for NiP, because not only was Leave taken out, Shanji walked into this with like 60% HP. I think if they still had that Rel ultimate that Urha used to try to catch out PP God, there's a very real possibility they could have found a kill there, as Xiaohu just barely going to be able to sneak on by, jumping over that wall. And big priority here from the side of NiP would put them on soul point in 40 seconds when this Infernal Drake spawns, but still not using these 6 grubs. A little problematic in my mind, but if they end up winning this game, then the 6 grubs will just kind of be used as a way to end the game just a little bit quicker.
Yep, it'll be there for, hey, teams with 6 grubs have a higher win rate, you know? Like, whoopee, you know, he did it. Yeah, they haven't gotten too much value out of it. And that's because these side lanes have been, every time they've had to go, it's to tend to these side lanes and try to fix them, right? And then Breathe just comes back and wrecks them again. But it does mean that, obviously, NiP with the man advantage often in these, you know, mid-skirmishes, Shanji has really equalized that in that last fight. You could really see it. Like, that is the big difference. You know, that's why Weibo wasn't able to actually take that mid-turn.
Yeah. So, jockeying for position on the Dragon. It was NiP getting that mid-tier 1 pretty early, at least in comparison to where we are now. And they are going to put Leave right back into this lane to try to shove. Tien's going to start this up. But NiP are dropping waves in bottom lane to say, hey, we're just going to make sure that we have numbers first, and then we'll move and catch those waves a little bit later on. And Aurora can make a flank if they really need it to be, but Urha's not here, so it's going to take a while. Maybe Breed looks for a teleport.
Ezreal had come through, and you see Light is off to the side all by his lonesome. Dragon will reset, and you know, not a whole lot of damage going down onto this top tier 2. So I wonder if
Observers,
all of this
what are
back
you
and
showing
forth
me?
is actually going to be worth it. Yeah.
What are you showing? Oh, split cam. Okay. All right, you can't see it in the split cam here, but Aurora is just below Doinby here. We're getting the Maokai ult.
Aware. Here we go, that root goes down, the Dragon getting lower, 2,000 HP, but they're shoved all the way off because of the teleports. Dragon secured for Weibo, the big blow up there onto the Leona as Tien gets to the back line but has to flash out and is now caught up in the bullet time. Shanji pulls Breathe into the Death Realm too and is looking to hunt him down. Urha going all the way back in, Light and Xiaohu, their combined powers getting the job done. Doinby able to dodge out on a Mystic Shot, but Shanji out of the Death Realm, caught alone, and then Light finishes off Doinby.
Oh man, that fight could have been so good, but we see Weibo take control of space so well, and Light has just been firing away on this Ezreal the entire fight. Are they just going to be able to do this so, like, with the 3 of them? I guess now that the Light's going to be here, the Maiden is being able to, you know, provide a lot of HP and bulkiness. A great call here from Weibo. Look up the Dragon to win the fight, and they'll get an Otacon. These are going to be a lot of Blood Roses going over to them.
Yeah, this is what's going to feel like the game is tilted heavily in their favor. Big, impactful teleport there from Breathe, and Shanji could not get the job done, could not take him out. And now 46, didn't count those last two, to 10 on the Blood Petals. That's a very, very large display.
I just feel like we're so split here. Obviously, we kind of talked about the fact that, you know, there's a TP coming in from behind them and that Aurora is a bit south. But the amount of damage that Xiaohu is able to get immediately blows up 3 God. And now look at where everybody is. Shanji, kind of awkward in where he wants to fight. Tien and the rest of his team are kind of playing as a 3-man unit with Light on the side here. This engage from Urha just is so amazing and basically is the linchpin to allow for the rest of Weibo to win this fight.
Yeah, big credit to Urha there. You know, held his flash for the right time, used it, and may have put the dagger in the hearts of NiP. But the gold lead is not that different just yet. It is only about 400 gold, but now Weibo looking to firmly put themselves in the driver's seat and put this one away.
And look at the flashes right now here for NiP. No flash on Doinby, no flash on Leave. So if there's any engage, if there's another ult from Tien, very real likelihood that potentially someone gets caught out, maybe even has to force someone else's ultimates in this case. Looking at kind of items here, Infinity Edge done for Leave. Doinby does have the Leandri, so he is starting to get to that point where he does a little bit of DPS, but still probably going to be waiting till 3rd and potentially even 4th item before we see Doinby on this Victor actually do very much.
It might be too late at that point, although a nice bullet time goes down. Erha gets caught out. He get a big pick.
Slows down the game here. You can see that NiP or Weibo, I should say, are really focused on just getting around mid lane. Oh my god, wow. Xiaohu, that not landing right there is make or break between them, killing Leave and starting the Baron.
Yeah, that is crazy. Meanwhile, Shanji and Breed in the Death Realm going at each other. The Maiden and the little minions, the ghouls, the ghosty goos, trying to do what they can to help out Breathe.
Shanji, no.
Trying to lure Breathe in, and Breathe gets caught as Aki shows up to the party and takes him down.
Great job from NiP here. The manner in which they're able to find that pick onto Urha, then they are able, or onto Tien, then they move in onto bottom lane wave. This slows down the game in their favor and also at least buys them about a minute so that Breathe is not constantly pushing on a side lane, so that Shanji can play to the other side of the map. He will have TP for this play, and it looks like NiP, they're maybe going to try to turn onto Xiaohu. As long as they got the TP, they're perfectly fine with just going straight back into mid and getting gold for their Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and you talked about how Doinby's not going to be dealing damage until like 3, probably 4 items. So this extra time meaning that Breathe is not on the map, mucking around with the side lanes again. Now he's going to have to fix this bottom lane. It just means that NiP is buying themselves more time for later. Very, very good stuff out of them. Let's see if they can keep it up, because they got to maybe do it 1 or 2 more times.
I respect Leaf so much, bro. He literally just walked up to an Aurora that already landed. Oh, never mind. All right, well.
Why don't you tell me how you really feel about that one?
7 in the morning here on the western starboard, as there is light coming through my window, and there is Lee's
Light on
ultimate.
my screen.
That, caster curse on the Leaf. That's my fault. I was already glazing him a little too hard earlier, so I get it. I misspoke at the top of show. I think I said that Leaf was the best AD carry in the league, and then I remembered Hope exists. I'm getting punished. This is all just karmic retribution onto me. But
yeah, Hope wouldn't have done that.
Hope probably would have won this game already, but that's besides the point. There's a dragon here on the map. A lot of Weibo have put members towards the top side, but we do have, some members of NiP in the area. I think it's a bit tough when you don't have the bullet time. When that does come up, it will kind of open up a few options for NiP, especially being able to play at range. Does mean that now Weibo are going to be on sole point, so every 5 minutes from now on is going to be a forced engagement for NiP and Weibo.
Yep, and that is worrisome if you're NiP, right? Because your Victor is not on their 3rd item just yet. You have the Seeker's Arm Guard just in case anything bad happens, but then you already see a guy like Xiaohu, right? Doing damage. Your guy Doinby not doing damage. This is generally not good.
They're probably also very happy that they got those first 2 the 2 dragons,
oh,
right?
Yeah.
For
oh
NiP,
my god,
because that is literally 10 minutes off the clock that they got to buy for themselves here. Seems like Doinby going to be going for a Zonia, so we'll have still some of that damage. Pick on the Xiaohu!
Yeah, your damage doesn't matter if you get caught out like that and you can't go between the worlds. You will fall and NiP will turn toward the Baron.
Well, how much can they actually do off of this play? Breathe, probably going to push one more wave and then teleport here. Shanji preemptively getting into the pit. And now Tien and Light have to be able to make a miracle happen. Tien, the flash is available. Can he get in and make a steal?
All right, let's see if he can. Tien.
Oh, Death Realm, Death Realm, Death Realm!
Yeah, the Death Realm. He flashed in too. Tien, oh, what a mistake there. He's going to go down. The Baron goes to NiP, but Breathe on the bottom side.
So he'll grab himself 1 turret, level 18, 700 gold going over to him. He's going to have maybe another item in purchase if he's really ready for it. And now with this Baron, how much work can NiP do? They have 6 grubs, they have this Baron. So alongside of Misfortune with these love taps, mid-tier 2 goes down. It's going to be a 45-second difference between Baron falling off and this Dragon spawning in 3 minutes time here. Can Urha find and engage? He has been he's a bit quiet this game around. We're getting the teleport from behind. NiP are going to collapse onto Breathe.
All right, Breathe is just going to try to win this 1v1 against Shanji, and Shanji cannot get the shield in time. And now Doinby chasing after Breathe. The Maiden's got to start helping out. He's got the shield from the Hex Drinker. Is it going to be enough? He's trying to stay out of the gravity field, but then he got stunned. He stepped into it, got stunned. Doinby will go golden. And down goes Breathe. Meanwhile, we still have fighting going on. Xiaohu is the one who gets stunned up in the mid lane.
I love what PP God and Leave did there. Leave prioritizing the minion wave so that they couldn't actually take the mid-tier 1. Then we're using the ult to try to see if we can force a little bit more. 3 summoner spells are now gone. The flashes from Tien, Breathe, and Xiaohu no longer available. Breathe also uses teleport, so I think Weibo are getting desperate. And Yanni, I'm feeling it. I feel this 6th game coming on through for ourselves, as NiP are trying all that they can to make sure that they get a victory here in game number 2.
Shanji, even with the shielding, I mean, it's just too much damage coming out from Breathe, but, I don't think Breathe is going to get this kill on the Doinby anyway if he doesn't accidentally step back into the gravity field, but, it is kind of tough that you burn your flash too and end up not winning the fight overall.
Well, 55 seconds left on this Dragon. Again, 45 seconds over towards afterwards for this Infernal Soul. And Weibo would love to be able to contest, but losing that Baron and then consistently losing fights is making this harder and harder for them to actually walk into bottom side jungle and get vision down. I was going to say I really wanted to see Urha step up. He has had a pretty decent performance in his first stage games here in the LPL, but this game has been particularly difficult, and I know for, like we've been saying,
Maybe they're
this
gonna
is
rip
a
it here.
game and a series that Weibo really want to try to win.
Urha
God.
got knocked away. Lady's forced off. TN getting a little low. There's no Maokai ultimate as Xiaohu got chunked to about half HP. Here comes the bullet time too.
Tian's
Tian is
dead.
just dead. The inhibitor's fallen too.
But they're gonna end the game.
This is the game. The back is coming through for Breathe, but it ain't in time. But your second next turn is gonna fall. Wait a minute, maybe a turnaround. Nexus exposed.
No,
Xiaohu
no.
trying to do his thing. Here we go. It's a 3v3, but Shanji is here too. Doinb goes golden. The Nexus is under siege. It's being hit. And
Shanji, Aki,
NiP
Doinb!
will even the series up at 1.
There we go. Super carry Doinb in the mid lane, locked in, and he's ready to take us to game number 3. This was match of the week for a reason. We wanted to see the battle of the mids here, and Doinb performing on his Victor up against Xiaohu. This is only going to get more and more tense as we go further.
Absolutely showing up in that second game where the ninjas in pajamas did a really good job of answering Breathe on those side lanes. And, you know, once that Baron happened, once that one pick onto Xiaohu happened, the entire game fell apart at the seams. It felt like Weibo were carefully crafting a way to win the game. Yep, we just got to survive to this dragon, boys. Well,
Yep.
you failed. You failed the dragon check.
Happens. I mean, they lost that Baron. I thought it was a really creative look. Tien getting caught out a few times is kind of the reason that we were a little bit worried, and the only reason that they actually kind of got out of that game. I wouldn't be surprised to see PP God pick up a player of the game for this game, just
He was
because
good.
those Leona ults broke open so many spots for NiP.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard because, like, the cold hard facts say, yeah, PP God, absolutely. Dude did a lot. But then you're like, but Shanji played Mordekaiser.
Mm-hmm.
I think some people will
It
vote
was
for
kind of
that, you know.
cheeks. It was kind of cheeks.
Ah,
So he picked the Mordekaiser into the Yorick.
yeah,
He
no,
got
it was
Dog
cheeks.
walked
It
in
was
the
cheeks.
1v1.
Yeah, it was cheeks.
And then, like, again, his the most value he got was just, I'm gonna be pressing ult on somebody before a fight. I'm gonna make a numbers advantage for our team. That is essentially what is going on.
Yeah, it was actual cheeks. Yeah, you're so right about that. I
Yeah.
thought about that one play where he grabbed Urha, and then I thought about that one play where he grabbed Breathe, and then immediately died once he came out. So you're right about that. Yeah, give it to PP God. I'm with you.
Yeah, we can give it to PP God. Things to kind of think about for Weibo. This was another game where, honestly, Xiaohu was invisible. We've had a lot of those in some of these series. Sometimes he's invisible. Sometimes he has a lot worse of a game. And the fact that he's getting pushed around by this Victor so early on, we didn't get to see him and Tien really kind of link up. I still have a lot of questions about what this Yorick is able to accomplish. They weren't able to get 6 scrubs. They then still lost on side lane. He is pushing all of these lanes, but his team is not able to hold enough space or generate enough of a lead. I think the closest that we got to this was the fact that they got 3 dragons and almost got themselves soul, but just a few different fights. The fact that Tien gets picked out twice at the end of the game makes it a kind of a done deal. And I might be coming around on this Yorick, but also, like, I really, like, if you're literally any other champion, like, maybe there's a way for you to actually start and do more here for your team.
Yeah, I feel like if you're fighting 5v5 straight up, like especially with a composition like this, maybe you end up just winning the game outright. But yeah, this Yorick pick has actually been quite good. It just feels like your team has to play so much sharper, right? You cannot afford to get yourselves picked off, right? And that's been a big problem that we've talked about, right? A lot of players are having this problem where they are not at the right place. They are getting picked off, and anytime you lose somebody, it resets the clock for your team, right? Now you're not as your Breathe is not as able to split push with that amount of efficacy, right? And now it's like, okay, well, you're fighting 5v3, you're gonna lose that almost assuredly.
I feel some criticism I think can be levied towards the new support here for Weibo. We were saying that kind of wanted to see him step up and have bigger engagements. Some of this game is obviously I think that there's some hard angles for you to look, but with this rel we just weren't able to kind of see him put it all together in this game. But overall I think I am tentatively more excited for this version of Weibo than I have been in a couple of months. So hopefully they can get their act together for game number 3, as we are still waiting for our player of the game vote to come on through. And NiP, this is kind of just like, this feels like the both sides of them. We get the game 1 where they just look absolutely terrible, and then game 2 where Doinb is kind of walking people on Victor, and Leave on this misfortune is really, really strong.
Yeah, Leave quietly had a very, very good game. We didn't really mention it all too much, but really put in a lot of work. Had some, that one bullet time that wasn't so great. But other than that, had a couple really, really good ones, right? Maybe not necessarily getting kills, but doing a good job to zone people off, getting nice little chip damage and keep himself relatively safe for the beginning of a fight. So, good stuff from him there in this game too. But heading into this game 3, remember Weibo has been really focusing the champion pool of Doinb, and we were like, going into near the end of the game 2 draft, we were like, well, what's Doinb gonna pick, right? It's like he might be able to pick this Victor. It's like, all right, well, he's picked it. So now we're gonna have questions. What's he gonna pick? And if Weibo do the same thing, we don't actually know. It might be back to the dark technology, which did not work out in the first game.
Think about his champion pool right now. Aurora's already gone. Rise Galio gets banned every single game.
Yep.
Talia's gone. Victor's gone. So, what else are we going to pick here? Because you're probably not getting Rise or Galio if we can just assume the drafts are going to be the same. Are we going to see another Doinb Akali game? I'm a little questionable about that. And some of the other champions have not been as thorough. So, PP God ends up winning that MVP vote. First one here in Split 2.
Really happy to see that out of PP God. The people have seen it. They have proven that they know ball. Congratulations to the voters for being ball knowers. And congratulations to us because we managed to get 6 games on our slate today. But before we get into that last game, we are going to go to our last break. And when we return, the final showdown between Weibo Gaming and NiP. Don't miss it. Welcome back, everybody, as we reach our conclusion, our exciting conclusion of our game of the week. Weibo Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, evened up at 1 apiece. You know what? Ninjas in Pajamas in that second game, they didn't look so bad. You know, they were able to weather the storm, prevent Breathe from really getting out of hand, and were able to win the game from there.
I think it was, for me anyway, particularly exciting to watch NiP try to figure out in real time, like, okay, how are we getting through these? I liked how creative Leave was with his Misfortune and recognizing, like, a lot of times our criticism for Misfortune players is that they're looking for, like, the absolute perfect ultimate, and some cases you just gotta let it rain onto one person.
You gotta
just gotta let it go, and yeah, exactly, rip it, and that's exactly what they did, right? They found Tien twice, they opened themselves up for a Baron. Victor for Doinby was obviously a pick that we had some questions for. He's played it previously this season, but we just didn't know necessarily, considering the series or the level of play that we got from him in the first game. So now we're into this third game, and the big question that we came out of that last game was, what does Doinby's champion pool look like? Because as fun as it has been to kind of like make the jokes and be like, Doinby has this champion ocean, he can play all these different champions. In terms of effective champion pool, I actually think that Doinby has been quite limited this year, especially for stuff that I think that he's able to play at a really high level and also still bring out with very minimal amount of interaction from their opponents.
I agree. It's really kind of looking like Rise, Galio, which have been constantly banned, Victor, which has been picked, and then from there it's like, he could play Karma, he could play Orianna. I mean, I don't even think the Karma pick would be particularly good.
I think the Pantheon
Orianna's
was there for him. His Talia was okay, like,
but it's gone. It's not available.
Exactly. So we're going to be missing a lot of champions going into this draft, and what Doinby picks I feel like is going to make or break, because you look at the top side of this matchup, we give that advantage over to the side of Weibo. I mean, Breathe, Tien have been, I think, pound for pound in both of these games so far, already better of a showing than Shanji and Aki have, and it really does come down to, in the mid lane, what version of Doinby and Xiaohu are we going to get?
Yeah. And, you know, I just pulling up the what he's played so far this year. I mean, you know, of anything that's still available or that we don't think will be banned, it's Silas, it's that Pantheon you mentioned, it's that Akali too. Maybe we see Jace come out in this game, but I mean, after that, it is down to like Lee Sin and like Lissandra. And
the Lee Sin's really fake, guys. The Lee Sin is too. Every time there's a zero on the enemy team, he picks Lee Sin, and I unironically think it is him just giving up on the matchup. I don't
do
get
that.
It.
This is a bad idea, Doinby. We need to actually see you put together something great, because if you manage to take this to game 3 and then just lose, like, what was the point to begin with, my friend? What was the point?
Okay.
Galio, Rise, surprise, they're gone.
And thinking about 80 carries here, Kaisa, Misfortune, Ezreal, and Varus taken away. So this might be a game where we start to get some of those hyper carries. Jhin, obviously another champion that we had a lot of questions whether or not we were going to see for Leave. And my eyes are immediately kind of glued as to, are we going to be getting a Jinx performance? It's a champion that we haven't seen from Leave this year so far. And if there's any other hyper carries, I'm kind of looking. We had that Zeri game that was kind of meh. Sivir, depending on the composition, could definitely help.
We saw one Aphelios.
Yeah, he has an Aphelios game. Same thing with Light. So coming in for NiP, ban phase. Seems like NiP took a long time as to what they wanted to ban second there versus Weibo. And this is 3 mid lane bans headed over towards the side of Doinby.
Yeah, they've recognized it. Weibo knows. They're like, all right, dude. Do something. Show us something. And, dude, I got to be honest. I don't know what Doinby is going to pull out here, and I don't really know if it's going to be particularly effective. I think that, you know, Weibo, like, what if Weibo, like, takes away Jace on their first pick, right? Like, what do?
Oh, we're getting rid of Azir. Okay. We can play that. That has been a champion that's gotten through. I think you're definitely okay with still playing. Yeah. So, looking at Shanji's pool, I mean, I think you're okay with just playing Udyr here. Unironically, just blind.
Ooh.
Because he's already played it before. We've seen it time and time again. The Poppy matchup is not particularly fun, but maybe with a little bit of jungle intervention could be something there. I think Poppy is something that NiP could be considering when you think about the fact that it is a three-way flex. Now, we see the Sejuani, and my first thought is this Sejuani top? Because Flandra's already pulled it out, and Shanji has already been more of an innovator when it comes to picking up different stuff in the top lane.
Yeah, I'd like that. I thought it was pretty effective, and we've seen it be effective in the past, but it looks like that might not be the case here, as we do see Mbessa hover at the very least. As we know, Mbessa Sejuani, good melees paired up together. That will be the lock-ins for NiP.
How did we not get any Gwen?
Yeah, you know what? That is really surprising.
I guess we just decided, like, hey guys,
I guess they just weren't the matchups for it, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Do you
well,
remember
we
when that
finally
sign
get
was
Skarner, and Skarner is pretty unthreatened this game. There is no Maokai, there is no Lilia. There's a Sejuani on the opposite side, so it's going to be a Heartsteel battle. Here for NiP, I think you are more focused on getting your AD carry pick than worrying about what Doinby has on this third pick here. Just making sure that you have something that gives you skirmishing and the ability to kind of play around what your jungle and mid kind of are able to do. Okay, we are going for Orianna. So NiP, they want to play a little bit of a later game. They have a really good power spike on one item around Shanji, but I think this is a tough ask going into Weibo. You're going to get outranged. I think Orianna is going to get aggressed upon very early on by this Ahri, and then you have the Rumble on top. This is very, very troublesome.
Yeah, and the first three champions you see on Weibo, they don't need to play on top of each other. You can have Skarner from one angle, Ahri from another, and Rumble laughing at you in the back as he drops the red carpet on you. This is going to be incredibly difficult. This is what happens when you kind of get down to the lint in your pockets, right? And that's exactly what's happening here. Speaking of, some AD carries are getting taken off the board. So the AD carries as well will be a little bit more limited. We talked about maybe potentially seeing Jinx come out for leave. So I'm curious to see if Weibo will ban it.
Kalista ban means you typically don't need to ban Ashe, although it is a champion that I feel like both of these players have really, and most of the LPL in general has avoided. I know we got to see it yesterday for Elk and for Jackie Love a couple of days ago.
We saw it earlier today, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I thought so.
So
it's been a long day, guys.
Yeah. Taking a look at 80 carries now, I'm still looking at these hyper carries. Like, you still have Jinx. I know that Light has always been a player that really loves to play Caitlyn, so maybe there's a Caitlyn Lux in Weibo's future.
Ooh,
you can kind of see him picking between an Aphelios or a Jinx. It's going to be the Jinx, so his first game on this champion in 2025.
All right, and we'll see what Weibo does. I love that idea. Pick a Caitlyn, pair it up with a Karma or a Lux, but instead they will go band for band on the hyper carries, and they'll look to get the Lulu on top of it as well.
Jesus Christ. Okay, we're getting a hyper carry off now because it's Zeri Lulu. Jinx what? Like, what kind of supports are we going to be able to get from PP God? Maybe a Karma, honestly. I think Karma actually gets a lot of extended value when you're trying to play kind of other stuff. Bard is something that they can think about, especially with some of the immobile members. We have already seen PP God go for it, but instead opting for Engage here. So NiP, control around space, the ability to find one member. I think this first kill in every fight is going to matter so much just so they can get the excited proc. So that is the job that I'm looking at the solo laners of NiP to do. Whereas for Weibo, outrange them with this Rumble, set up a good enough spot where your Skarner and your Ahri are able to tank some of the spells, and just open up for Light to be able to carry these fights with this Lulu Zeri.
Yeah, should be pretty easy for Light, given the fact that he'll have tons of space to work with. Obviously, we'll be able to reposition himself in a fight with his E if needed, but this Ahri, this Skarner, this Rumble will open up so much for him. And, if I'm Doinby, anytime we're getting into a fight, the ball is on Shanji, right? Like, you could put it on the Alistar, but you're so worried about that first kill, he lands the public execution, you pop it immediately, you pop the first person you see, and try to take them out so your AD carry can go and carry the game.
And there's no one except for this Skarner that deals particularly well with the Mbessa, getting right into the back line. I think the biggest one for me is going to be watching Urha, and I think this is, in my mind, one of the most important games we're going to be seeing from Urha this early on. Because as this Lulu, the polymorph gets so much value versus things like the Mbessa and the Sejuani and the Alistar. So it is going to be up to the new support, the person that had to get called up from the LDL to bring this team more victories, to be able to lead the team and hopefully help them secure their second series win in Split 2.
Not only that, Elk, if you miss position, you die, and if you die, you make the games hard. We're on Summoner's Rift for the final game of the series.
You can see the fans getting excited, maybe a little wary after what's been happening today. 6 games. Obviously, we had to split arenas as we start in the Shanghai arena and then move over to Shenzhen. So a lot of some new audience members there, but a long day for LPL fans nonetheless. With all games going, both of our series going to 3. So early game though here for NiP. I'm going to be looking at how we are able to use Shanji going for the grass build instead of stuff like the electrocute build that we had been seeing in some other matchups. And for Breathe, can he hold his own in this lane? And again, we're kind of coming back to these solo lanes. Xiaohu and Doinbi, like what forms are we going to be able to get from them, these two?
Two very classic mid laners on two very classic mid lane champions. Interesting to see if we'll see any fireworks and some skirmishes. But one thing I want to talk about Alk Battery is that, you know, when you play a Jinx, you want to put all this priority on taking grubs, right? Making life easy for her to knock down some of these turrets. And I do wonder if Weibo is going to invest the time with their Rumble and that strength up in the top side to try and make sure that NiP does not get their hands on these grubs.
Would be nice. I think that this game, unfortunately, is going to be more focused on dragons. When you have a Jinx and a Zeri, you are so focused on just being able to hit. NiP also just have a much easier time taking structures in general with the Jinx and with this Orianna, so I'll be interested to see how exactly they're playing around some of these early objectives here. Aki going for a full vertical here, or just going for 3 camps into mid. Shanji?
Oh, flash! Oh, he autoed! Okay.
Oh my god.
Wasn't enough to kill. But
Flame
Breeze,
Spitter's
is the
up,
Taser gonna be
though.
up the Flame Spitter. He's chasing him down. Taser, taser, taser! Oh, Shanji.
Wow.
Just able to get away.
And Xiaohu had to burn flash in the mid lane. You saw that Aki did the same. Like Aki just did 3 camps into this gank. Tien knows, hey, top laner can't be here. My mid has first move. We're gonna teleport in this mid. This is gonna get sloppy, boys.
Oh, here we go, baby. It's an LPL banger. Permafrost onto Tien. Doinbi doesn't have a whole lot of mana left, though. It looks like just much ado about nothing in the end, honestly.
Well, I wonder if Shanji's kind of screwed now because he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have teleport, and his wave is pushing away from him right now.
Oh, goodness.
So with Tien coming in behind, they'll have vision of him here, and Aki should just be able to take this from him. Yeah, like this is just not allowed.
All right, Tien, you're being a little bit of a silly
dead.
goose here, buddy. And Doinbi is going to move up too. Tien fighting off far more than he
Tien,
can do here.
what?
The Permafrost, and first blood goes to Doinbi.
Oh man, I like, okay, literally doesn't matter what Xiaohu does here. Phase rush, I'm gonna walk away. I have red buff, so I have infinite health sustain as
He's trying to
well.
stop him on red buff.
Xiaohu's trying to steal this. We're getting teleports in.
Oh
What
my
is
goodness,
going on?
what is going on? Aki going all the way in. Xiaohu able to get the kill and he survives. He gets a little bit of extra HP, but he runs away because Doinbi had a red buff.
Aki, I saw it in the player cast. Aki immediately is like, hell yeah, brother, hell yeah. Xiaohu is down. We have got so many summers just to get this red buff, guys. We traded all of our top laner summoner spells, all of Tien's flash and smite combos, Xiaohu's flash as well, just to get a single buff. They're trying to be so disruptive and now potentially set up a vertical jungle here for the side of Weibo. Tien gets an early peek. He's trying to make a move onto Doinby. No flash available.
Yep, and Doinby slammed up against the wall, and the charm lands too, and Xiaohu will get his second kill of the game.
Good job. That's a great punish. That's red buff now here for Xiaohu as well. Double summoner spells, and so advantage again going over to Weibo. It looks a little silly. It's kind of all over the place, but if you can kind of destabilize this lane, Xiaohu is now 2 levels over Doinby. He's almost level 6. Doinby's just about to hit level 4. This is an insane lead for the mid laner of Weibo. As we take a look at this replay, I think the second invade was a little grief from Tien, but eventually they get there.
Yeah, it ends up working out for him, you know, with Xiaohu having this major lead, right? Like, I guess all's well that ends well, all right? As Doinby did pick up kill number 2 here after that red buff burned him away. Nice to see that. You know, we had questions about what both of these mid laners were going to look like. Hey, they're both got 2 kills under their ledger, right? This is pretty good.
And we'll kind of see how this ends up kind of affecting the rest of the map, as Doinby hitting level 6 for, or sorry, Xiaohu hitting level 6 first, I think is a really big breakpoint for them. Him being able to just clear this wave, use the Foxfire, and move around is going to open up Weibo for a lot of plays. And if they're going to continue to split the map vertically with Weibo taking over the top side, they can just keep making dives onto Shanji. No summoner spells for him. He only has the public execution. And you kind of see the big thing for me is they don't know where PP God is. He gets pinged out, but he is on his way, as is Aki.
All right, Shanji, what can you do with the public execution? Trying to make creative moves, turns on to Xiaohu and uses it to escape that gank.
Okay, PP God gets spotted here. Jinx is by himself. This will be alone time for Leaf to hit this bottom lane wave. As soon as Lulu and Zeri show, however, probably is going to kind of incentivize him taking this last wave on bottom lane as Jinx and then moving into mid, taking back control. Doinby's probably going to be holding on bot lane after they make this rotation. This will be 3 grubs going over to Weibo, which is not bad. They have had some time to hit turrets, but for the most part, pretty healthy, all things considered. It's mostly just a lot of chip damage in the mid lane.
Yep, and you know, it's just because of those waves getting shoved in and, you know, the kills happening. There was a large bulk of that damage was that mid lane gank. And now that Xiaohu is level 7 and does have that Ahri ultimate available, we already saw him try to make a play up top. And really interesting to see him make plays to really push Weibo into the driver's seat, into a really good position of strength, because there are members that you can pick off, and now you might have enough damage to chunk out somebody who you find a little.
Like this from Shanji, playing a little bit aggressive. They're going to try to lane swap their bottom lane into Shanji. Recognizing that with Lulu, definitely becomes a lot easier. Hitting that level 6 soon as well for Lulu with the wild growth is going to add a lot of protection for this Zeri. Almost feels like it's going to have to come down to light here in this game. But playing into Jinx, it's all about, can you kind of get rid of Jinx and all of her frontline before she's able to get excited and really put damage onto you? They're going to rotate this, but this will be a loss of plates, or a loss of gold here in particular, in favor of Weibo. So, gold allocation not too bad from them.
Yep, not bad at all. So they're just trying to keep things relatively stable. You see there's very tiny gold leads for the Weibo top lane and mid lane, as the CS differential has been pretty strong here. You know, and that's just been through that early mid-tiff, but also that 1v1 in the top lane. Shanji has not been able to actually take a foothold in this game.
I think it's fine. Shanji will have a pretty big item wake up on 1, so
yeah.
Once he finishes his Eclipse, feeling pretty good. We're seeing that Weibo are constantly swapping. Seems like they are, at the very least, trying to dodge Jinx, and, you know, at most, just making NiP a little bit dizzy and saying, like, we're going to constantly swap on you. We're going to make sure that you are always recalling after 1 wave, so you can't stay out onto the map, and if you are, then we're going to try to abuse you on an opposite side. Push 1 wave. Looks like they're feigning towards mid, but are going to go back towards the bottom lane. And with teleports back for both of our mid laners here, I am kind of looking probably going to be either this wave or the next wave that comes out of base that we're going to be seeing our AD carries trying to find recalls and playing for the second set of grubs.
Yep, or this dragon, right? Because this dragon's up in a minute and 10 seconds, so, you know, where they send the first, well, who takes the recall first and where they go will be quite telling here. We do see Tien hanging up on the top side, just chilling out, trying to clear some wards out. Aki's up there too, so nobody really in any danger, as we could just be in the AD carry scaling waiting room all.
I think we are. I think we kind of signed up for that when we saw Zeri Lulu versus Jinx.
Yeah,
So.
you know, sometimes things go a little crazy, right? Xiaohu and Doinbi do have the ability to take over the game themselves, but, you know, I didn't think we'd be trapped here.
Okay, Tien gonna try to make a play. Does have flash, does have the ultimate as well. Okay, just forces out the summoner spell from Doinbi. So up to Tien now with the early and kind of strong push of this Ahri. Are they going to be looking towards top side or trying
Lightning
to
crash.
Veil out?
Knockups
Ooh,
are there.
good
BB
cancel.
got interrupted. He's got to sprint away, but BB God is actually quite slow right now. Light continues to rifle away, and the flash gets burnt.
That's double summoner spells. They're going to have to continue to retreat here from the side of NiP. Ahri also on the way over will finally get spotted by a control ward in the bottom lane brush here. That's gold going over. There's good summoner spells as well. There's a trade of flash and heal on PP God for a single heal and both of the ultimates of Weibo's bottom lane. That's going to be the trade. Instead of going and trying to stack for dragons, instead they're going to just split the difference, 1 dragon apiece and 3 grubs for each team.
All right, Alk. What do you think seems more likely? This game going over 35 minutes or under 35 minutes?
Oh, for sure over 35 minutes. I'm sorry, dog. Call out of work.
I can't. I'm the only supervisor in the office after a certain point, so I gotta be there. It's okay. I don't mind that point. I don't really care. You know, if I cared that much, I wouldn't have signed up to do this, man. You know, Light trying to get that second plate. You get it? All right, he got it.
Yeah, he got it there at the very end there. Tien's gonna smite. He's gonna secure a couple of more camps here, and should be looking for a recall. If not, he's okay. I was gonna say he should have his Heartsteel already, and look at Aki, and he's already done. So it's gonna be a slow game here, folks. We're probably not gonna get too much action. Probably not gonna get too many kills. I think we're gonna get a lot of action, but that depends on whether or not we get to see this Zeri Lulu actually finalize some kills. Does Leave? Yep, Leave gets that turret plate. So it's gonna be a battle of resources. Which team is better at being able to get gold and XP onto their hyper carry? How are they squeezing summoner spells and getting some objectives before fights? Because I'm looking at this, you know, the next 4 minutes, and everything is going to be up for both teams. So within the next 2, what I want to see from either of them is how are we getting either a flash or some kind of summoner spell, whether it's from Doinbi or from Leave. And if we're on the side of Weibo, like, can we potentially try to look for forcing out Ahri Flash and Ultimate? Or is Urha going to be watching necessarily very closely with his Wild Growth?
Oh, well, we might get something burnt here.
Heartsteel proc.
Actually ends up not being that much. Yep, just Heartsteel.
Plus
We'll take
17.
17 to nothing. Come on, Tien, you gotta step your game up, man. Can't be out Heartsteel proc like that, but yeah, you know, there are opportunities, right? There are champions that you can, you know, you have abilities that you can use to try and burn some of these, right? You know, I look at the Skarner Impale. You know, if you're able to get close to one of these targets, you can force out their summoners. And given the fact that you're able to take creative pathing because of what Skarner can do going through walls, I'm just kind of surprised that we haven't seen as much of that this early on.
Well, he did spend a large portion of his early game trying to get a red buff from Aki. So
yeah, you know, you're right.
something,
but I am going to
there's a
judge
little
him
bit
harshly.
there. Sure. So I think it is so much easier for Weibo to actually get onto this back line for
There you go.
Leave and PP God. I mean,
Never mind.
even if Leave does have both of his summoner spells, right? Like, you just make a play onto him, you trade maybe an ultimate 2 minutes before an objective, and now he doesn't have flash. Whereas for Weibo, you look at the Zeri, and Zeri can just use her jump, right? Like, just jump over a wall, get out of position, reposition in a fight. She also has this Lulu, which provides a lot of direct shielding and healing as well. So it is easier for Weibo to kind of peel for their team, but on the opposite side, I think NiP have a much easier job of doing this.
Urha gets healed, but goes down anyway. Good catch there as Aki gets the party started.
Okay, they go for the weak member, saying, look, probably if we go on to Zeri, probably going to just be able to get out of that. So take out the support, open up some space for ourselves. No one is picking up this bottom lane wave, and so it is going to be a slight loss there, but getting that gold onto Leave definitely feels a bit nice for NiP. Just don't know how much it actually changes about the game, because we are going to be missing some of these ults before the Herald, and I'm kind of looking at this Dragon in minutes halftime, and you didn't really get much off of it.
Nah, not at all. But you know what? You'll take the kill in your back pocket if you are. Leave that gets you a little bit closer to getting that Infinity Edge second. The boots are completed for him as well. So all still quiet after that one play, but you know, maybe another one happens in the next minute or minute and a half, and then it starts to compound and build upon itself. Rough Herald up in about 20 seconds. Doesn't really look like any team's particularly interested in it quite yet.
15 seconds before the Herald, 50 seconds before the Dragon. And Weibo are going to have first say in this river, which is interesting to me, mostly because of the fact that when you are playing against Jinx, she typically just has a lot easier times clearing waves. I kind of like this from Leave. We talked about how we're delegating resources. Leave just straight up took Aki's Raptors and then just also picked up this mid wave. So he already has a 30 CS lead over his opponent. They both went Cole. Now we'll see what is Weibo going to be able to do with a Herald here. Should be able to look for mid-tier 1, but with not that many Void Grubs, it's going to be particularly tough with how much HP this objective has.
Yeah, it could force some action. We'll see if that's actually going to be the case. But you're right. You know, 3 Grubs only, not going to move the needle too much. Although you could crack that bottom lane turret if you really wanted to.
Maybe if they, I guess you could try to do that. I think mid-tier 1 for making sure that Leave has to be really shallow and where he's allowed to hit the minion waves is, in my mind, a little bit more important, especially for how important it has been for mid-priority to be in this series. As we kind of see, Weibo, they can't enter, so we are just going to hit mid and then maybe walk top, let breathe. Oh my God, Xiaohu with the ultimate just is barely out of range there of the Sejuani ultimate.
Yeah, that is a big tool that is now down, but that does mean that Aki is missing his large engage tool. I don't think PT God is too keen to go in yet, as I think that NiP very well to understand that things are okay. Shanji TP's behind, breathe, trying to get that push in, and maybe got a little bit too greedy. He is going to drop the equalizer onto Shanji and is now overheated, so turning around, but the public execution comes through. PP God shows up, puts him in the bounce house, and then Shanji puts him in the dirt.
Ah! He's out of there. Okay, he's going to go again. We're going again. Come on, Tien.
Oh my God, what happened?
What the hell, man? Well, we just wait. Okay, as funny as that is, we just completely wasted the Herald there.
Oh my God. All right,
What the hell, Tien?
Right, so I think he was afraid of when he made contact, landing on the Jinx traps.
You're playing Skarner. Who the hell cares?
Listen, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying what I think I saw. Yes, bro. Why did we go for the Rift Herald if we were going to do that? And then on the way back around, he just crashed into the wall anyway. My goodness. I feel like I've entered the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. Minor advantage here for Weibo found as they were able to grab themselves the feats of strength with Xiaohu in the bottom lane. No, dude. Okay, like, I get it here, but like, now that the traps have already faded, just do it here. Just crash into the turret. What the?
Take away this race driver's
player
license.
cam. Yeah, there's the fan cam.
Bro.
I'm glad they're having fun. I'm glad the fans are having fun. You know, part of this is that we are playing a children's game, so might as well.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. That's so great. You come out here, you show up on stage, you won a world championship, and now
that's
people
my world
are laughing
champion
at
right
you.
there. That is my
Life
world
comes at you
right there.
fast, Tien. Life comes at you fast.
Okay, well, we're getting back into this game, and from this position, gold pretty even across the board, but I'm looking at who these carries are, and I will say, as much as Leave has a pretty massive individual lead over his counterpart with now an Infinity Edge finished in comparison to the Yuntal plus Runons from Light, Xiaohu is about to have a fully stacked Rod of Ages and a Leandries. If there was ever a game where I needed him to carry this for Weibo, it has to be this one. His entire job is get into the back line, blow up Leave, blow up Doinby, and make it so that NiP have no chance here to succeed.
All right, we're going to get the party started on Aki here, using that Impale, knocking him up too. He turns around for the stomp, but it doesn't matter. Light gets that kill as Xiaohu takes Leave really, really low.
And Breathes here as well. Xiaohu's going to try and fish for some more damage.
Equalizer.
Oh, he's dead. Leaves down.
Enough he is. And he can't get the ult off either. He will fall. The turret will fall into the mid lane as well. Good job by Weibo.
And when we were talking about Tien drunk driving, I think it was only just the Herald, because here with the Skarner, he finds Aki, pins him to the wall, and opens up the game here for Weibo. As those two picks grab them a mid-tier 1 finally, and it gets them the Otacon, which will give them false lives here going in for the next 2 minutes so that they can play either for the next dragon or more. So really good opener there for the side of Weibo, and I just like, hey, we're Skarner ulting, good layering of the CC between the wild growth and Xiaohu eventually being able to get all this damage. And because they're able to take this turret so fast, we get to just see Breathe drop this ultimate thanks to the vision provided by his mid laner.
Yep. Yeah. Who knew that you would use the last dash of Ahri ultimate to give that little bit of extra vision? Good stuff there. The walking ward, Xiaohu doing a little bit more than that this game, though. And Tien, so glad that he decided, hey, man, we could just fight, you know? And Weibo has maybe found that a little bit of aggressiveness that they can have in this game. And as you mentioned, the false life bounce available. Dragon up in about 5 seconds as Weibo has full control over this room.
Yeah, gonna just be the Dragon here going over to Weibo unless NiP feel like they can try to make a play, but Alistar's taking a recall. This looks tough here. Weibo now in a pretty precarious position just because of the fact that, yes, they have a gold lead here, but this game doesn't get any easier from this point. Like, Shanji has just now finished a Spear of Shojin, and Doinby in 2 minutes time is going to have the Rod of Ages, so he's going to be particularly difficult to take down. And all of this gold that we were talking about that went over to Leave has started to equalize as Light is getting more and more of this farm.
All right, let's see if they want to trade the false life buff for good damage on a turret. It is still available for them for 45 more seconds. We've seen a lot of teams do that, you know, over-index trying to get a lot of damage on one of these structures and then come back a little bit later and knock it down. It looks like that's what Weibo is aggressively positioning for. Mega Death Rocket did land, only does a little bit of damage, but Tien is taking really low. Shockwave only lands onto him, and he's going to withdraw. Aki dies, and over on the backside, Xiaohu sliding in and out. PP God forced to heal to survive, so it ends up being a 1-for-0 turn.
And Otacon doesn't even give Jinx her reset, so that's a pretty big power spike going up against them. Shanji will have traded this for a bottom or a top lane tier 2, so more global gold going over to try to equalize this game. And Yanni, this feels like an appropriate game 3, right? It's still got a little bit of action. We've got some scaling that we're looking forward to, and it's not like, oh, we've got Poke Varus versus like an Ashe or a Misfortune. Just good old-fashioned AD carries, walking you down and having some kind of either an enchanter or like a really big wall to build for your AD carries.
Exactly, and this is the game that you love to have as an AD carry, right? When you have all of these resources available to you and you know that you should have enough space to be able to operate, right? The late game fantasy that's talked about so much. Light and Leave are living it right now. And we'll see which one of them comes out on top because it is always devastating to lose these sorts of games. And, you know, as we mentioned for what it means for Weibo and NiP as a whole, you know, Weibo, it's still early, but this does feel like a must-win series.
I mean, you look at their record right now, they're 1-3. They have a pretty abysmal scoreline right now, and a team that wants to be able to push for a top 6, even top 4, needs to be putting up wins on the board. That's kind of the reason why they did make a change in their support position. And we've talked a lot about Leave, you know, the fact that he was an EDG homegrown talent, eventually made his way over finally to NiP this year. But Light is a player that has a lot of veteranship. You would think that a player that has kind of been around for such a long time has really been able to experience a lot of the high highs, hasn't been able to pick up a trophy, originally coming over from LNG, and kind of has made his name as one of the top 4 AD carries in the region for the past couple years. And only recently has he really gotten a lot of experience going international, especially on some of those LNG rosters. So it'll be really cool to see for Light and the rest of Weibo whether or not they can kind of pull and right the ship together, because they have so much experience between the 4 members that we saw from just the starting roster in 2025.
Yeah, this is a team that's meant to go international. This is a team that is meant to just rip it. They do not care right now. They said, hey, let's start up this Baron. Let's draw NiP to us. Xiaohu is going to be the one trying to play goalkeeper and keep them away. Shanji looks like he's starting to move toward them. Tien going all the way in. Charm lands on Leave, but an instant cleanse. But they throw so much on Leave. He burns away and dies. Xiaohu, he got to that back line. And Shanji is mired in the muck up front. Just like you said, Elk Battery, he needs to be the guy, Xiaohu.
He's not. I mean, Xiaohu found all of that damage onto Leave, the equalizer as well. We talked about it from Draft. This was going to be a hard game to play Orianna, and in the same way, it's going to be a hard game to play. Can Aki make the steal?
Aki? No, he cannot. And he's forced to flash, but then he gets charmed, and he does not get out. Then the Sword of Deception kills him. It's a 4th kill for Xiaohu, and full control for Weibo.
And a necessary step-up game for Xiaohu, who has been criticized all year long for misperforming, for not necessarily being the Tiger King of Spring that we know him for. But the 5-star general, he stands up proud, and he stands to win his team this game. As a replay going into this Baron, I mean, it's good blocking from PP God, but he has to stop Tien. Leave has already been dealt the damage, and all this burn coming through from Leave and from Breathe, or from Breathe and Xiaohu. Nothing that NiP can do in this fight. It was actually Doinby that did the most damage in that fight for NiP, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, he had a great shockwave, but Leave was already so forced out, and without him, your comp kind of collapses, right? Shanji has a fair amount of damage, but I don't think has enough to be able to go in and be in a 1v4 situation and actually be able to do anything of note. Now the siege is on Alk Battery. They're fishing for charms. Here's the public execution. There's the shockwave. There's a great play coming through for NiP. 2 members are down. The resets are there. Leave gets another kill. What a play.
But can they find more, and what are they going to be able to get for this? It's going to be a Dragon going over to NiP. A little bit more time in this game. It is 3-item AD carries coming on through for both teams here. And a lot of gold now being swung over to Leave. This game is so back and forth. A single catch being able to equalize this game only feels right, but it is still 3,000 gold here for Weibo.
And it is sole point for NiP. We talked about in a prior game how impactful that Hextech Soul could be, especially for a champion like a Jinx, who can hit you from long range and slow you up. Take a look at this replay. Snappy for NiP.
The fact that this lands with 0 crowd control beforehand, right into the Shockwave and the Jinx ultimate. Great coordination, and the fact that they're able to find that kind of feels like a second life here for NiP, where this game had been so difficult for them to play. They lost around the Baron, and that could have been the shutout play that we look back in the highlights for to see a Weibo win. NiP make a very, very important fight happen, get those 3 members, and still they are down the hole, and you have this Baron, at least for 1 more mini wave. There's a very high likelihood that they can try to look for an additional play here. Oh my god, Tien!
Tien is stuck, but he manages to get 2, and they stick him on a skewer. The knockups are there too. Super Mega Death Rocket does enough damage, but do they actually get resets? Leave is trying to get in there.
The Shockwave doesn't land!
Here's Leave. He's trying to make it happen, but he's down to half. Xiao Hu doing it again, sliding in and out and surviving and taking out the carry.
Light and Urha finally get a team fight where they can fight, and the solo laners again for Weibo come up clutch. NiP, they're trying their damnedest to be able to win this game, but teleports in from 2 of the solo laners. This might be it. 30-second death timers, and it's just Shanji.
NiP got back up in that mid lane fight, and Weibo Gaming said, we're going to put you right back down as they are on the Nexus turrets. Weibo Gaming, if they find a way, if they turn it around, this is the turning point. This game, as the second Nexus turret will fall, and PP God is trying to buy time. The public execution. Aki's coming out of the fountain, but it might be a little bit too late. Xiao Hu's autoing the Nexus. Leave is here, but breathe. And Xiao Hu will kill the Nexus. And Weibo Gaming, in a thriller, take the series 2-1.
An insane performance from these two. We said that we wanted to see Xiao Hu step up and be the general. He makes good on that promise. And finally, Weibo are able to bring home yet another win, their second series win in Split 2 of the LPL. A dangerously close game up until the 20-minute mark.
They can finally breathe. Okay. They are not down in the depths. They are a good enough team. They still have it in them. We knew based on name value, there was no question there. But on the Rift, the results hadn't been it. Getting a win over NiP, hesitate to call it a signature win, but I will call it an important one. This is big, and now Weibo, they still have tests ahead, right? Obviously, it being a double round robin and everything like that. They're, week 4 of their next game? I know you had mentioned it before. Yeah, it's against JDG on Monday. That's going to be a tough one. That is, all right, this is a, hey, Weibo, you're back. Monday is going to be, okay, Weibo, you might be back, but are you actually good?
Yeah, that'll be a big test. I think the fact that they're still struggling with NiP, and that is, for fans at home, I think this is kind of the NiP that you're going to have to either love or hate. They are a famously inconsistent team, and something that I had penned really early on was NiP are most likely going to be our benchmark for top 6. They're a team that very famously can have really great performances, but I think against some of the other top teams in the league, they fall short in ways that are quite predictable, especially when we talk about Shanji and Aki in their games. Even Doinby sometimes not necessarily being able to step up with how important mid is in this patch. So sucks to see for NiP. It's going to be back to the drawing board. They are 2-2. They are literally a 50% team. They're a 500 team. 5-5 is their game score. They're going to end 6th right now when I finish updating these graphics, but this is the NiP that you signed up for when you have a Doinby team, unfortunately, guys.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Interesting to note, Weibo is still behind them. Weibo is 2-3 and then 5-7 in game score, so still behind them for now. Still work to do, but obviously, as we've talked about, there is much more League of Legends to play. But a win for Weibo here, very, very important moving forward to try and stop this skid, which they were able to do. And you know, I have to say, once the pedal hit the floor, they looked pretty good. I like that NiP was able to fight back though, and that is concerning for Weibo. But it feels like when they're ready to pull the trigger, it is still precise.
I'm really excited because I want Xiao Hu to find success.
Yes.
He is one of the most legendary players, not just in this league, but internationally.
Yeah.
I think he is one of the players that, if you ask any modern or even prior, watching LOL esports player, they're going to know of and about Xiao Hu at the very least. Yeah. So when a legendary player has seasons where he's not that great, definitely hurts the league, especially for what Xiao has represented for so long. But it's games like these where we can kind of see that he still has it in there, but I just don't. I am worried that it shouldn't have to take this much to bring it out of him.
Yeah,
right?
It looked like it took a lot of
You've
effort.
played for so long. You have a lot of the muscle memory of just playing so many games, having some of the most games played of any LPL player. We need to see him being able to perform like this from game 1.
Yeah. without a doubt. I mean, if this guy wants to win a 4th MSI title, he's tied for the most. And really
True.
concerningly, he's obviously, this is a long way away. He's attended the last 8 Worlds. And seeing him not at Worlds would be very, very disappointing. Now, obviously, like I said, very far in the future. But these are things you have to think about because this is a team that we expected to be really, really strong and really, really hot from the jump, and they just have not. Now, I have to say, I don't think there's going to be too much discussion. It's got to be Xiaohu for the MVP, right? I mean, this guy was instrumental in this game.
If it's not him, then it's going to be Breathe. Like, Breathe did
Breathe
so
did
much
really
work on this Rumble. But I really do feel it has to be him. And I want to give a special shout out to the new support of Weibo.
Yes.
There are a lot of questions here for whether or not he was going to be a worthy replacement. Obviously, Hung has kind of gotten a lot of experience playing on specifically that LNG roster with Scout and Zika. But here, I feel like a pretty rightful kind of benching for the time being. Hopefully we can kind of see him return in some form or fashion with a higher level of performance. And Urha, just really exciting so far. The fact that we got this Lulu performance from him, even the Engage games, I know that the Rel one we weren't as high on him for, but that first game felt definitely on point. And I loved that when we got out of the game and we're kind of seeing the player cams as the Nessus explodes, Urha's like the first person to be like super excited because this is one of his first games playing in the LPL, and being able to help not only a team that we said was already super dysfunctional to begin with, but being able to break a pretty big losing streak for them is very important and has to feel good.
Yeah, great for team morale, and as you said, he looked pretty good today. Not too bad. Oh, I didn't see that in that fight. That shockwave.
Yeah.
Just didn't,
That was the tough shockwave that I feel like if that lands, like you see how low a lot of these HP
So
bars are,
different.
maybe breaks the game, but that's kind of what you sign up for. That's unfortunately a Doinby Classic, and it sucks. I'm kind of sad for NiP. I'm a big Doinby and Leaf fan, obviously, but Weibo just ended up playing a lot better, especially in that third game.
Yup, and in the first game too, when they went up, it was aside from that early part, it was quite strong. So I have to say, there were a lot of times where Weibo looked very good. Xiaohu, very deservedly getting our player of the game. Well, everybody, after a long day of the LPL, that is it for us today. But that's not it for us, obviously, as a whole, because we have so many games every day. We will see you tomorrow for TT and NiP, and then IG versus JDG. You'll be on the cast with Mazel for that one, so you'll get to enjoy nice IG versus JDG. But you can go rest up, and before we go, big shout-outs to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Mung. Your pledged financial contribution helps us level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who's tried to give you an excellent LPL English product every day. Please support us on coffee. Shout out to those guys. We're out for the day. We'll see you tomorrow.